Hey there.
Hi.
All right. I saw that you seemed to have come online and then went off. I wasn't sure if something was going on with your internet or what was up.
Oh no, I had popped on to pick up my 100k blood points because I forgot to do that yesterday, so I want to make sure I got them before the reset at like 11 or whenever that
Very
happens.
soon, actually. Yeah, it
Yeah,
should be like
yeah.
15 minutes.
hmm
Were you intending to play that? I didn't even realize you maybe were just coming on to claim the points. Were you actually going to stay on for a while?
If you're staying on for a while, I can do that, but
Oh,
I
okay.
do have the podcast today, so that happens
Oh,
in
right.
like 20 minutes, so I can still
Oh, well,
play.
that's
I,
like
I
one
can
match.
multitask, but
Well, it's up to you. I know I will be on for a while. I'll put it that way. Maybe I'll
yeah.
even join you guys. Maybe I'll try vainly to multitask as well. We'll see. I'll invite myself in, and then just we'll see what happens. I can zone out
Right.
and let you guys talk about your various things, and I'll just be like, leg drop, yeah,
Leg drop.
yeah. I have only been on for yeah, about a half hour myself. Only played like I don't know, but actually probably almost an hour. Some good matches, and then just last one had a shitty Leatherface on the swamp map,
Oh,
which
those are no fun.
yeah, yeah, the map sucks, and Leatherface is just pretty steadily becoming one of my least favorite killers to face. It just through no fault of the players, the killers it's just way too easy for him to be cheap.
Yeah, yeah,
Like I wasn't even basement bubbed, which that's the worst. And to be fair, he wasn't even being a basement bubba. He did get two people in the basement, but did not bubba them.
yeah.
I like the bubba as a verb now, apparently. Um, but there were two different occasions where he ran after me with his chainsaw, and I'm pretty sure that I skirted around objects well enough to where he should have knocked into them, but he didn't. And I just was like, okay, boom, healthy, two down in one touch, which
Yeah.
you know how I feel about that. So
hmm
it's like, okay, well, I would have liked the actual full four chances to survive in this game instead of two, but okay. But yeah, I didn't stop to look and see how many points I got, but we were in the match. The last two of us, I was one of the last two, and in fact, I was actually the last. And in total, the game was probably at least like 12 minutes, which against a Bubba is really on kind of on the better side. So
yeah, absolutely.
yeah, it could have been worse. Um, Additionally, again, these points, I mean, just playing with you guys and just not paying attention to it's weird how ironic this is. By not using we're gonna live forever, I don't pay attention so much to how many points I'm getting, and because I'm not paying so much attention, they accumulate without me even really noticing. So it's like, again, I woke up today and I got my 100,000. It's like I looked at my total points and it's like, oh right, I have like 800,000 again. I just spent like 800,000 yesterday, like in the middle of the afternoon, and I guess just playing enough got me to almost another million. It's like, well,
yeah,
all right, let's get a Lodi up to level 50 then. Fuck it, why not? And,
yeah.
and she's like two levels away from that very thing. So it's like, hey, cool. Zarina will be next, and then I guess I'll just start working on the killers. And unless they come up with some new awesome thing, which they are discussing, I don't know what it's going to be. But unless they come out with some new awesome thing that's going to make prestiging more worth it than it is, I'm just going to keep everyone where they're at and be content with the perks they've got. No more
Yeah.
of this bullshit 1 million to get one perk crap. Just I'll take whatever comes, and I'll just keep my characters leveled. And
Oh lord, it's Ghostface.
yeah, I got a ghost face earlier that I also did not like, and it didn't last very long. Wow, a couple people have a gen almost completely finished. Someone's got Prove Thyself, and now there's another one. Haha.
Oh, good deal.
Yeah, that's one out of the way.
Just ran into the locker thinking it was the door. It was not the door.
You thought it was the door?
Yeah,
What door?
in the killer shack.
Okay.
Like lag screwed me over there, but I'm not gonna complain.
I got
My
a
lawyer
couple
will not
instances
be
of
consulted
lag.
just yet.
You're keeping him on call. He's waiting. He's his services are I can't think of the word for it. There's a specific legal term for it. He's on retainer.
Yeah.
He's waiting for the call. It's just not coming quite yet. He knows it is though. He knows you well enough to know that it's coming sooner or later. And dude, Jeff, you might want to be careful. Here comes Ghostface. I'm gonna go the other direction. Bye. Sorry, Jeff. I warned you through subliminal messaging, and you didn't pick up on it.
That's entirely on him.
I mean, to be fair, it actually is. You know, I should have at least pointed. I didn't even think. I could have at least pointed, like, okay, hey, dude, you know, watch out, the killer's coming. But, well, you know, live and learn, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not seeing a place for a boon. Still debating Call of... Oh, here it is. Speak of the devil. Still debating Call of Healing. I'm really still on the fence, because that, like Borrowed Time, is a... It's really great when it works, but circumstantially, it can not work at all. In fact, people can take it from you. But I've come to accept that through your NW's reasoning, there is a very good reason to run around breaking the totem. So it's like, to me, it's like Borrowed Time, except I get more use out of it than Borrowed Time. Yeah. But it's still like one of those, I can't totally rely on it, like Prove Thyself. I can't totally rely on that either, but there are many occasions where I see someone like right now on the gen. I'm gonna come join them. I think it might even be you.
I am on a gen, so yes. Yep, that is you.
There I go. Yeah, let's hurry up and kick this one into gear. So like this right now, this is cool. I'm getting points, I'm using my perk, things are going well. But Circle of Healing, I just can't always pull it off, and I don't know. What you're the perk master. Between Bond, Kindred, and Prove Thyself, if I'm not going to take Borrowed Time, what do you think maybe would be a good suggestion for a possible fourth perk for my perks and playstyle?
Alright, that was Bond, Kindred, and which one?
Bond, Kindred, and Prove Thyself. If hypothetically those are must-haves, what would you say should be the fourth?
I would grab Nancy's Self-Aware, I think it's called.
I've considered it, the locker one, right?
No, that's Inner Healing.
Oh, no!
Inner Strength.
Oh, Self-Aware is the
Self-Aware
20%.
is...
You see your scratch marks and you walk 20% faster,
no,
right?
it is when you're working a generator. That was a waste of a pallet. When you're working a generator, that generator's aura is revealed to all your fellow survivors. So that will entice them to come to your location. And I feel that pairs very well with Prove Thyself. Because you're not always going to get usage out of Prove Thyself. But by being a little beacon of hope for your fellow survivors, that can really help you get the maximum usage out of it.
That's really not a bad idea. That's a little bit of kind of thinking outside the box. I like it. I might give that a shot. Because the trade would be okay. Well, no, you know, Call of Healing would go down, but that would nonetheless sort of balance out in a way by potentially helping everybody do gens faster.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like, you know, okay, well, you lose one benefit, but you could potentially gain another. Not bad, not bad. I will consider that. Ghostface has that stupid thing where I guess that's Eruption, I guess, where he knocks someone down and then the gen explodes.
That's Surge.
Oh, that's Purge. Which one's Eruption?
Surge,
that one?
Surge.
Surge, not Purge.
Yeah, it's Jolt now.
Can't even keep track of it
Eruption
anymore.
Wouldn't, wait, would it? I think Eruption
Eruption makes something explode.
Yeah. I forgot. I thought I had to be hooked for Eruption to go off, but I think I just had to go down.
Oh, it's one of those kind of, it's not the hook, it's the grab, it's not the grab, it's the hooking. Yeah,
right,
I know what you're saying. There's a lot of that going around enough to make things confusing.
Yep.
Like, I know that Thrilling Tremors is when they are picked up, I think. Or am I even... Okay, good. But then Starstruck is when... I think Starstruck is when they are carried?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And then there's other ones that are, of course, that proc when the person is down. So, I mean, that... Yeah, it gets a little bit hard to keep track of.
Yep.
Repairs max? Really? How did I already get max repairs?
Prove Thyself. You earn your blood points significantly faster when you're...
Significantly?
Yeah, when you're working with somebody else, and you finished one with me. And
I did.
That
is true.
One with somebody else earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that is also true, and I did that one there by myself, so I guess I did 3 gens, so... Yeah, fair enough, I suppose. In fact, now that I think about it, all the gens are thanks to you and I. So yeah, I guess I now can start concentrating on the on hooks and so forth. All right, dude, just stand there or run. Well, you know, whatever. Yeah, try not to run away from the boon though, you fucking moron. Dude. All right, but there you go. You found the right square foot still within boon. There we go. Okay, we're all still good to go. Are you with Ghostface right now?
Unfortunately, yes.
It looks as if, yeah, I was gonna say, I see him now chasing you. I will now try to get a little bit more active, and, okay, well, now that he's knocked you down, I will obviously start coming your way.
This is unfortunately my death hook, so...
Oh, it is already?
No
You're down in my
use.
window area. You're of no further use. You have expended your usefulness. You are no longer an asset. Goodbye. Bummer. I guess that gives you the heads up to at least join the group call with the others, and of course I will join shortly after, and I will at least ask if they want my participation. If not, I'll just keep playing the game by my lonesome.
All right.
Although actually, you did say you keep playing. You don't have to keep playing if you don't want to. Don't feel compelled.
Oh, I enjoy playing the game. I just probably won't be able to be as informative with your questions and what's going on in the match as I would normally, because I'll be trying to concentrate on the podcast. And not
right, yeah, that's totally fair. I wouldn't expect you to. Alright, have you spoken to the other gents yet? Do you know yet if the podcast is, like, is everyone about ready? Is everyone on? Or do you know if everyone's kind of still gathering and waiting to show up?
Probably ready to go. Alex said he'd be a bit late today, so I don't expect him until like 15 minutes after we're supposed to start.
Okay. I guess we'll see what happens. Oh, Ghostface is way over there. Okay. Did you happen to see the either of the videos that I posted from when W and I were playing yesterday?
I saw that you posted them. I started watching the first one with Jake, your hero. No, wait, it was the one titled "Oh No."
Yeah, that was
watching that one, but I was on my phone and didn't have earplugs or ear headphones at the time.
I noticed my voice. That reminds me, actually, I need to adjust my own voice in these recordings. I don't know how to do it in a way to where I will come across. Long story short, when I've gone back and listened to these, that particular clip specifically, I noticed that I'm way louder than I'd like to be, louder than the rest of you guys on my side. Yeah, and I want to fix that, because when I uploaded that, it was like, ooh, I'm actually kind of almost screaming over everybody else on my end, and I don't like that. I want to be quieter. Hi, Ghostface. You missed, and you caught up to me late. We might still win. But yeah, the oh no is essentially basically I got right off the start of the match, I got an accidental pallet stun on not the killer rather, but W. And W's, you know, as we both realized what was happening, my response was like, you know, oh god, man, I'm so sorry. And meanwhile, W simply made like a very genuine and sad sounding, oh no, you know, and like at first, like I was just simply reacting, like the adrenaline and everything else had not, you know, it hadn't allowed me to really stop and dwell on it. But then when I sat there thinking about it, it only took a few seconds for me to realize how funny it was that his reaction to being like essentially for all intents and purposes like you know locked in a room with a mad spree killer dressed as a killer rabbit was not simply oh my god, oh shit, you know, but rather oh no. I could not stop laughing, and I kept laughing, which made him start laughing, which made me keep laughing, and it was like one of those random things to where like neither of us could stop laughing, and we just took so much joy in the fact that he sounded like so friendly and innocent, like, oh, this is inconvenient, what a bummer, and it's like he said so much with so little. His response was like so not like, you know, worth the tremendous horror of what actually really was happening to his character in the game, that I just could not stop laughing, and it was like a good 5 minutes we were all just rolling, and so I thought that I'd repost it. I don't know if it's a you had to be there thing. I don't know if you'll enjoy it as much, but we both got a kick out of it. I know he'll appreciate it. The other one was the video of the Jake that seemingly almost deliberately unhooked me twice right in front of fucking Sadako, killing me virtually instantly, then allowed Claudette to die, leaving only himself, at which point he then duck-walked around the entire map for like 5-7 more minutes, doing who knows what.
Yeah.
He was terrible, and both W and I were like, what is happening and why? And that was at least fun, just from a... like, look at this killer and how bad... I'm sorry, look at this survivor and how bad he is kind of situation.
Right
Thank
there.
you. I just now noticed that. Yeah, he's at least not doing the whatever it is, the reveal shit or whatever.
Yeah.
Of course, the one time I decided to go over that slowly. Are we really down? Yeah, we're down to just 2 fucking people. We were kicking ass,
You're
and
down to one
yeah,
generator though.
we are. I just don't know where the other ones are besides the one that I was working on. And Ghostface
Yeah.
is right on my ass apparently.
Yeah.
And because I can't loop for shit, he's probably gonna come right around the corner and stab me at any moment here, and I'm running right back towards him.
Jeff is on that generator that you guys started.
Yeah. Oh, by a little bit of time, I guess, for Jeff,
Yeah.
who has been altruistic. If he
Yeah.
wins, I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's you know what I always say. I don't care if I win or lose as long as I actually play a match and it didn't feel cheap. And this match didn't feel cheap.
Yeah.
So normally I hate Ghostface. He did not. This was not the normal behavior of a Ghostface that I hate. So I'm all right.
Yeah. I don't think
still
you gotta
hate him, but...
stock off once on anybody.
No, I don't think so. I don't think he was even going for it. Oh, I just heard the sound effect that made it sound like he was.
He goes into stealth mode, but he's not actually. Ooh, look at that. But he hasn't actually stalked anyone.
Ah, true. Oh, you're going for it, Jeff, you brave man. I wouldn't. Don't do it. Oh, okay. Well, we don't have borrowed time, though, so that's it for it. That's it for me.
Right?
I mean, at least, you know, I mean, whatever. Oh, Ghostface is not doing the smart thing. Or I guess in a way it can be said that he is, because Jeff was right there ready to be killed. I'm gonna run as far away as I can and just hide for a couple of seconds and hope Ghostface doesn't come right for me, but
Yeah.
with my whining and everything else, I'm sure he will. Okay, now I'm gonna try to go back to where I was able to light my boon before. He'll probably see me doing that because it's so wide open. But I'm not gonna be able to get the doors. My hope is getting the hatch, but never mind.
No hatch for you.
I was just about to say, but you know how that's gonna probably get... Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully this will block both me and my noises, but I unfortunately cannot see the door. Oh god. Oh, that was not the best.
You didn't know.
And the door... No, I mean, that was crazy. The doors are close enough, though, that he can easily make it from one to the other without a whole lot of effort, so...
Probably.
Yeah, yeah, he's already
Yeah,
here he comes. Well, we'll see if he'll be nice. He is walking away. You know, and I know that W said, and it was a valid point, he's like, you say this as if we don't believe you already, Mike, but I have to keep saying it every time this happens. It's like, dude, just be nice and the killer might let you go.
Here's proof, once more.
Yep, very much so. He's just turned and left. Now, that was... Okay, now, is he gonna down me, or is he... Okay, he's letting me go. Because I mean, for all he knows, I was trying to tell him to kill me. So if he did kill me, no, he's not going to. Yeah, if he had, in fact, been chosen to kill me, that would have been on me. Because it could have been interpreted that way. But, yeah, he was cool. He totally, obviously checking the entrances. He wanted to kill me. But it was just that one moment. I am constantly surprised at how often that works. I mean, it's 50-50. But even that's 50-50. It's like, all you got to do is just say... I submit, I yield, you have won, go ahead and take your kill, and then they're like, alright, well, you're cool, I'll let you go. You know, so it's like, hey, alright, why not?
Indeed.
And I can't say that Korn's teabagging probably has the same effect.
Probably not. Probably not.
Thank you, Ghostface. Good game, well played all. Alrighty, no one's gonna see that, except for the other person who died, who's probably already gone, but that's enough for me, so on I go. Alright, is it time for you to... Should we jump into the general chat and see what's going on over there?
We can. Nobody else is in there yet, but...
Oh, no one's even there yet.
Yeah.
Okay. It's up to you. It doesn't matter to me. I guess we might as well, because
yeah,
I guess that's sooner or later.
That way we're already there, and we don't have to wait for
instead
anyone else to pop in before we can.
Also, it saves us from having to do it in the middle of a match.
Yes, very true.
All right, I'll see you there.
Yeah. Badoop. Ready up.
All right.
Everybody is here except for the people who aren't.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
It makes perfect sense. That's why I said it.
Discord was doing this annoying thing there, where I was scrolling down the little window to the general chat within the Form of Solitude thing that we have to click on, and whenever I was doing that, why are we
going back to the Autohaven?
It has so rapidly become maybe my least favorite map, and there's some really strong contenders. But anyway, it kept on going to the point where I would slide the cursor down to be able to click that option, and then a stupid pop up would block it, saying you have new messages or whatever. It's like, what in general chat I have new messages? Shut up! I don't care. I don't care. And even when I clicked it, it would just like bring me back up to the top of the menu, like art, text, whatever. I'm like, no. Go back down, join general chat, and once again the thing would pop up over the selection. You have messages or whatever. Fuck off. Go away so I can click the thing under you, which brings me to where I want to go.
Right.
So I had to then sit there and fiddle with the little slider over on the right-hand side to get it just right to where I could click the thing without, the extra option, inserting itself, into my decision. Stupid, useless Discord that's done nothing but bring lots of convenience and joy to all of our lives. Oh man, so are we gonna get the shitty Autohaven map or the shitty Autohaven map? We'll have to see.
It's a real toss-up at this point.
There's one of them that I really can't stand, at least as killer, because it's way too fucking big.
Yeah.
The other ones I just don't like. I can't think of anything that I would say about them that makes being on this map fun.
Mm-hmm. I like the gas station one because this gas station is a nice little aesthetic, but the rest of them, no.
Yeah, the gas station is the one. Are you talking about the one where it's got like the sign for burgers outside or whatever? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's my favorite as well. And that's not high praise because I really don't like any of these, but yeah, that's the one that I hate the least, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm by the Killer Shack. I can't remember which map this is. I don't know if this is one of the big ones or if this is the one I was just on.
The, kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? The garage with the car.
Oh, okay. Alright. All you have to say was garage. And that. Wait, the garage where there's always like a gen like right in the middle of it?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I gotcha.
Lori's down already.
Did not take long.
I forgot.
Laurie Strode, yes. Yeah, again, the original Halloween is good. The original Nightmare on Elm Street is good. The original Friday the 13th sucks. Strangely, it's boring. Pig. It's dull. Pig. Okay, good. I like Pig.
I'm a fan of Pig as well.
Yeah, I do. I enjoy facing her. She's like with me in Huntress. I mentioned it before. I never really dislike facing her. I don't know. She's cute. She's just a cute killer. I like the idea that there's this girl creeping around, running around with a pig mask on, making little squeaks and growls and shit. Yeah. There's just something funny about that to me. I don't know.
Don't loop towards the hook. Don't loop towards the hook.
She was by me for a second. I see her now. So does everybody else.
I was about to ask why I could see her, then I remembered Kindred is a thing.
Yeah, there was a little bit over the last few days where I was, again, thinking about borrowed time and everything else, and I was debating swapping out... I hope it's not an AFK.
There we go. There we go.
Okay. I was debating using getting rid of Kindred and using Alert, because Alert's a really. If only I could have 5. All I want is 5 perks, then that would really, really give me like everything I want. But it's 4, and I accept that. But Kindred and Alert together would be really good. Independently, they're both good, and it's almost like I don't want to give up either one. I'm sticking with Kindred at the moment, but Alert really is a really good one for keeping track of where the killer is.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go on this gen that she's kicked, but has a pretty good amount of progress. Oop. Okay, that didn't help anything at all. Thank you again for the thing to where the gen explodes the second I get off of it. Could you guys maybe fix that or something? That kind of sucks to have no choice whatsoever to blow the gen.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, it's like, I get it if I didn't miss a skill check because they didn't even offer me one, so how is that my fault? That sucks. But the one that just blew, for whatever it's worth, has 60%, 70% maybe. It's not doesn't have a whole lot left to go.
Yeah.
The one I'm doing over next to the shack is also at about 70.
Good deal.
Oh, but here she comes. Oh, she didn't know. Wow. I looked out of that when she kicked it, but did not know I was behind it. Now, when Lori gets out of my general vicinity, I'll be able to get back to work on it. Go, Lori. Go. Get Pig away.
Funny thing was going crazy over here.
Doing what?
Doing 360s on the hill for no good reason.
Oh, good. So she's not playing. That's great.
She's on the generator with me right now. I think she was just celebrating getting her edge cage off.
Oh, all right. In that case, that's actually kind of cute.
Not looking good for Lord.
No, it's not. Pig missed me again. She's not doing a very thorough job of looking around to make sure that someone is... Okay, now she's going after you guys. That helps me. And Lori. Ooh, make your choice. Not good. Lori, okay, fine. You go into the basement by yourself. I'm not following you. I'm getting back on this gen. You go heal yourself in the basement on your own. I will not join you there.
Oh, there's no window here. That's a shame.
That's a crying shame.
Oh, there's a door now. As she kicks it over.
There is a door. Okay, one more gen done. Alright, I'm going to try and go back into the other one that blew up on me without my telling it to. We'll see how I do with that. Lori, were you able to save yourself? No, you weren't. Let's get a heal in on Lori. We're doing pretty well. I can't see who's on the second hook. Is that Lori? Yes, it is. Okay. This will hopefully prevent her from a third. I see that Fungman's not too far from you.
Yeah.
Well, was not too far. Now she's starting to race away.
Yeah,
okay, I'm gonna come around and see if I can... Yeah, oh. What's she doing now? Hello?
Hello?
I said hello. Well, screw you.
Is somebody there or not? I don't know what to do.
Answer me! Oh, maybe it's like Goku fucking around or something like he tends to do. I have to bail because of the perky perk.
No problem.
The thing. Make your choice. Couple gens fairly close to finished, I think. Here comes Feng Min. She's got Pig right behind her. Okay, I'll stick around for this unhook. There is a human torso sitting on top of a freezer. I've never noticed that before.
That doesn't sound pleasant.
No, it's like a literal
pretty
disembodied... It's a headless, armless, legless human torso just sitting up here.
Casually.
Yeah. And again, Pig completely should have seen me, but did not. I don't know how I got away from that last one. I just got away from. Alright, I need to find a boon totem if I can. Everyone's getting injured. Or a totem, rather. No. I swear, I call those things everything but totems. That's always like the last thing I think to call them. The boon, the circle of healing, the blah blah blah. No, it's just it's a totem, dude. It's just a dull totem. Oh, I just found one right by the pig. Pig, which way did you go? Did you leave? I think you did. Oh my god, no you didn't. You saw me. You had to have seen. You looked right at me. Okay.
Don't question it.
I swear this is like the 5th time. That time she looked like she had to have been right in the middle of turning her head and somehow avoided me entering like 40% of her peripheral vision. But whatever. I'll take it. Fine. Alright, now to find some...
Hey.
Hey.
Nope, there he goes. How long have you been listening to us the whole time? Just chose that moment to say hello?
Yes.
I figured, yeah.
What a perv.
Yeah, that makes you really gross. No response. Yeah, see? That makes you even grosser. Alright. Whether or not I am included in this podcast, I will leave that for you guys to decide. I'm just in the middle of playing Dead by Daylight with Pink, so we are in the middle of chatting already. Alright then.
No opinion.
I don't care either way. I mean, it would be better if you didn't have LPs in the middle of the podcast, but you know, I can wait until y'all finish that game.
Oh, I'm not gonna finish. I'm gonna keep playing it. I just won't. I won't sit and chat about it. I will try to engage you guys with whatever you talk about. But again, I'm not gonna sit here and say, well, I have to be in the podcast. You have no choice. I'm gonna sit here and talk about the game. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna demand that you allow this, but I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm gonna still be playing. But I will try to engage whatever you're talking about instead. Do my best at multitasking, which Pink is better at than me, but we'll see what happens. So how long did W say he'd be late, or did he specify?
No.
He didn't specify, he just said that he'd be a bit late. So...
Gotcha.
That could really mean anything.
Yeah, W has two amounts of lateness. I'm gonna be late, or I'm not showing up today.
Yeah.
Does that happen sometimes? Does he say he's gonna be late and then he just never shows up?
Yeah.
Really? That sucks.
To me, yes. To Pink, not as much because Pink, like the time zones aren't as bad. With me, it's like WR stays up playing that by daylight with y'all, and then he's like, hey, you know that thing we scheduled like two weeks ago? Yeah, no.
I guess that is understandable. I just saw her go over there, yeah. Oh, but we're down to 1.
I go down here.
Oh, I see the other gen. It's the one that I was working on earlier.
That.
I think we have a good chance of making this.
Yeah, somebody's getting out of this alive.
I believe so. This pig is not the greatest. She knows the basics, but she's not great.
Yeah.
We'll have the gen done before she even gets over here, so we'll see what happens. She is coming this way. She sees us. This might be the first time she actually sees that I exist. There she comes. I see you. You're not fooling anybody. Aha, and you missed your thing. Good try, though. Okay, she's coming. She's making a beeline for you, as far as I can tell.
I'm the one on hook.
Oh, no, she's not. She's not. Well, she was going in that direction, but she changed her mind. She's now directly on me. I will do my best to keep her tied up. Oh, no, by the way.
No, you might just want to grab the door.
Yeah, I was just trying to keep her tied up, but down I went, so, oh, the second chance perk. Yay. It really is fucking cheap.
Just a little bit.
Like that's the first time she saw me all match, and 1 touch and I'm already on my first hook.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, yeah. Oh, and there you go.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of whether Lori is going to abandon me, which she probably will, because she's already on her second hook.
And honestly, she probably should.
I'm gonna try and get off the hook just because what the fuck, I'll get a couple extra points.
Well.
But yeah. So yay, I played that entire match expertly, did not even encounter the killer throughout the entire duration until the last second, at which I got touched once, and I lose. Yay! Yay for let's fuck over the mechanics and make it to where one hit can down you in every fucking circumstance.
That's
Yay!
how it be.
Yep, just leave, Lori. I'm done. That's just... I have no words. Whatever. Totally healthy. Great game. Put in more than enough work for half the team. Not you, but like Lori, for example, Fong Min. And I get touched once at the right moment of time, and my game's over.
Yep. What is that?
What is what?
Her add-on. Amanda's Secret. I don't think that one's very good, but you do you, man.
Secret. Disables her ability to see the jigsaw auras. I guess she doesn't care about catching people by them. Gain a notification when they remove a trap. I don't really see what good that does. The aura of people removing them for 6 seconds, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's good enough to warrant purple,
No,
but that's pretty good.
absolutely not.
No. Yeah, it's, you know, she had Tinkerer, which surprises me. I worked on gens with more than one person, I think a couple times. Yeah, No One Escapes Death, Sloppy Butcher. I heard that pretty soon, I think with the new mid-chapter, the Hemorrhage is going to get a buff. I can't remember what the buff is, but it's going to be like even worse for survivors, which sucks because pretty much everyone uses it these days. We'll see what happens.
Everyone uses Sloppy Butcher a lot because it comes with Mangled, which will slow down their healing. All Hemorrhage does right now is increase the pools of blood that you create.
I think it's something along the lines of, like, the longer you let it go, like, every 7 seconds you lose... The way it was phrased doesn't make any sense. Like, every 7 seconds you lose some health. Health isn't measured by like, a life gauge in this game. You have two states of health, so I don't know what they mean by that.
What the new Hemorrhage will do is, if you heal yourself but don't complete the heal, that healing progress will regress. Like
Okay. That actually kind of makes logical sense based on what the perk is.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're hemorrhaging, then naturally, if you don't fix the wound, you're going to continue to hemorrhage.
Yeah.
So, yeah, fair enough. That's that doesn't sound like a deal breaker. I didn't realize that it was that.
I think it's a good change.
You know, being that I don't use it as killer, it's only probably going to affect me as survivor. So, of course, I'm not looking forward to it, but it seems fair. It doesn't seem OP. It seems logical.
Yeah.
You know, because otherwise, hemorrhage by itself, yeah, it's of some use, but this makes it to where it's a perk that can actually come in more handy, more situations.
Yeah.
Eddie knows. Eddie, he knows all about it.
Eddie is well aware.
He's like over there asleep.
I'm drawing stuff.
Okay. Fair enough.
What you drawing?
A dragon.
I like dragons.
Dragons are pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you imagine dragons?
Not anymore.
Great band, they're the best. I love Radioactive.
I've never. Is that a song of theirs?
That is.
Yes.
Okay. Is it actually good, or are you completely mocking it?
Back in 2012.
It's
2012. They're that old. Holy shit.
The thing with Radioactive is that Radioactive was fine for the time, and then all of their songs since then have been Radioactive with different lyrics. And that's the issue with Imagine Dragons, really.
I have to go listen to that then, because I'm not aware of ever having heard it, and I just always thought that their name was kind of silly, and that's pretty much all I know about them. It's like, Imagine Dragons. You're dumb. That's just a dorky name. Fuck off.
No, Mike. You just need to imagine dragons.
I mean, when you put it that way, that is true. Imagining dragons isn't dumb.
Dragons are fictional, and I won't buy into that lie.
I see a dragon every time I open up my shorts. The doctor says I need to get it removed. It's bad. It's not supposed to be there.
I mean, look, dude. Something r/cars fucking dragons. I don't know. That's an actual subreddit.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
There's cars fucking dragons. There's cars fucking cars. There's dragons fucking cars, and there's dragons fucking dragons.
I
And they're
wonder.
all in a
Are
circle.
you saying cars like automobiles?
That's what
Yes,
I thought.
automobiles.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Wait. As opposed to what? What would the alternative have been?
I don't know.
Well, there is a band, or was, called the Cars.
There-
I guess it could have been them
No,
fucking dragons.
It's the JoJo character named after the band, the Cars.
Oh, okay. If that's a thing, then there you go. That's another option.
Yeah, it is a thing.
I can never tell with you anymore. I have to count on W to be your fact checker for me. I never know when you're just bullshitting me or not. Because I'm nice and I trust, my alleged friends to not lie to me, which you do constantly.
I mean, I try to make my embellishments make it seem obvious.
You don't change your tone of voice usually between when you're making embellishments and making like straight up jokes.
I can't. It's supposed to be the content. Because I literally can't change my tone.
Oh,
of
that's
voice.
a wraith right there.
A wraith that just trapped me. Go ahead. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Sorry, I just got totally screwed unfairly, Addy. But yeah, I guess that makes sense. You definitely need to be able to, change around your cadence or your, your something to be able to make it seem more obvious as a joke. I know you're behind me. Just appear and hit me. Just get it done with already, fucking
Alright,
asshole.
I'll do it.
I'll do it.
Someone needs to do it. He's, as the wraiths tend to do, he's just got a boner for me, apparently.
I either found
Eat that
ruin or
pallet,
undone.
bitch!
Either way, it's a hex totem out of the way.
Hard to say. All I know is that Wraith will not give me up, so I guess the rest of you are fucking
Yep, that's
safe.
ruin. I got it.
Oh, good. Nice. It's the best one to get. Unless he also has Undying. Or no, I'm
if
sorry,
he
not
had Undying, that
but,
would have popped first.
Yeah, I did not mean Undying. I meant,
Devour.
Yes, thank you. Well, I made it across the whole map.
Yeah.
It took him that long to get me the second time. That's
I
not
was
too
able
bad.
to get ruin out. They were able to pop a gen. That's a good run.
That's at least something. Yeah, I at least got a good amount of chase points probably for that. And maybe now he will remember that there are other people in the match that he can go after. I also found a totem that I'm going to go back and bless if someone over here gets me down, so that could go to our
running towards
advantage.
your direction.
Seriously? Is he just going to wait until someone gets me down and then fucking hit me again?
Wait, is he on you?
No, I thought you said that he was running in my direction.
Oh, I
sorry.
said someone is running your direction.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that was that worked out well actually. That was Bill getting me down.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought you said that it was him, and it's like, wow, okay, so he's literally gonna go back across the map to come back and get me. This guy sucks. I love the oh, here he is. The Wraith is my best friend. Playing against him is so much fun. He's great. He's a good old time going against the Wraith. Although, to be fair, I have to admit, he went after Bill, which really surprises me, actually. I thought that he had an easy down. He could have got me down again. Which you probably
run
would.
toward
Just...
you and see if I can get you healed up.
I have nowhere to hide. I have plenty of places to hide. You know what? I'm gonna hide in a fucking locker. Fuck it. Or no, there you are.
Hello, hello.
I'll just stand
You
here.
may not have a place to hide, but you have a place to jackal.
That's that's both terrible and actually kind of thought compelling at the same time. It's like, well, if you don't have a place to hide, would you be able to jackal if you found such a place? Which one takes more time? Which one's more complicated? It's kind of thought-provoking.
It's a legitimate question.
it can be construed as one. Where the hell is that damn... Shit,
Hello,
where did
hello?
I find it? Okay, I found my totem.
Oh, he's
Go ahead.
grabbing a rift challenge thing.
Oh,
What was it called?
you rarely see the killers do that, or at least I don't. Getting one of the red glyphs or so and such.
Yeah, the glyphs. It was a purpley one, I think.
Oh, purple. Those are the ones that are invisible, and you can only see them.
Franklin's demise. I think I was carrying a medkit. That sucks.
That does suck, actually. The purple glyphs are invisible and lead behind a trail of ooze or slime. I can't remember which one the game describes it as. And you have to either follow the trail enough to where you catch up to the thing, or you have to when you get a hook, you will briefly be shown where it is, like barbecue.
Oh.
Yeah, I did a couple of those. They were kind of fun. Now, I have to admit, that first gen that popped really quick, why are we now not getting any gens done between all the people who are not being chased by... No, not you, not you. Like the other two. I mean, that's two other people that theoretically should have had... Now die, did you say?
Yeah, I'm dead now.
Oh, are you really?
I'm going.
Oh no!
Oh wait, he ignored basement. I'm good. I'm good. I live to fight another day.
You weren't even. This is only your first hook. So when you said that, I was like, "You're out of the game? What the fuck? I didn't know he was on you that hard."
If I'd gotten put in basement, I didn't like my chances of getting out. Not when it's
the
Protoss Print Asylum.
That's understandable. Although this map supposedly has been voted high again, Wraith, I saw what you were trying to do. Protoss Prime was voted by various people as supposedly one of the most balanced maps. I don't know that I necessarily really agree with that, but I also don't know that I would really call it for one side or the other. I don't know. I just when I get this map, I just don't. What's that?
I was saying maybe that's what makes it balanced.
I mean, yeah, that would make sense. I guess just like in my mind, I'm sitting here thinking, like, when I get this map, am I like joyful thinking? Go ahead. What?
I was yelling at Bill for running away instead of joining the Kate to heal me.
Well, so apparently every time we get chased, someone gets a gen done. So I just have to keep killing myself. That's all. Little quick bits of micro lag there. Not a fan of that.
Not usually fun to micro
lag.
Yeah. How did that hit?
Is everyone just... Yeah, everyone's over there just kind of crouching around. What the hell's going on? Like, I understand you're getting attacked, but like, what the fuck, everybody? Is everyone else just like allergic to doing work? Why are you just all crouched back there? Someone do something. Thank you, Kate. See, you accomplished something. I appreciate it. Alright, now I have to go somewhere and hope that he doesn't come right back towards me again. Kate, I could use some healing. Kate? Hey, Kate, you know how I'm, like, dying? Alright, fuck you too.
Dying just a little bit here.
Yeah, jeez. I'm over... Kate, over here, can you... Yeah, hide in the locker, okay. Oh, wait,
Bill!
were you trying to heal me?
Bill! You're the worst Bill I've ever encountered, and I've encountered quite a few terrible Bills.
I actually usually don't. What did this Bill do that was so bad?
Nothing, and that's the problem.
Yeah, sure. That would make sense. He was probably one of the people I saw just kind of crouching around like a Nimrod.
Yep.
Damn it, how did my totem already get snuffed? I came over here specifically to take use of it, or make use of it. Damn it. And Wraith is probably right behind me, probably having followed me the whole way.
I don't know where to go from here.
Kate did at least try to heal me, so I'm happy about that. I think I saw Wraith's... Okay, Wraith's going after Bill.
Oh, this gen's done. Darn it.
Yeah, knock me down just when I'm trying to heal myself. Go ahead, kill me. Don't go after Bill. Kill me first. That's great. I love the Wraith. This is so fun. Got me off the hook and had to chase Kate and not get healed, so great. I'm out of the game. Thanks.
I was so confident in our chances when I was able to pop that ruin at the start of the match and they were able to get it done then as you were doing loops.
Yeah, I was too. And then apparently Bill just gave up playing.
Bill is crouching up in the tower right now.
There is a totem up there. I don't know if he's doing anything to it. Probably not. I'll examine. Let me see if I can see what he's up to. Oh, he's breaking it, which is good, because that's what we need to do right now, is break totems.
True.
That's of the utmost importance right now.
No,
Kate
I don't think you'd be able to make it out alive if we didn't break the totems. I saw you. Well, I'm injured. I've got no way out. Did he not uncloak?
That was brave. I thought that he would have just stayed there and whacked you. I didn't know that he was going around the other side.
Oh, what's that?
He's one of those fucking wraiths that's got to hurry up and go into his bell to gain that extra little bit of speed, because he can't just try and play like a normal fucking player. But yeah, in your case, he decided to drop Chase and go after somebody else that benefited you. In my case, he was chasing after Bill and totally had him. Bill would be dead right now. But instead, he dropped what he was doing to turn around and see me healing myself, and I was like 90% there. So it's like, okay, yeah, I don't want to continue playing this match anyway. Sure, thanks. To be honest, I kind of don't. It's a wraith match. The faster I get out of him, it's probably the better.
Right. Oh yeah.
And there comes Bill
Get
to
him,
lead
Bill.
him to you.
Sick him, Bill.
Now I heard sick him Bill, but what he said was sick him Bill, but what I heard was Bill sick balls.
Sick balls.
A very specific.
Bill!
Good. Yeah, there you go.
You
Enjoy.
coward.
Enjoy. Yeah, honestly, what a bitch. Didn't even get to his second fucking hook. And again, I died for him, so I'm very happy about that. I wouldn't even do what you're doing. I just run around, let Kate get beat up, and look for the hatch.
Well, I don't have too many generator points, so.
Oh, okay. Well, there goes Cake being chased, at least. Man, W really is late today. What a fuck.
You didn't play DVD yesterday, did you?
I don't know. I did not play. I wasn't really online yesterday.
Well, neither did I, so he wasn't up all night playing that.
The night before, we were up playing it till 4 in the fucking morning.
Yeah.
Which is amazing. I don't think I've ever played the game that late with anybody before. Yeah, there he goes.
Look at all those repair points.
You got most of that done by yourself. I have to admit, Kate looped him pretty good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she's, you know, I guess she's at least not a shitty player, so if she wins, that's fair enough, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm happier being the one to be hooked, because if Kate had gone on hook, that would have meant I had to save her. But me going on hook means she can have a chance at hatch immediately.
Ah.
So that works out.
Yeah. Well, he sure, I mean, oh, God. Unhook, she gets through a window and continues to run like 10 more feet, and he still manages to whack her. Okay. I fucking hate that. Whatever. You guys heard enough. Fuck this fucking character. Good God. You know what I hate almost more than I hate about the Wraith is the people in the Dead by Daylight forums that always lose their shit whenever someone suggests that there's something wrong with the Wraith. There he is. Hello?
Hey.
Hey!
Howdy.
Coming in with that hot mic quality.
Oh, man.
I've decided to insert myself into your podcast, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it, except, you know, like, I guess, mute me.
That is true.
I mean, Mike, technically I am the admin of this Discord, so I could ban you. Yeah.
You could ban me. Like, does ban mean that I literally would, like, I wouldn't be able to just come back in and rejoin? Like I would have to, like, apologize to you in real life or something?
I don't actually know how that works. I'm not gonna try it out, but, you know.
It's funny.
That's the nuclear option. We leave it in the corner for now.
Yeah.
We still like you too much, Mike, but don't test him.
Testing is what I do. You guys are gonna have to put up with it. I'm sorry.
Well, you
He's.
can test us, but don't have us write any papers.
It sounds like you were writing one until what? Like all night until a minute ago, based on the sound of your voice. You were like, you know, well, you can go ahead and test us, but don't ask us to write any papers.
Nah, he's just trying to get better at his Clint Eastwood.
I don't think I've never tried doing Clint Eastwood, and I'm not going to try to now, because it'll be public and everyone will mock me for it for the rest of my life. They'll see me on the street and point, you're the guy who did the bad Clint Eastwood.
I mean, unless y'all are recording, then it's not going to be public, because I ain't.
I'm recording. I record every time I play a game, and yeah, Pick and I were in Dead by Daylight, so consider yourselves recorded, motherfuckers.
Oh, you didn't know. All the
Yeah,
footage
technically
up to
you are
this point
supposed
would not
to.
be viable in the court of law.
That's actually true, yeah. If you had admitted before I made that announcement that you had, like, murdered someone and told me where the body was, well, I don't know how that would work. If I actually were able to help solve a murder, but I did it using, they could probably actually get that thrown out. If I help solve the murder using illegally recorded phone calls or whatever the equivalent thereof, I think that could be grounds for a mistrial.
Yeah.
I like how Mike defaults to murder because everybody like starts at home.
Well, I could have said like rape or something, but that somehow seems a little bit more like less vicious, a little more slimy.
Everyone plans on killing someone at some point.
I've put legitimate thought into killing people before.
The only one I've legitimately considered killing is myself.
Oh, don't say that. Don't kill yourself, Addy.
Oh no, it wasn't now. It was years ago.
Well,
Came in
don't.
at the wrong time.
Well, you know what you can do? Kill yourself.
Everyone's here.
Yeah, we all are actually, and you are currently being recorded. So be careful about what you say, because God knows, like all kinds of horrible people are going to be watching this and arresting us for all the nonsense that we talk about.
Absolutely.
You just
There might be a
plotted
top of
you
my
just
doorstep
plotted
right
a
now.
murder.
See,
Plotting a murder.
see, he knows. He understands the implications of you don't start small. You don't say that you're going to go out and punch someone. You say, well, hey, I could record when you guys committing a murder. If I recorded someone going out and punching someone, I wouldn't even bring it to court. It'd be like, well, who doesn't do that? That's funny. I'll leave the courts to decide that one. In which case, they let people like Will Smith go, and at the moment, at least, they're for some reason letting Tammy Sitch, Sunny, as they like to call her, whatever. She hasn't been arrested yet because they're waiting for the toxicology reports. Because when you cause a fatal car crash, that's what they do. They say, go home. If you have drugs in your system, we'll call you. Otherwise, you're fine.
Yeah.
I guess when you're famous and you have like giant fake tits, that's all you need. She probably fucking offered to suck the officer's dick.
Probably.
Fucking.
And that was before they were considering arresting her.
Yeah, I love the fact that Sonny, of all people, the most wretched cretin in the entire wrestling industry in the history of anything ever, aside from maybe Jimmy Snuka. Chris Benoit was at least presumably not pre-planned. I don't know, but he still murdered a child, so whatever. Tammy Sitch killed someone just by being just a selfish, pathetic piece of shit drunk who was already, before that, a selfish piece of shit, worthless, crap, unhuman piece of shit drunk. So I just love the fact that she is one of like 5 wrestlers that we're aware of who've committed murder, and I hope she does her time for it. I hope she gets murdered in jail. Quite honestly, fuck her. Let her die and see how she likes it. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, she likes
happy comments for your podcast to start things off. I wish the slut were dead. Anyway, I'm moving on. Yeah, anyone can jump in, by the way, guys. I'm giving you the floor.
If anyone's wondering why my audio quality is shit, by the way, coming up on the end of the billing period for my phone, so it's like, well, better burn through this phone data. We're gonna get another 50 gigs in next month, so. But I actually left it running a little bit too long downloading a Smite update that was much bigger than I expected, so I came on.
Is that the Jade Emperor update?
I have no idea what fucking update it is, but it's fully updated now, so I guess.
Jade Emperor looks really, really cool, by the way. He has like one of my favorite designs so far in Smite, I think. Lots of detail.
They've
I've
added
not
so
gotten to
many
look at
gods
him
since
yet.
that last deck. Like, the last one I heard about was Atlas, I think.
Yeah,
I still haven't played
was
as Atlas
supposedly-
yet. I'm so far behind.
Atlas was supposedly pretty shit. I remember
Yeah,
it was all
Atlas-
about how
I'm
terrible he
ambivalent
was.
to Atlas. Atlas makes me shrug.
Ah, I see what you did there.
Boom!
Atlas
Oh,
used to
no.
be shit. Atlas used to be shit, and then they buffed his damage because people kept complaining that the support guardian was a support guardian. So they buffed
Yep.
his damage.
Yep.
And,
Well,
and
the problem
then-
is that you can't really have a support guardian who's a support guardian in modern day Smite. The time to kill is
Yeah.
just too low for that to matter.
Yeah, but then also like one time they buffed him, they also released Shiva, and with Shiva they were just fucking bouncers. You would just get sent everywhere
Shiva.
and die.
Yeah, Shiva was supposed to be very, very strong. Supposedly Jade Emperor isn't actually that good either. They're probably gonna buff him when he gets to release. But yeah, I just sent a picture of him in the gaming.
Isn't Atlas already buff? Ba-dum-bum. I got a million of them. Actually, that's probably already my exhaust, right? I'm done.
No, he's the Titan who lifts the world, but he's actually a skinny little shit.
Really briefly, because I know so little about the game. I know I need to download it. I really probably should. You guys have been telling me about that for like 2 months now. Which is the character again who is mocked for having so many outfits? W, you were... Oh, either of you guys.
Neith.
Who?
Neith.
Neith?
Neith.
Niece?
Yeah.
Thief.
Neith.
Neith?
The Egyptian goddess of weaving.
Ah, okay. Oh, which makes sense then. She weaves a bunch of costumes.
She makes all of the sexy cosplays for herself.
Yeah, she
There you
has
go.
like anime outfits. She's got sexy nurse skins.
Okay, so for a second I was going to say I'm not going to play this, but then you said sexy nurse skins, and it's like, okay, well, I'm back on board. It went from anime skins to sexy nurse skins, and it's like, okay, that was a real turnaround of emotions right there.
Yes, it's my choice to upload
Oh,
to everyone.
she also has like the cabaret outfit.
Oh,
Jack
nice.
Harris outfit.
We're getting
sexy
better.
Pirate outfit.
Sexy pirate.
Edie from Mass Effect outfit.
She's gonna take your booty.
Ooh.
Now, really quick, W. You mentioned that you're having your bandwidth issue or whatever. Is that also having an effect on the health of your voice?
No, if I sound a little bit weird, it's because I'm currently conducting a podcast while laying down in bed.
Oh, okay.
That should
Are
be
you
me.
naked?
Decline to answer.
Okay. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Oh, you naked? Not legally.
Not legally naked. Not.
What does that mean?
I'm just within the boundaries of legal nudity, depending on the state.
I go to bed in a banana hammock every night.
All right, gonna wait for Pinhead to. There.
I mean, look, I know you're naked under those clothes, you whore.
Ooh, spicy.
Spicy. Really quick, I already promised Daddy I would not try and dominate this conversation with game talk, but Pink is. Can you tell has Pinhead been camping? Because it looks like he's doing so now.
I don't have. Yes, he's camping.
I know he's doing it now, but did you?
S'mores?
You know, we had to buy marshmallows for the first time ever recently, and they had a serving recommendation. It wasn't fucking s'mores, and I was like, wait, why? Why would like they recommended that you make like a hamburger with marshmallows. That's just like s'mores but worse.
A hamburger with marshmallows. Right.
That's interesting.
That reminds me of
That sounds
UHF.
way too American for Hungary.
I mean, it was.
That sounds
it
like
was,
Southern America to me.
It does.
was
It
supposed
actually
to be-
does.
It was supposed to be like it was supposed to be an American import, or like it's American cuisine. But here's the thing: it was from fucking Germany.
Hmm.
That's just
Here's some
how
children's
Europeans
facts.
perceive
It's
Americans, I
American,
guess.
fuck.
They're like, oh, this is authentic American cuisine. Marshmallow hamburgers.
In the movie UHF, in UHF, Weird Al introduces something that he legitimately, from what I understand, legitimately consumed, or at least one of his friends did, a Twinkie wiener sandwich, which was a Twinkie cut, in half to apply an actual, cooked hot dog, and then I think he sprayed whipped cream on it, or perhaps mustard. I can't remember. Either way, it sounds foul.
That sounds
He's dead.
disgusting.
Yeah, well, his parents are, which is sad, but Al is still with us. His parents died of accidental carbon monoxide poisoning at the same time, which is horrific. That's
Yeah,
a
that's a
terrible
terrible way to
thing
go.
to happen. Yeah, it's a. I mean, to be fair, it's a relatively speaking, it's a pleasant way to go, but it's a terrible thing to have to suffer in your family.
Yeah.
I mean, to have both your parents just gone overnight like that's just bless the guy for continuing to do what he does.
Yep.
Man, speaking of dead parents, I just you have no idea.
You just recently what? Speaking of dead parents, I just recently.
Yeah, I'm not waiting to catch that murder. I was lying about recording you guys for potential criminality.
Yeah, I just recently found out that Vince McMahon's mom died earlier this year, and I was like, how
Oh.
ancient must she have been?
My God, she had to have been pushing 100, if not higher.
Yeah.
Or she had Vince when she was really young.
Yeah.
Really young. I mean, Vince is like fucking 70 something.
Yeah.
She was born in 1920, so she was 102 years old.
Oh my God.
That's impressive.
Well, that
right
means
there.
Vince is going to be around for a while.
101 and a half.
Oh yeah, I
Because her
think you have
birthday's
to be
in
that
July and she
specific.
died in January.
Well, Vince Senior did pump and dump, so maybe he was.
Yeah.
I
Pump
don't
and
think
dump.
I've ever heard of her name before, though.
What is her name?
Vicky Askew.
Vicky. Vicky seems like a kind of an uncommon name for someone from the 20s. Vicky.
Vicky
Ice skater or stewardess? No one gets around. I made a Batman reference and no one got it. I can't believe that. That's a first. That'll never happen again.
Nobody cares about Vicky Vale.
No, it was Batman Returns. It was a good movie, and they made a reference to Vicky Vale because they were making fun of her name.
Batman only fucks Catwoman now.
That was
Only.
Catwoman. That's who was making fun of
Go
her.
down. But he
Yeah.
didn't go down her.
I hate that movie.
Batman,
Oh,
you
God.
can't. Which one?
Oh, wait, I haven't watched Batman Returns in years.
It's great.
I didn't like it as a kid, but okay. Have any of us told you, Mike, that Batman isn't allowed to go down on Catwoman?
You did. You guys, that's actually one that I remember because it was so bizarre. That was like a comic code thing. Like, okay, we can't have her doing that. Or like one of those character notes, like you can never, emasculate Batman by having him give oral pleasure to a female. That's like too pussy. No pun intended.
And you could have Wonder Woman's weakness be BDSM, so...
Jeez. This is why I don't read this crap. I mean, no, to be fair.
You can have-
It
you
really,
can have Wonder
really
Woman's
was
weakness
her...
No, I
it really
believe
was
you.
her
I
weakness.
believe you. I totally
Yeah.
believe you.
The guy who wrote Wonder Woman was actually
In the
very,
40s.
very, very big
The guy who
fan
made
of
her.
BDSM.
Ah.
And he also had a very open relationship with his wife/girlfriend. He
Interesting.
had two wives, actually. My girlfriend just said.
You know,
And this was the creator of Wonder
I
Woman,
think
you
one
said?
of them
Wonder
was his
Woman.
student, actually.
Oh, that's not gross.
Yeah.
Not at
One of
all.
them was his student, so...
That's
Wonder Woman's weakness can be BDSM. You can look at that cock, but Batman can go down on Catwoman.
Well, because again, that's it's weird that the movie True Romance, which is it was written by Quentin Tarantino, but directed by Tony Scott. It was written by Tarantino, directed by Tony Scott, the brother of Ridley, and there was a line in the movie that it sounds very Tarantinoan. Tarantino probably wrote it. Sam Jackson's character, who's in it very briefly, is having a conversation with another black fellow about whether or not they go down on women, and the one black person who I don't know is like, man, I would never admit that. And he's like, man, you eat pussy? Referring to Sam Jackson. Sam Jackson has the dignified line, shit, nigga, I eat the pussy, I eat the butt, I eat every damn thing. And, it's like, okay, all right, for one thing. And for another thing, in response, the other black guy is like, he's like, man, I sure as hell don't eat no pussy. But if I did eat pussy, and I'm saying I don't eat pussy, but if I did, I wouldn't tell anybody because I'd be ashamed as a motherfucker, man. So apparently, it's just a thing that either the black culture does not look kindly on, or men in general. I don't know. Without going into detail,
Well,
I have had.
that's probably how it used to be, but nowadays I can tell you that they are very proud of
Austin salad is big.
going down on women.
I've
At least
It
in my
definitely
age.
used to. This is the thing. DJ Khaled was like, people were making fun of him like last year because he said, "Kings never go down" or something like that.
what a
So, like,
stupid thing to say.
I think pretty well a lot of the younger hip hop guys were saying, "Oh, fuck you, I'm king, I don't care."
I mean, it's pretty common for them to just be upfront about eating ass. So
Yeah, I'm not into the ass, but I mean, I'm gonna make this clear. Women enjoy that for the most part, and if I'm with a woman and she's willing to do it for me, I'm not gonna be that much against doing it for her. It's not the worst thing. Okay, let's be fair. It can be the worst thing in the world, given the circumstance,
you don't know what you're doing.
Well, if the woman doesn't know what she's doing in terms of hygienic,
In terms of cleaning out beforehand.
Yeah, let's just get right down
True
to
of
it.
anal sex in general. Is you need to clean it out.
Which I also stay away from. I've
Yeah.
indulged twice, and neither one were really my idea in any fashion or form whatsoever. If anyone's into that, fine. I'm not going to judge. I'm not. I have no interest in anything coming to either end of myself or my party. There are certain spots that are meant for that, and that's for me not one of them. Sorry, someone's trying to talk.
What did you say, Tom?
Same? Did you say?
Yeah.
Same? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I had the girl I was with, who was a stripper, who turned into a stripper. She, some women are overly sensitive to oral sex. Some are.
Transformation.
Say it again. That was.
Sorry, we're just bullying you, Alex.
Yeah,
I be bullied. I'm
okay, well,
invincible.
there. Yeah, you say it with such conviction, I believe. Say it again. I did not hear you. All I heard was what I imitated. Something about my girlfriend, whatever.
Oh, I said you make it sound like her turning into a stripper was like her turning into a werewolf.
For me, it honestly kind of was. Really, I would have preferred the werewolf, quite frankly. That would have been a lot cooler. Because then she's like a fierce monster instead of.
Just say I concur.
Yeah, well, I mean, why wouldn't you? Your choice is either she. I mean, I'm not even going in that particular direction. I'm just saying, in straight practical value, you are either given the choice of a heinous, murderous beast, which is rad, or a whore. Who you're already having sex with, but now is showing herself to everybody else too. Addy, I don't need to know.
Those two are not exclusionary.
I said no. I said no.
I mean, every werewolf I've seen is very exhibitionist. They
don't usually wear clothes. That is true. That is true.
Really getting the worst part of both worlds.
I'm at you wearing like top pants and a fucking crop top. Apparently, I'm like imagining like that scenario you mentioned of you came home to her one day and she said she'd stripped. Imagine instead you come in and instead it's like, oh yeah,
I'm a werewolf.
There is teen.
Oh yeah, the mailman disemboweled in the living room. I ate the shit out of him. When she announced that she had just randomly that afternoon before coming over decided to take off her clothes, full frontal nudity for complete strangers, I was shocked beyond belief. I literally was so stunned I couldn't even cry. Had she told me that she had like devoured someone as a werewolf, I would have at least pursued that. Like, well, how'd that go? How'd you do it? Like, what happened?
How'd you have the body?
Like I would have. Yeah, there would have been some questions first, as opposed to
Did they taste
tell me
it?
you're not. Yeah, right. Like, was it like chicken, or like does the saliva of a werewolf alter the flavor of your victim? And is there a difference between the ethnicities? As opposed to, please tell me you're lying. Please tell me you're lying. You didn't really do this. There would have been a little bit of exploration of the topic.
So you're saying you could be convinced into war?
Yeah. Well, yeah. We'll go with that. Why not? When I was with her, there are women who are more sensitive to the oral sex than others. She, without trying to weigh you guys down with details, she can only reach her crescendo, we'll say, with oral sex, and she took good care of herself, and etc. Blah blah blah, and so therefore it became just a regular thing between us, and it made her very happy, and it helped keep our relationship very happy. So this whole idea, which is, I believe, antiquated, that like there's something shameful about it or whatever, it's like, man, my girlfriend's very happy with me, so I'm not complaining about it. All I ask is that maybe a quick trip to the bathroom before you get ready, and hey, fair enough. That's all I need.
You want to talk about like weird sex stuff? I just, for the first time, like, I'd heard in passing that Tony Atlas had a foot fetish, but I just last night listened to the shoot where he talks in detail about it.
Oh, God.
That is something.
Well, how does that even work? Does he explain, like, what is attractive? Like, that's something, if any of you guys you don't have to admit it, that's something I've just never understood. how a foot can be attractive. Yeah.
Don't you
so-
dare admit it in
it's
front of me,
supposed to
because I will
be-
disown you.
I think it's mostly supposed to be like a sub-dom thing.
Oh,
It seems like
okay.
in sub-dom communities is getting like stepped on.
I've seen photos
yeah.
that seem to back that up. Actually, yeah.
That's
I'm not,
my understanding. I don't know.
I
don't
do
have a lot of
remember-
experience with it personally.
Yeah, well, I remember that when it was revealed to me that oh god, I can't remember her name, and I thought she was one of the cutest ones. Mickey James. I remember when it was revealed to me that Mickey James did a nude shoot, and I immediately, very quickly, ran to the internet to claim,
Verify.
that this was true. Yeah. I don't remember if she was actually nude, but I do remember that it was like yeah. Now that I think about it, she was actually very nude. In fact, I remember Cole was the one who tipped me off to this, and he was like, "Dude, you can actually look into her asshole." And I'm like, all right, sure." That's not what I'm gonna go look at.
Muscles would say, "Look into the asshole."
when I looked at the shoot, while trying to avoid that particular shot, so I can't even verify it, but I think I sort of got what he was talking about. Wait, hang on one second. I just want to say the shoot did involve lots of pictures of her showing off her feet and, in fact, stepping on like a half-naked dude with them. So I think you're onto something soon.
I don't remember that.
There might have been multiple shoots. I'm not sure. I was honestly kind of disappointed because I thought that she was just like so beautiful and had like this angelic face, and I don't know why I jumped to this conclusion, but I applied this innocent like personality to her, and then it turned out that no, she's just a porn whore, just like all the other divas from the era. Whatever. So sorry, add EW. You guys go ahead.
Mike, you need to be careful, because if you look into the asshole looks into you.
There you go. Lest you become the asshole. Do not look into the asshole. That was pretty good. I like that, Addy. Yeah.
Listen to Tony Atlas talk about it. He talked about it a little bit, and I didn't listen too much into detail, but especially because Tony Atlas is kind of actually a hard guy to listen to. He's got an awkward accent voice. But
I don't know much about him. Just really quick, was he not one of the ones who was there in person for the stabbing?
I believe he was, yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was. Okay, go on.
He was Rocky Johnson's tag partner for a little while. They called him Mr. USA and so on.
Yes, yeah.
He was saying that because when he was running around as a little kid, there was lots of church women running around his house, and something about church women in flat shoes or something or other. And
Oh god, this is already getting really weird. The church women in particular, there's an extra angle on top of the angle. Go on.
so I guess it's the whole thing. Fetishes develop in childhood, I guess, is the whole thing, right?
There is a lot of evidence to suggest that.
Yeah. And so that just stuck with him. And he didn't go too much in detail, but he did like show off a picture of a woman standing on his face.
Standing on his face specifically, I love it.
Yeah. And Sean Oliver asked, "Tony, doesn't that hurt?" And Tony just goes, "No, it's great."
This sounds like a slovenly, drunken weirdo.
He does. He does.
I like the foot on my eye. Okay, man.
Oh, there's two other shoots that are related to this, right?
Did he talk about it in multiple shoots?
No, two other guys talked about him.
Oh, okay.
I listened to that shoot that you've been mentioning several times before of Chic, Honky Tonk, and New Jack.
You can't just listen to it. Did you watch it? You have to watch it.
Well,
I mean, as much as I would advise against it, you have to.
I watched it up until Honky Tonk mooned the camera, and I saw too much of Honky Tonk's ass.
Oh my good lord, it like separates as if they're two living creatures. It's so fucking foul.
No, the one we know.
You saw enough.
The one we know is the Honky Man, and the other half is the Donkey Man.
Donkey Man? Is that what you said?
Honky.
Conky?
Tonky.
Tonky? What
Yeah,
is Tonky?
Because they from Honky Tonk Man. No, Honky is.
I learn something new every time I talk to you guys, I swear. So one side's honky, the other side's tonky. Fair enough. All right. Go ahead, W.
Honky Tonk at one point in the shoot stops to compliment New Jack's shoes, but then says, "Hey, New Jack, don't wear those shoes around Tony Atlas. He'll try to fight you." And then Honky Tonk says that one day, he just saw Tony Atlas with some ring rat, and he was having the ring rat stand on his face. And then after that, like, she steps off him. Tony steps out to the room next door, jerks off, comes back in.
Oh,
and
God.
And just says honky tonk. Well, like, he does kind of like almost a Gold Dust-esque. Honky tonk. That was the safest sex I ever had.
You know, I mean, to each their own.
And along similar lines, Teddy Long told.
I'm sorry, Teddy Atlas. So after I trained Mike Tyson, I came in there and I said, I don't want people stepping on my face, but they did it anyway. And then I got fired by Customato. And then I got in an accident. That's why I got this big scar on my face. Sorry. What soon? What did you say?
I said I love Teddy Atlas.
I
He
do
was my
too.
He was my favorite part about the Fight Night games.
He was excellent. The other guy was Joe Tessitore.
I could just listen to his commentary like during those games for forever.
That's what you do is you get the guy, you throw punches and bunches. You get the one shot and then you hit him again in the face. It's what you do. You knock the guy down. You know, there you go. Yeah.
And he had so many lines recorded for that game. I swear I never heard like I always heard like a new line every match I played.
I have mentioned before to the THQ guys. I actually told them this specifically at the playtest. I said, "Have you guys played Fight Night?" And they're like, "Yeah, we have." I said, "The commentary in that game is amazing. It is immediate. It is accurate. It's not a bunch of bullshit about just like random non sequiturs like." These two competitors are evenly matched tonight. No, it was actual intelligent commentary. Like, how can you guys not, no offense, aspire to be that good? And I honestly can't even remember what they said. A lot of words, blah, 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 blah.
I mean, the commentary for the WWE games is just so shit. And
from what I understand, it matches the commentary of the show.
I just get, like, all of the same lines just said right back to me again and again.
He's putting his educated feet to good use.
I love that line.
Yes.
Talking about feet.
I like it a lot less now.
He's putting his sexualized feet to good use.
He's putting the delicious feet to good use.
So either which way, Teddy Long told two stories. Tony Atlas with feet. First one he tells, him and Tony Atlas were at an airport, and a 80-year-old woman walking on a cane comes by.
I'm not liking this.
And Tony Atlas just stares at her the whole time. And Teddy Long turns to Tony and goes, "Tony, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? She's like 80 years old. I want to fuck her. I just want her to step on me."
I want to step on him? Did I hear you correctly? I want to step on him?
Well, I'm trying to actually do something nearing Tony's voice, but
you just clipped out a little bit. That's all. Oh, okay.
In that story, they're going to a gym somewhere, and Teddy Long wanders off for a little bit, and he comes back to find Tony Atlas is trying to talk some girl up, and Tony Atlas just out of the complete blue says to the girl, and entirely accurately says the girl's shoe size. Right?
Oh, God.
And the girl just runs off.
That's hilarious and totally, that's called for. Go ahead.
I imagine Tony Atlas going up to a girl like, "Hey, sweet toes."
Yeah, from the sounds of it, yeah. This is only vaguely relevant, and I may have told you guys before, but I still get a kick out of it, so I want to really quickly mention it. Someone told a story, I can't remember who. I think it was a letter that was read by Jim or his pal Brian Last on the Jim Cornette Experience from a fan who said he encountered Scott Steiner. Either way, this is the story about a fan encountering Scott Steiner. Supposedly, this fan ran across Steiner at the airport, and he said that Steiner was, kind of quiet, but, he approached him and said, "Can I get your autograph?" And Steiner was cool. Steiner was like, "Yeah, sure." Wrote the guy an autograph. The guy was like, "Thanks, I like your work, shake his hand, whatever, walk away." Then he said that as he, went, towards his terminal, as this guy, who got Scott's autograph went to walk away and, continue on with his day, he said that he turned and saw that Scott was now running after him, And he said that he got kind of freaked out. Like, wait a minute, like, is he running? Like, he had a moment of, is he running after me because he forgot something, or because did I accidentally walk away with his pen or something? No, wait. He was trying to figure out, like, why is he running after me? Like, does he want to kick my ass? What's going on? And according to the fan, at least, he said that he then started running, made his way to like an escalator, and started going up the up the escalator ramp. And he said that as he did, he turned around again, and Scott had stopped by this point at the foot of the escalator and was just staring at him, breathing heavily. And it's like, well, there's your story. Make of it what you will. It's like, I can picture him doing that. He said he was totally cool, and then he turned around, the guy's chasing after him, like wanting to eat him.
Eat protein. Give bone marrow.
Maybe. Did he not just get inducted? I saw a clip of him recently getting it. Okay, he did. Okay. I just know that.
He made a fool of himself this time.
Say that again, W.
I don't think he made a fool of himself this time.
The clip I saw made it look like he was pretty subdued, but it was his brother talking. So I think maybe he was just kind of, given the poor forgotten Steiner brothers some time.
And then let him speak.
Yeah.
WWE probably wants to give Rick more time right now because Rick's kid is in NXT and supposedly kicking ass.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
This is how fucking transparent can everything the WWE ever does be? Just like Rey Mysterio, no one gives a fuck about him anymore, is on the cover of fucking the new game because his stupid kid Dominic or whatever is a wrestler now, supposedly. I say supposedly, isn't he supposedly a wrestler? Right.
Wrestler quotation marks.
It's like, yeah, man, I'm so popular. Everyone loves me, even though I had, again, I'll say it again, folks, one match that anyone gave a shit about, which was in 2006, where he won the heavyweight title, which he was about 100 pounds too light for. Not even the WWE title, but the secondary title, in a quickie match, which was then, like, moved along very swiftly from, so they could get on to whatever WrestleMania sketch they wanted to get to. No one cared. No one talked about it. He only got the title because he was the next Mexican nearby after Eddie died, and then no one cared about Ray ever again in any capacity, including his own family and friends, for the rest of his existence until they put him on the cover of the damn game just to promote his stupid, mentally retarded son.
I would definitely disagree with that.
You what? Sorry, you do disagree with it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'd like to hear your rebuttal.
I've said this to you before, but Rey Mysterio was insanely popular with children. Probably.
You did say that. That's
true.
John
Cena, the most popular wrestler in WWE for children to like 13 years old.
I don't know why.
Loved Rey Mysterio.
I guess because he wore a mask and jumped around a lot.
Because he was tiny.
Yeah, also because he was tiny.
Children love underdogs.
All the children and man-children who put up with all the children and man-children who put up with Hornswoggle. I guess it was the same thing. It's like he's dumb and little, just like me. So I'll get behind this thing.
Just like me.
Yeah, I mean, Ted likes him. What more do you need? Ted's like, oh, it's a leprechaun. That's totally cool. You like Undertaker, he shoots lightning. Talk about whataboutism. You like a fucking leprechaun, dipshit.
Like
fuck you. Yeah, no, I'm giving anyone who defends Hornswoggle for any reason I have to hate.
Hornswoggle seems like a cool guy.
No, actually, in the shoot that I saw, he seems like a prick.
Oh, does
Have you seen his nudes yet?
Does he have them? Because I don't want to.
I don't know, but I've seen a suspicious amount of pictures where only his dick is covered. Even without searching for it, and that's the best. That's the worst part.
Wait, did you say he had surgery for it?
No, I wasn't searching for it.
Oh, I thought you said he had surgery for it. I'm like, meaning his dick? What was wrong with it? And it's like, never mind, I don't even care.
It was too big.
It was, I've
you even stumble upon naked Hornswoggles.
Yeah, I got some of you.
You're just looking around and suddenly naked Hornswoggle pops up.
I was gonna say, there's not a way to find that unless you're looking for it. I would hope.
No, I was watching like.
I guess if you're like on dwarf porn sites.
Which
I was watching something wrestling related. Like I feel like Zack Ryder was somehow involved. And then no, he's
Was it another Page video? Was Page fucking him or something?
Naked Hornswoggles.
Yes. So I think what happened. I think what happened is that one of the people I watch who makes wrestling related content did like an unboxing because Zack Ryder's like whatever TV show sent him like a blind box, and in that was a picture of naked Hornswoggle as a sticker.
Yeah,
Or like, you know,
That guy
those
got
things-
trolled.
Sell merchandise.
I was gonna say, here you go, fan. Still want to watch wrestling after this? Just really quickly, soon. I don't dispute that what you have seen or heard of Swoggle paints him as a good guy. The only thing I've been privy to was a various group of snippets from a shoot that he did with Sean Oliver of Kayfabe Commentaries, who is at least on our forum regarded as correct or not, the best interviewer, someone who can get pretty much a good interview out of anybody. And a lot of these clips are online, and from how it seems, maybe it was a bad day for one or both of them, I don't know. Instead of there being like a lot of really good, easy-flowing candor, Sean Oliver seemed almost exasperated trying to get good, lengthy answers out of Hornswoggle, and Hornswoggle was being really curt and kind of making smart-ass comments, and just seemed like he kind of just was sort of just an asshole, sort of like cocky, you know, just kind of like, yeah, that's just how it was, you know. You liked it or you didn't, too bad, you know. He just seemed to have an air about him that seemed really douchey. I don't know. And Sean Oliver, for his part, normally really laid back guy, seemed like he was having a little bit of trouble with the interview. I could be wrong. I didn't see the whole thing, but it turned me off. I didn't want to see the whole thing because I was like, wow, this guy seems like kind of an asshole. But I could be wrong.
I've seen a little bit. I don't know that I would say Hornswoggle was like super hostile, but there was one part that did really crack me up where he talks about being on the road with Khali, right? Him and Khali had to be on the road.
You were just telling this actually the other day, but go ahead. It wasn't in the podcast, obviously.
Yeah, and he just very simply said, Great Khali was the biggest diva in the company. And every single time that someone had to plan a match with Khali would just always use the phrase, "No, I won't bump for that." So everyone had to plot matches around Khali, even if they were going to be beating him, where it's like, well, fuck, I need to beat him without knocking him down at some point. Because he won't bump.
You won't bump for anything.
Bumping. What the fuck?
And you said that when Hornswoggle was telling the story, he was also looking down as Khali would.
Yeah. Well,
no, down there, I wouldn't have to bump.
Trying to imitate Khali's way of his face a little bit too. You know?
Yeah, you mentioned that. Kind of sticking his chin out like 3 feet, being a mongoloid. Yeah, Khali, I would assume, I would not have assumed that Khali spoke that way. I would assume that Khali saying I won't bump for you would have been basically, yeah! and that would have been about the extent of it. You would have had to interpret what he meant by that. Like, did the guy ever actually do promos? Or did he have a talker?
He had a manager at the beginning.
They, at one point, had him do a bit where he sang Happy Birthday to John Cena, but I think that was it.
That's incredibly accurate.
I mean, look at him. The thing couldn't speak anything resembling English, I'm sure. He spoke whatever, mutinous swamp family circus that he was raised in.
He would have made an interesting Wyatt family member, that's for certain.
He would have ruined the Wyatt family, but yeah, I could see that at least, being a point.
That's not hard to do, Mike.
Well, I mean, that is true. I like the concept of the Wyatt family, but that was another thing where WWE was like, you know what? This is taking off too well. I don't think we should keep pushing this. The fans dig it. Let's bury these guys as quick as we can, except for Braun Strowman. Now let's fire him too. Let's fire him and Bray Wyatt because they got over too correctly, I guess.
Too much.
Bray never got over.
Who didn't?
Bray Wyatt was definitely
Bray Wyatt was
super
over.
Out of the smarmy community, Bray Wyatt was super over.
Yeah, I didn't watch, and I was
The
constantly.
smarmy community. Yeah.
Yeah, I was hearing. I mean, this is anecdotal, but I mean, magazines and what I'd read on the internet, a lot of people love Bray Wyatt. It seemed like they always got a reaction. His entrance, everyone had the millions of their cell phones doing the Firefly thing, which doesn't necessarily indicate favor, but it seemed like a lot of people really dug him. And then when he became the Fiend, for better or worse, I know Ted hates it. That's perfectly fine. It seemed like, again, for better or worse, a lot of people just adored that gimmick. They thought that it was like the best thing since ever. I liked it fine. I don't know what everyone else thought was so great about it, but he was hot. Like, he was on fire from what I could tell. And then it was like,
the Fiend gimmick would have been better if he looked the same, but instead he was called the Friend. He was like
The
friendly.
friend.
Yeah, I wasn't personally ever invested in Bray Wyatt, and
Which would lead to a
the
less
overwhelming focus on Bray Wyatt might have contributed to why I fell out of wrestling.
Is it
just
really?
'cause I was just so uninterested in him and his character, and I think it was involved with like them jerking Daniel Bryan around and teasing
Yes.
his title run and
Yeah.
all of that. I just couldn't watch it anymore.
Yeah,
It's funny that
dropped
you
out of-
say that,
I dropped
actually,
out of,
because-
out of wrestling partially because like the two big things that they were focusing on were things I didn't like, which were the Shield and the Wyatt family, and then the New Day appeared, and I was like, hey, yeah,
God.
I don't regret leaving.
Yeah, now that you mention it, they really did do a lot of the whole, we have like a stable, a self-contained stable, and we're just going to do self-contained stable things. Bray Wyatt, to me, before they got into all the, I didn't watch, so to make it clear, I didn't see most of this firsthand. I didn't get the impression, correct me if I'm wrong, that the whole kind of semi-supernatural element was there from the start. I'm not aware of whether or not the whole, he's the eater of worlds, which, what the fuck does that even mean? Shut the fuck up. I don't know if that was there. Everyone's gotta be called something. It's Kane is the devil's favorite demon. Undertaker is the phenom. And shut up. Just shut up. Anyway, Bray Wyatt, you know, before he became like this like force of nature, before he had the children with the sheep masks and all that, all I knew was that in like 2015 or whatever, here comes a dude who's like this backwoods hick in a flannel shirt and a beard who carries a lantern, and he like is creepy. That's all I needed. That was cool. Why is, I mean, hell, talk about Undertaker and Kane. Yeah, I was just gonna say it. Yeah, why is anyone wrestling? Not only why are they wrestling, why are people waiting to settle their disputes like, you stole my girlfriend, you killed my dog? Why are they waiting to settle that in the wrestling ring instead of like filing police reports that day? You know, I mean, why are they wrestling is not a question you ask of any wrestler. It's just for that, then everything's blown out the window at that point. I just liked the gimmick. I thought the gimmick, there was a character who actually had character as opposed to, look, it's Joe Black Trunks. You know, it was like, hey, let's see where they go with this guy, and apparently nowhere.
Yeah. Well, you know, the modern WWE pattern is we've got this good wrestler, let's not give him a gimmick. We've got this shit wrestler like Baron Corbin. Hey, let's give him the best gimmick we can come up with.
Because we got to get him over, I guess, because he's shitty, I assume.
Yeah, they always tend to give the good gimmicks to people who aren't very talented. And then
you know,
they don't really give gimmicks to the really talented guys. You're right. Yeah, for sure.
I know that, I mean, again, I don't know how long, did Bray Wyatt originally show up with his family? Like, he did, right?
No,
There
no,
was
he
Entourage. Oh, he didn't?
His original appearance was on NXT as
Husky Harris.
Husky
Oh,
Harris,
I remember
who
that,
was-
yeah. No, I'm talking about specifically when he first debuted as Bray. Did he come in by himself? Or?
Specifically Bray, which, yeah, he's never... He did. He debuted with Harper and Rowan in tow as Bray Wyatt.
Oh, he did. Okay, so they were always there with him as part of the family. That wasn't something that was added on later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just curious. As opposed to New Day, who were just...
The Eater of Worlds thing it stuck around from the Husky Harris gimmick.
Oh, really? Because he was so fat?
No.
That makes sense. Ha ha ha. Yeah, no, that one I didn't believe, actually. That actually, you know, you know what's funny is looking back, it's ironic to me that I wound up really liking Bray Wyatt from the outsider's, you know, perspective looking in, because again, I wasn't watching, and whatever this says, Bray Wyatt was not enough to get me to start watching, although I considered it. Didn't do it. I probably never will. Probably never going to go back to WWE at this point, because they just keep getting worse, from what I can tell. It's like, oh, the latest WrestleMania was a Lesnar versus Reigns. They've done that, like, what, 3 WrestleManias now? 5? 12? I've lost track. And
Yeah.
wow.
You know, the treatment of Triple H has been really shit as well.
Well, W was telling me that after he got his heart attack, he was pretty much plowed over. Like anything good that he did was essentially erased by his successors.
Yeah, and they went out of their way to fire everyone he's associated with.
Yeah.
Right.
Everyone that he brought in, everyone he thought was talented. They fired all of them. They changed up NXT so that it was no longer how he designed it, despite the fact that NXT was by far their most successful, like, product.
That's what I've heard.
The only reason Finn Balor still has his job is because they forgot he exists.
That's true for so many wrestlers.
A year before the whole thing of Hunter having the heart attack, they also replaced him with fucking John Laurinaitis in the town.
Right. Which, to my understanding, everyone despises. Like, everyone.
Oh yeah, John Laurinaitis has always been. I remember there was one guy on the forum. I can't remember who. Maybe it was Cole, who just loved John Laurinaitis. And
what was his reasons, or what were the reasons given? Do you recall?
That he was a good heel. That's usually all the argument
No, he
amounts to.
I disagree with that.
No, he was the natural asshole, so
He
therefore
was a
he's a good
half-assed
heel.
Vince McMahon.
Just restating their argument. I remember they were obsessed with John Laurinaitis and thought it was hilarious that everyone else hated him.
That sounds like a Ted thing. Are you sure it wasn't Ted?
It was not
wasn't
Ted, no.
Okay,
I feel
that
like
sounds
was
very much
Cole
like
or
a Ted
Kaza.
thing.
I think it was 100% Cole.
Okay.
It's just the kind of thing that Cole.
Cole usually was like such a goody two shoes though that I couldn't see him getting so hard behind a heel. But I mean he also knew it was wrestling and it was fake, so maybe. I don't remember his opinions on a lot of different wrestlers.
But John
so
Laurinaitis was just like uninteresting.
He was Discount Vince is the thing.
Discount Vince.
Except he had none of Vince's like character or like
Yeah,
ability,
none of the
Skill,
skills.
talent.
He was just like a bland milk toast
just a suit.
suit. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was a suit with a body in it.
Yeah, what was I saying just before we... really quick, not that it's even important, but I just wanted to bring it up. I think it's ironic that I wound up liking Bray Wyatt as a character and thinking that he was like one of the... Literally two things have happened. Let's say three things have happened over the last, like, 12 or 13 years since I've stopped watching WWE to make me consider watching it again. And I didn't, but I considered it. That would be CM Punk, the Summer of Punk, the moment where they stopped having the whole divas with implants thing and they actually went to actual legitimate female wrestling, and Bray Wyatt. Those are the three things that made me think, oh, well, maybe the company's, starting to kind of get interesting again, at these three different times. Yet, it's funny looking back that I didn't make the connection until like a good year or two after I thought the Bray Wyatt seemed cool, that I realized that when he was in 2K11, or rather SVR 11, which was the first game that I think brought pretty much... It was either that one or 12. It was either that one or 12. I'm surprised you guys remember this so well. I'm glad that you guys are up on your Husky Harris facts.
My favorite game in the series.
It is one of the best ones. Yeah, I can understand that then.
I remember he's in 12 because I remember that he has no belly button in that game, which is
He was born in a lab. That actually gets back to what I was going to say, which was that Husky Harris is in the match, and I remember at that time I didn't know who he was. I had just read that he was IRS, Mike Rotundo's son, and I was like, oh my god, what the hell happened? Really? Like did Mike Rotundo marry like a very, very obese woman or something? This guy's a big blob. And someone said something like, oh, come on, wouldn't you trust this guy, in a match or something like that? And I was like, I wouldn't trust this guy with a dull pair of scissors. Look at him. I wouldn't trust him around a children's school. And then come to find out that just a couple years later, I wound up liking the guy just with a gimmick change. That's all it took. And now, so apparently, supposedly, he's like in high demand as like one of the best, most creative minds in wrestling. I don't know. Supposedly. That's what I've read. Anyway, who are we facing since everyone's dead? Sorry.
Are we recording the podcast yet at all?
I've been recording this whole thing.
I have too, but I don't. We never officially started a podcast that I'm aware
You guys
of.
never started the podcast.
Yeah, I've been
No,
recording,
we
so
didn't
whenever you
have
whatever you guys
like
want
half
to
an hour after you usually do start it.
whatever you guys
An hour later.
whatever you guys want to mark as the official beginning of the podcast, if you want it to be prior to this particular moment in time, I can cut. Oh, great! This idiot wasn't healing the whole time. I can cut the recording at that point and give you the audio of it, so I can so we can take out the part where Pink and I were playing Dead by Daylight, for example.
I am not fucking editing shit, Mike.
No, I said I would do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do it. If you decide that you want to have kept the last half hour or whatever, I can make it to where it starts at that point. That's actually a very, very easy edit, but regardless. Okay, one person healed. Yay.
Hallelujah.
And then just, run. Oh, good. They, do I have borrowed time on her? How the hell did that...
Soul Guard, maybe?
On
the person you picked up.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened there. I've never had that situation. I got the person up off the ground from a heel. You know, they were slugged, and I got them up from a down. They were injured, yet I watched them get clubbed right in the back of the head by Trickster, and they continued running as if I had borrowed time, which I double-checked, and I don't.
Yep. He
So
probably has Soul Guard, because that is what that does.
Okay, I was not aware of that. And I
Alright,
guess
let's start
Trickster's
recording.
just... Okay. Wait, you did just start recording?
No, I'm asking if I should.
Oh.
I think it's fine if we just.
Let's
I think
have
it's fine
this
if we
be
just
like the
use
invisible podcast, the one that we had but didn't
recording.
actually record. Will never be uploaded.
Well, no,
ever.
we didn't record the last week one either.
Oh no, that got recorded and done. Totally. It's just a mystery.
Evolution is a mystery. We'll change news.
I
hate that. I love Motorhead. I hate that song. It's such a stupid fucking song.
Yeah, I don't like Line in the Sand either.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad. And after the game, which is like one of the best songs ever made, you don't go to Evolution. That's not your next song. I'm sorry.
I mean, look, Mike. I am the game, and I want him.
Yo, well, I'm heavy debt. You can't pay me, so. Silence as everyone tries to. Was that in the song? What's Mike talking about?
That is in the song. I'm trying to remember the best lyrics from the live version.
Everyone's talking at once, and someone's dying in my
Okay, go ahead.
game, so I don't even hear anything.
Let me go
As
ahead.
as for the podcast, just
Those
really quick.
probably dubs.
I know he was one of the two talking. Just really quick, if you guys
Dubs
do
always
want.
dies first, even if he's not playing.
Oh, he's not playing. I was gonna say he's not playing. He would be dead otherwise, though. Yeah.
Now,
I like the guy that's just slowly creeping towards me, not making any effort whatsoever to heal me. Yeah, just meander your way around while I've got like a sliver of health. Get me down, asshole!
Dubs, you sure you're not black? 'Cause you always die first.
Jesus Christ!
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not in the game.
Hey, well he's.
I'm just making jokes at your expense.
Well, you should, because it's time to play the game. Time to play the game. Anyway, yeah. What was I gonna say? Anyone who wants to do, who does want to record the podcast, you should have a backup. You know, in all seriousness, you should be recording this instead of just myself. Because if something happens to my recording, then we're all screwed. So, someone should start recording.
I mean, I'm recording, but I can't upload it as audio because it would have DVD sounds in the background.
Oh. I didn't even think well, mine does too, I guess, but I don't really care. I didn't even think about that, honestly, till just now. But yeah, we'll have DVD sounds in the background. So, sorry, yeah, you're gonna hear occasional screams and so forth. And right now, Claudette's whining. But
Those are your murder victims.
yeah, well, yeah, we'll just pass that off as that. That's true. Yeah, it's just your, we'll pretend that it's the people that you guys are murdering in real life.
We've got
At
full
some
circle.
point, the podcast will feature a guest starring by Pinhead. The only
He
thing you'll consider to the podcast is you got the box. I came.
that would be awesome.
Pinhead has a problem where he ejaculates prematurely. It's a problem.
I went through about 3 straight months of that when they announced that Pinhead was going to be in the game, and they took out his voice lines.
Prematurely.
Yes, everyone, because the guy says that he arrived using the terms "I came." Everyone who's like fucking 11 and under made a point of making a sex joke as if they, as if no one had ever thought of that before. And I went through months and months and months of people making jokes about it. It became a fucking meme until they finally, restored his voice lines, and then people finally just like got back to playing the game and not thinking everything was so fucking funny.
To be fair, there is probably a decent amount of 12-year-olds playing DVD.
Yeah, it sure seems that way a lot of the time. Yes. But yeah, it's
The players we saw the other night.
Oh god, yeah. Did you see that I put up that clip? I put up our 2 most noteworthy clips the other day on the Dead by Daylight thread. Did you happen to notice?
I haven't checked the forum yet today.
Just so you know, the 2 clips are listed as the DBD MVP. You can probably imagine which one that is.
Yeah.
And oh no! So you can probably imagine what that one is as well.
Yeah.
Every time I listen to it, it's funnier. Oh no! The summary, basically, for those who didn't watch the clip, which you should, because it actually turns into just like us just peeling into just uncontrollable laughter, is that within like 20 seconds of the start of the match, I went to run and flee from the Huntress, and I didn't realize that when I went to slam the pallet behind me, W was the one running up behind me, not Huntress. She was behind him. So I slammed the pallet right in his face. He, of course, wound up on the wrong end of it, trapped with the Huntress, and rather than saying something like, fuck, or oh shit, or damn it, Mike, or whatever, it was simply, oh no! But yet he said it in a way that was legit. Like, he wasn't goofing around. He was like, oh, this sucks. This is terrible. And after a second of me realizing that, I couldn't stop laughing for like 5 fucking minutes. And W started laughing, which made me laugh more, which made W laugh more. And it was one of those moments to where, like, when you're around a group of friends and someone says something really stupid, not that what he said was stupid, but it was like that. It was like when someone says something stupid, someone starts laughing, and just the sheer laughter of the other guy makes everyone else amused, and they start laughing. It turned into that. And it was all simply because W, again, I felt so bad because he was like a trapped puppy or something. Oh no! But he really meant it.
Is killing him, and then she's gonna kill me. Oh my god!
Right. Yeah, exactly. We talked about that. Yes. Oh my god!
Man, it goes on for a while, that delivery. Oh my god!
Are you talking about yours or the one in Troll 2?
In Troll 2.
Yes.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
And then they have sex and popcorn.
I didn't see the whole movie yet. I've only seen clips. That's one that I'm due to check out. I know it's celebrated as like the best worst movie ever made, but I've seen The Room, so I don't know. I have to
start recording for real now.
Someone really probably should.
All right. I want to check the audio one last time. There we go. It's fine. I need to check to make sure it's not delayed. So.
Also, someone other than I do the intro since I sound like I'm coming from the inside of a trash can.
Sure. So 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everybody. It's the Shut Your Mouth Lounge podcast. Episode number. Someone help me out.
226.
226.
Your eyes were deceiving you, viewer. There was no 225. There is no 225. Shut Your Mouth Lounge in Busting Say.
It got lost to the ether. You'll never hear it again, and it was, boy, was it gold. So many revelations.
I don't actually know which number we're on. We may have skipped 2 weeks. According to the numbers, I don't know.
Fuck. Let's just call it 236 and act like.
Let's actually jump to 250 and call this like an anniversary.
We're at number 250.
223 was the last one that was posted.
Then this is 225, I suppose, right? 224?
225.
224 should have happened last week, so we're
13,
but then that's the one that was
223. 13 days ago was 223.
Well, the professionals here at this podcast that I abandoned because they're so good at what they do.
Like, y'all can see this, but
y'all can't see me.
You know of that cacophony. Shut Your Mouth Lounge episode number 5.
Number 5. That was like one of the last ones I was on before I joined in for these occasional guest spots. I'm Mike the Rat Guy, just showing up just temporarily because circumstances allowed, but I don't want to take over. The rest of you guys, feel free, go ahead.
Well, I'm Pink.
No.
And
Good job,
I
you
might have a
guys.
problem, but I don't know what it is. Doctors are still working on
10
it.
views on Rick Rude's Skeleton. Apparently that was a very hot title.
People really
Rick
want
Rude's skeleton?
What about his
really want
skeleton? What?
Rick Rude's skeleton.
Rick Rude died on the same day as the Columbine massacre, I know that much, but I do not know what happened to his skeleton.
Yeah. So.
I'm glad that I'm here to help further this conversation.
And you don't need to know.
Did we ever finish the intro?
No.
No, I gave you guys the floor, and you're like,
This is
what do I
that's
say?
Mike yelling over me. That's Daddy over there.
That's how you were there not talking.
Dubs is the guy in the trash can.
There are several individuals in this podcast. We'll let you figure out which ones are which.
There's too many individuals in this podcast, and nowhere for you to tell which one of us is which. Good
I'm
luck.
the one who will wind up talking too much, because that's kind of my thing. If this winds up being like another 7-hour podcast, I'm always blamed for it, and to be fair, it's usually valid.
I'm the one who lives under your bed.
I'd rather be the one who talks too much, jeez. Go on, the rest of you guys are waiting for your moment. Now is the time.
Floor is yours.
Amateurs, I never have a moment.
Next, anyone, step up.
Absolutely not.
Alright, that was Pink. So is everyone accounted for now? Have we all, is
guess
that
so.
the intro, I guess, for lack of a better term?
Speak up.
Speak up.
What'd you call me?
An inbred hillbilly.
Oh no, it's accurate.
He is from Indiana.
I'll say it again. I didn't know until I moved to Mid-South Illinois that there's like the Mason-Dixon line is apparently like way up in the Midwest. I thought that the inbreds were like down in Alabama, which they are, by the way. Anyone in Alabama, you guys probably have no teeth or fingers to write me hate mail, so screw you all.
You just
No,
draw the inbred border around the red states. Anything that votes red is inbred.
Obviously.
A really quick joking aside,
really
just because
weird when states flip around election time.
Wisconsin
to be
flipped
fair-
for Trump, which that's the first Republican they voted for in like 30 years.
Yeah, wasn't Wisconsin or was it Minnesota that was the only state that didn't vote for Ronald Reagan?
Oh, I
think
think
it was
so.
Minnesota.
Whichever, I know the first Reagan landslide, Reagan lost, I think Minnesota, perhaps. I think maybe also Rhode Island, one tiny little state that no one lives in. And,
Rhode Island doesn't
and
exist.
Yeah, if I remember right, I think it was, I think Mondale? Yes, Mondale, wherever he was.
It was
DC, maybe? I know that
Yeah,
the
he
second Reagan
lost-
landslide, he
the
lost
first one-
one state. One.
The first one he lost D.C.,
Yes, I knew it.
Maryland,
Oh, Maryland.
West Virginia, Georgia, weirdly enough, because
He lost 4 states? I thought it was only 3.
he lost Hawaii and Minnesota. So he
Really?
lost 1, 2. Oh, he also lost Rhode Island. So 1, 2,
I knew it.
3, 4, 5, 6, 6 states.
Are you sure? That
And then
wasn't
19
congressional? That was the actual presidential election?
Yep. And then 1984, he only lost Minnesota and D.C.
Okay. And DC, again, if I recall correctly, was, if not Mondale, that would have been Dukakis. I think that was their home.
Yeah,
Oh, and I just now
DC
realized,
I don't think D.C. will ever.
I would assume so. In this match,
How our country's going now.
this whole country needs to vote red very, very strongly to stop it from the direction it's going. All I'm going to say,
Well,
without
I
getting
would
political,
say
I'm
that-
sick of paying $4.50 for gas and a president who's mentally retarded,
I hate
or at least
both
suffering
parties,
from.
so I hate
Well, yeah, both parties suck. I'll definitely agree with that. But at the moment, we're like
Let us
in.
get a third party.
Yeah, we keep open.
Three shit parties.
You see, right? My friend back home says, with much smugness, that he always votes for third party because he wants to make a difference. And I'm like, oh, so you threw your vote away? Okay, well, you didn't.
What a difference.
You know, it's like, well, I'm glad that, you're thinking you're making a difference, but, hey, man, maybe in another 100 or so years, people will remember your efforts.
I vote for a third party because I don't like the main two parties.
Yeah, I only vote when I feel that one person is better than the other, and I want to make that statement. Like, I usually wind up voting against the person I like less.
Probably
So I kind of compromise.
I would like to vote Libertarian, but the Libertarians always choose really bad candidates, like Gary Johnson.
Gary
Fucking
Johnson.
Gary
yes.
Johnson. Who the fuck would like choose to vote for Gary Johnson?
I don't even know who Gary Johnson is. What'd you just
Also,
say?
why when you look up
Damn
Gary
it.
Johnson does he have a Vladimir Putin shirtless picture?
Why not?
Not Vladimir Putin shirtless. He just looks like that Vladimir Putin shirtless.
Oh,
You-
that's
you
just
know,
weird.
We had
That is
an
weird.
election recently. This
What a
is
fucking
like the
bullshit match this just was.
Oh yeah, and now the EU is pulling back support, right, Addy?
yeah. I guess I don't know why.
Because of Hungary.
But yeah,
Yeah.
like Yeah, we had an election recently, and here's the thing: we have more than two-party system, except we don't because I mean every facet that we can, we try to mimic America, except in paying people.
Yeah.
My understanding is the reason why they're taking support from y'all is because Orban is, you know, kind of a dictator and has been incredibly restricting freedoms and taking over the media and whatnot, and so the EU has said that the elections are clearly not democratic anymore, and so they're pulling support because of that. And then, of course, he made it worse when he said that he was going to continue to buy Russian oil and gas with rubles when the rest of the EU said that they weren't going to do that because it would
Yeah.
help the Russian economy too much.
Yeah, I don't know about whether or not he's a dictator, because honestly I don't give enough of a fuck about what goes on in this country. Like the only thing I care about in this country is leaving it. So, as long as
Don't
the
come
ability to
here.
leave-
You're not going to be any happier. Go to Canada.
No,
I
that
I
is
think he'll
not
be
true.
happier
That is-
here than
That is the
Hungary.
entitled American answer if I ever fucking.
That
heard it.
is, this country fucking blows. I can't wait to get the fuck out of it. There's no
Where are you
untruth to
gonna
my
go?
comment.
Where are you gonna go?
Anywhere but here that is not a third world country. In other words, Canada. In Canada, it's basically colder. We have the same society, but slightly less stupid, and we don't have the kind of presidential bullshit that we've had for the last like 30 years.
I mean, you have
And-
Justin Trudeau.
Yeah, well,
What do you-
I
what do you
guess.
got going on in Canada?
Well, where else am I supposed to go? I'd love to go to Japan, but in Japan I have to like dress in a mini skirt, you know. It's and have like
you don't have
pigtails
to-
and
you don't
I
have
have
to dress in
tentacle
a mini
porn
skirt.
all over my walls.
Sounds
What's
cool.
that? What, Eddie?
Mike, you don't have to dress in a mini skirt except for when you work. For
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, actually, this gets me back to something I was going to say a minute ago, a couple minutes ago, which is that the Alabama thing. I honestly have nothing against Alabama. It's just I recently watched the Paradise Lost documentaries on HBO. The story about the West Memphis 3. Are any of you familiar?
Nope.
No.
I will give you the very, very brief summary in just a second, but basically it takes place in Arkansas, and the documentary shows a lot of people from Arkansas weighing in on this case, and I swear to God, everyone was just like quoting the Bible like every third sentence,
I
which is
believe it.
fine, but it was like, you could tell it was kind of like, okay, this is a little bit fringe loony, blah blah blah. Not that I'm not saying anything about religion. I'm just saying these people were like really kind of obsessive about it, and most of them had either no or very black teeth. That's all I'm saying. So in this particular area, in this particular documentary, Alabama, I'm sorry, not Alabama, but Arkansas, yes, thank you, Arkansas, looked really, really fucked up. And so I think to myself, Arkansas, Alabama, these, southern states, it's like, I hope these stereotypes aren't right, but every time I look at them, they are right.
They
Yeah,
are.
so it's like,
I've lived in Arkansas for, like 4
oh
years.
God, was it
And
like that?
If you go outside of the, moderately wealthy suburbs / Little Rock, you're going
Yeah.
to find that.
Okay.
Everywhere you go. you're
I
gonna find
mean,
that.
again, it was understandably a small sampling of a relatively small area in this documentary, so I assumed that, okay, well, maybe it's just like one little, I didn't want to judge, but
Mhm.
I was literally kind of grossed out that for the first 10 minutes of watching this documentary, I literally could not pull myself away from looking at everyone's teeth. Because it was
I
like,
mean,
how is
when I was
everyone
in-
this fucked up?
When I was in Arkansas, I knew so many people who chewed tobacco.
Ah,
You know,
there
I
you
mean,
go.
You just
You're literally
even
chewing
in
cancer.
high school. High school. Like
Good
modern day generation does not usually chew tobacco. They vape or smoke.
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
But no, these people chew tobacco, and it's like
Oh,
that's
man.
just
Yes.
Like, I get, yes, high school you do drugs, whatnot, but chewing tobacco in this day and age, you're just
16-year-old
asking
kid
to lose
chewing
your
tobacco.
your throat and teeth.
Yes. I mean, again, you're literally
Yeah, my
putting
girlfriend
straight
says
cancer in
that-
your mouth.
My girlfriend says that her cousins who live in, where do they live? Texas, Oklahoma. They live in
Oh, Oklahoma,
and
yeah, that's
they
another
chew
good one.
tobacco. So,
Ugh. I remember watching a
chewing
Sean.
tobacco is just the
Oh, it's
grossest thing.
vile. It is vile. On one of my
the
plane
grossest
trips,
thing, yeah.
yes, it certainly is. Because not only is it just gross that you're literally, I mean, again, you are chewing cancer. I'm not like, oh, cancer is bad, which it is. I've lost people close to me because of cancer. But it's beyond that. It's just the filth of having this gooey, gloppy, brown mush in your mouth. Just you don't even swallow it. You just chomp it and chew it like gum that never ends. Only to occasionally turn around and just scoop, spit, slobber it when it fills up your mouth into like whatever cup or receptacle you have nearby. I was on an airplane flight once, directly seated behind someone who was chewing constantly, and every couple of minutes I had to like move my leg to make sure that when they turned and just casually went and spit into the cup in their cup holder, it was like splattering on the fucking airplane. Thank you, airplane wall, and it was just like this is just fucking like a pig wouldn't do this. This is fucking filth.
It's really disgusting. I would honestly prefer people do like acid or stuff like that before they do chewing tobacco.
We'll have to keep corn off the ass. Or, I'm sorry, off the tobacco.
I would have less like hang-ups about them doing acid than I would them chewing tobacco.
It's less filthy.
It's so disgusting. You're literally just chewing something that's actively like degrading your body and mouth,
and again, you have to spit it somewhere. You literally, it fills up your mouth with your mouth. I said mouse. Fills up your mouth with tobacco juice, and it has to go somewhere. And usually they just turn and just spit it into like a literal just cup of saliva ingested, fucking infused rather tobacco juice. It's absolute fucking disgusting.
Oh.
Yeah, right? That's his contribution for the half hour.
Very
I'm trying to
poignant.
shut up because I know I sound terrible.
It's fine.
What did you say?
No, it is not. I was listening yesterday to the old New Vegas recording we made where I was on my phone. No, I sound terrible.
Oh, you sound fine. Unless you're saying that in that particular episode you had like a cold or something, which I'm sure you still sounded fine. Really quick, again, I don't want to dominate. I'll stop after a little bit after this. I just want to really quickly, because I said I was going to. The Paradise Lost / the West Memphis 3 case is a case in 1993 where 3 little boys, they are not the West Memphis 3. The 3 little boys were found killed, hogtied, drowned, beaten, stabbed. One of them had his balls cut off and so forth, or cut around, whatever, the skin was torn off of it. They were found in the woods in West Memphis in 1993. And essentially, it is a story of the police latching on to 3 young, slightly older but still young boys. They are the West Memphis 3, ranged between like roughly 14 and 18. And the reason they latched onto these boys, who there was literally no evidence of any kind.
They listened to devil music, didn't they?
You are damn right they did. They loved Metallica, and one of the detectives got on the stand and said that one of them wore black nail polish.
Oh,
and it was decided that because the oldest boy was a Wiccan, and they put him on the stand, he did a very good job just calmly answering the questions and basically being like, I'm not into worshiping the devil. I just like to educate myself in the various religions and blah, blah, blah. Nope. They wear black. They're weirdos. Put them on the stand. Convict them for life. And they did, in fact, get convicted for life, except for one of them who got convicted with death. But after 20 fucking years, after I think it's literally 18 years, there were finally enough petitions and DNA resamples and all that kind of shit to where eventually they were offered an Alford plea, which for those who aren't familiar is where they admit that while the evidence that was presented could still possibly lead them to being found guilty in another trial, they are going to plead guilty yet retain that they are in fact innocent. And that was a compromise that basically let the state say, well, they can't sue, they can't they can't get us back for any of the time lost that they spent in prison, blah 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 blah, but they can at least claim they're innocent. And that was like the best they were able to do, and now they're free and fucking like grown men. And it was all because they wore black and listened to Metallica. Metallica actually provides, in fact, the soundtrack to the documentary in question.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder
sure.
if Lars wanted to charge a fucking fortune for that too.
Yeah, I was about to say.
So, I'm sorry,
sure he's happy
so-
about that.
Really quick, W, can you say that again? Because my character was screaming in this game. I couldn't hear you.
I wonder if Lars wanted to charge a fortune for that too.
You know, as much as I do want to rank them for being, you know, Metallica and being all about, you know, no Napster and all that kind of shit, my understanding is that Metallica were one of the early groups of people who really felt for these kids and knew that they were being railroaded, and to my understanding, they just said, go ahead and use our music, because they're fans, and one of the reasons why they're being, you know, mistreated is because they're fans, and that's bullshit, so we're going to support them by, go ahead, you're making a documentary, use our music, go ahead, you know, show people that we're not devil worshippers.
Lars still showed up at their house to beat their knees in with a tire iron.
He did. That it was kind of a compromise. It was a mixed deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, look it up, you guys. Really good documentary. It's actually there are 3 of them, which followed the case all throughout the years, and it's called Paradise Lost. It is essentially like the prototypical story of completely innocent young kids, 2 of whom were blamed by a guy who was coerced through police interrogation with an IQ of 70, which is literally mental retardation. So, like, the whole case, it was just, let's get these kids, because, again, they're weird, they're freaky, they don't look right, they must have done it, which, again, you know, it was satanic panic. You know, again, the Bible, heavy fundamentalist Bible area of Arkansas.
Speaking of, have you guys noticed that for a little while there was, like, the whole satanic fear had kind of gone away after, I don't know, like the mid-2000s, it just kind of dissipated a lot, and there wasn't really that concern anymore. But now recently I've noticed a lot that it's come back, there's like a resurgence of it. And, I've been seeing so many reviews for books and movies and TV shows where people are like, oh man, this was just so satanic. Like, people were talking about turning red or whatever because there were Chinese demons or something. And they were like, oh, this is satanic and horrible. And maybe it is the QAnon thing that's encouraging the whole satanic resurgence, but I've just noticed so much of it lately, and it's always targeted at just completely innocent, like almost mostly child content.
It always is.
I don't believe for a second that all the modern day satanic panic is a result of Christians actually going out and saying things like that. I think, oh, hi there. Pardon me, I'm talking about the game, which I said I wouldn't do. I think it's a big part of just the massive political divide nowadays. I think Republicans are just straight up going out, and even if that's not something they believe, they're going to be posting things like that anyway, because, hey, it kind of...
It got Trump.
It paints the picture of a more heavy divide between the parties.
Religion has been used many times through many decades to help influence political parties one way or the other. I remember Kennedy said something specifically along the lines of, like, I'm a proud Irish Catholic, you know, faith is part of who I am, blah, 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 which was at that time perceived as good. Bush, meanwhile, was like, I'm a hardcore Christian, whatever, which was perceived, I guess, by some, I don't know, as bad. It's, you know, whatever. Every president has to give their opinion on religion, I guess, understandably, because that has a play in laws and so forth. So,
I mean,
you know,
we've
you are going to get a lot of that.
We've never had an atheist president.
Not
I
that I know of, no.
Atheist vice president either.
I was going to say if we did, like, I'm fucking American, but yeah, if we did, that's when we'd get our Shakira low because her hips don't lie.
I love Shakira.
I would vote for her as president of ass.
I'd vote for her for anything.
Yeah, right? I'd vote for her to, you know, be a cabinet member. You couldn't even stuff that in a cabinet. Anyway.
Honestly, we're going to circle back around to the Tony Atlas thing.
No. We'll go with a couple of other mystery fetishes for her.
I just looked up the religion of all of the presidents that we've had, and it goes Protestant, 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 Protestant.
Almost like there's a pattern here.
Protestant, 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 2 Catholics.
Who's the other Catholic besides Kennedy, or does it list?
Joe Biden.
Oh, I did not know he was Catholic. I just know he's
so
Canadian.
he's the devil. I get it.
Yeah, right.
We've had 2 Catholics, and everyone else has been Protestant.
Wow.
This is one of those crazy historical things. At the time that Kennedy was the first Catholic president, and at the time he was elected, it was a very, very common thing that a lot of people were using against him to say he's Catholic, so his loyalties aren't to America; it's to the Pope. He's a secret.
There were some who said that. Yeah.
The Pope here to take over America.
Man, we gotta worry about communists. Now we gotta worry about the Pope.
The Pope's gonna come here and beat people up real hard, I guess, or spread his evil filth.
Abraham Lincoln is the only one who might not have been Christian.
Thomas Jefferson is.
Well, Thomas Jefferson was a deist. Yeah, that's true.
I just want a straight up devil worshiper. I just want one who's just simply, sir, Mr. Mr. Crowley. My next question for you is, if you had to, separate church and state, would you do so? Well, my Lord Beelzebub says that no, there is no church nor is there state. There's only my rule, which is evil. So, well, all right then. I pose the question now to your competitor over there. That would be hilarious.
Alex Jones would shit bricks. You shit an entire brick house.
I don't know how many people here. Oh, go on.
Bernie Sanders would have been atheist Jewish.
Was he atheist? Really?
Yeah.
I just assumed he was just straight up Jew. How can you be atheist and Jewish?
Ethnically.
That's really.
Jewish, yeah.
So he wasn't a practicing Jew. I gotcha.
Let me see if he's.
That's so weird that we refer to both an ethnicity and a religion that way. So it's like.
It's also a slur.
Well, yes, that is true.
That word's very flexible.
It is. But, like, it's like, Bernie, you're Jewish. It's like, well, I haven't went to a synagogue in 60 years. It's like, well, it's in your blood. Really?
It's in your blood. You need to be a Jew.
The synagogue is in your blood.
The synagogue is in your
You
blood.
need to free it.
I don't know how you stuffed an entire building in your blood. I've heard about black iron in your blood, but what about stone?
Well, your body is a temple.
Yeah.
Although that's more Christian, not so much a Jew. I don't think. At least I don't know. I don't know much about the Jewish faith.
My body is a temple, but it's one of those Buddhist temples where there's monkeys shitting everywhere.
So the Jewish faith is mostly just the first half of the Bible.
Yes.
Mostly. There's some more to it than that, but it's that's the simplest way to describe it.
That's
Just
where all the
first
fun
half of the
stuff
Bible.
is.
Yeah.
It's not so dark and I almost said evil. It's totally the wrong word. It's not so dark and scary.
Well,
Yeah.
have you read Revelations? The Revelation.
It's been a long time, but I have.
Revelations is by far the darkest book of the Bible and the most metal.
And the most metal.
mean,
there
it
you go.
is.
I like
Jesus
it.
does-
I like it.
Jesus does
It's
great,
just
like,
full
sick
of
guitar
like
solos.
12-headed dragons,
Yeah, with their shields and shit. Yeah.
thorny women, and like multi-headed angels with like 1,000 eyes.
Well,
Man, the apocalypse is gonna be crazy.
what definition of dark are we going with? Because on one hand, Revelations is like, yo, the end of the world, there's going to be a dragon and a giant bull fighting. It's going to be sick, yo. I mean,
That's pretty dark, entertaining, but dark. I look at basically the Old Testament, the New Testament. New Testament being, God is a little bit more wrathful. That's, and I'm certainly no expert soon. I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak out of place.
No.
No, is it the other way around?
Yes.
the other
it
way
is.
Oh, okay. God's nice in the New Testament? Really?
Yes.
Also,
Oh, okay. All right. I
people-
apologize.
People don't mention this, but one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse is actually Jesus, the one that tends to get replaced with. I think it's plague that they tend to replace him with. That one is
Coincidentally, we
Jesus
just faced
in the
plague
Bible.
in Dead by Daylight, for whatever it's worth. So Jesus becomes someone who wants to go and bring about death and destruction
But
about the
once
world.
he's a-
No,
once
no,
he's a strong word.
that doesn't really describe how the four horsemen of the
The
apocalypse
four
work.
horsemen.
Don't they?
Or-
Don't they
or-
herald the
They
bad shit?
herald the end, yes.
Okay, but they don't participate. Gotcha.
Well, some of them do.
Oh, okay, but not the Jesus one.
Yeah, not the Jesus one.
Okay.
Yeah, Jesus doesn't want to kill everyone. He's had this.
I mean, that was I was gonna say my maybe I was raised wrong, but my understanding was Jesus was a pretty good dude. So yeah, hearing that he was one of the forecasters of the end of the world was like,
the biblical.
Wait, I'm sorry, really quickly because otherwise I'll forget. Just if he is supposed to be. Well, first of all, is this biblical? Is this like actual established biblical?
It's one of the theories. Just
okay.
because it's the black horse, I believe, if I remember right. The rider just has a pair of balances in his hand.
Okay, interesting. I like the concept.
Whereas like the first horseman is conquer. The second horseman is war. Yes, there's conquer.
I thought it was war, pestilence, plague,
Nope.
and really?
Nope. Yep. Pestilence and famine are both New Age horsemen.
Really?
They're not actually in the Bible. So it's,
I'm interesting. I didn't know that. Okay.
yeah, it's war, conquer, Jesus, and then death.
One of these names doesn't
No,
fit.
I don't think he was called Jesus. He wasn't called Jesus. He
Well,
They
was-
called Jesus, but that's what most
Well, he was
people
called
believe.
Jesus. He was
Yeah,
called
I was
Jesus,
about
which
to-
is close.
Let's make the same joke.
I beat you to that one. Nice.
Yeah.
But really quickly, the follow up I had for that then was, and you kind of answered this by saying that it's more or less a theory. Is then this if Jesus is, let's say hypothetically, to be the one of the four horsemen, would this not also then simultaneously be his second coming?
Yes, I think.
Yeah,
I
well,
believe
yeah,
so.
that's
So the second coming is supposed to be when all kinds of bad shit happens. I thought the second coming was supposed to be when Jesus comes back, and
Oh,
well, I
no,
mean,
no,
like
no,
all
no.
the sin is. Go ahead, you guys go ahead.
Well,
You're the Bible
second-
people. I don't know enough about it.
The second coming is basically Jesus comes back to wipe his safe state, and then
Yeah.
people who were good can remain in the safe state.
Pretty much, yeah. That's actually pretty much the
Okay,
geek way of
perfect run,
describing it. Yeah.
He needs to go back and get a perfect run.
He-
He needs to-
He needs to unlock a few achievements along the way.
or actually,
dying for
sorry,
those
it's
speed run.
some people think that the Death Horseman is actually Jesus. So the one
What
with
is
the
anyone
pale rider.
basing off of when they come to this decision? This conclusion rather. Is there any clue to this besides, as you said, the leveled reins?
Let me see.
And I'm sorry. We in all fairness, I don't want to push things too far into religion and politics because I know that would probably divide the audience you guys have. So if you want to talk about it, cool. But I don't want to.
Which audience?
You can't divide by 0.
I think we have one guy, but you can't really divide by one either. But you can, but anything divided by one is itself. So.
I just know that if someone were to click on a podcast that is not normally about religion or politics, I don't want to be, of all people, the guy who ushers both into this one. I don't want to ruin anything you guys have going.
I might be just misremembering things, actually.
Well, I will never trust you about anything biblical again, heathen.
You've led us astray.
I swear that I had heard that was one of the.
I believe you. You probably did.
There's definitely a horseman that. Yeah.
The trouble is there's so much shit in like the Apocrypha and stuff like that it can get hard to keep track of for a while, right?
It does get hard to keep track of, and Revelations is a very, very hard book to understand.
It's a hard book to read.
It is, yes. It's legitimately all just metaphors that we don't entirely know what they're referring to anymore because a lot of them were regarding the time, a lot of them weren't, and it's just there's so many different pieces that they could translate over to and mean.
This is. Oh, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah, no, I was finishing up there. Yeah.
Well, by all means.
Probably Nero, the Emperor of Rome, Nero.
Brother Nero.
No. There is no the Antichrist in the Bible. Antichrist.
I have been told so many lies about the fucking Bible. What the fuck?
Antichrist is actually, in the Greek, it's used as an adjective to describe someone who's just a non-believer. It's just someone who is
They are anti-Christ. Gotcha.
There's no such thing as the Antichrist.
Well, there goes my job hopes. There goes my career goals out the fucking window.
There's also the rapture
It's
also
the
is
Antichrist.
mentioned in the Bible.
Oh, for God's sake, no pun intended. Is Moses in the Bible?
Yeah, he's been a character
Moses is
for
in
a
the
little while.
Okay, good. So at
He's
least
the
that
main
part's
character.
still that's he's the main character in this fictional novella.
Yeah,
Um,
Moses' superpower is that he reads the manga backwards and just knows what happens in the Bible before he's writing it down.
I've heard see now we're talking about Mormonism, where they just fucking just like make shit up in hindsight. Sorry, Mormons. See, I gotta stop. I gotta stop.
Just one guy makes up.
Oh, one guy,
everything so
right,
that he
right.
can have multiple wives,
Yep.
essentially.
Yeah.
And kills as many Native Americans as he wants.
Thank
because-
you, thank you. The first September 11th. Yep.
Previously convicted conmen as well.
Yes. Yeppery.
Isn't a good chunk of the Mormon Bible just explicitly devoted to Native Americans are inferior, so it doesn't matter that we took Utah from them.
Well,
I
to be
don't know.
fair, what's worse? Is it worse to do it for reasons of religion or reasons of simply we're angry white fur traders who want your land because it's better? I mean, really, they all kind of
Who's worse,
suck.
Abraham Lincoln or
Right.
Joseph Smith?
Joe Smith, right.
Or Andrew Jackson, who was supposed to fight the British, but instead went, fuck it, and went and fought a bunch of Native Americans instead.
Yeah, but people always forget that Abraham Lincoln actually killed more Native Americans than Andrew Jackson did.
Well, dare I suggest that
Because,
when it comes to Lincoln and Roosevelt, FDR, people forget lots of things.
I
Kennedy, actually.
Yes, wait, Kennedy killed a bunch of Native Americans?
No.
That's
I'm
boss.
just saying that John F.
I
Kennedy,
know.
people forget a lot about.
All I think about Kennedy is that his brains got blown out after he fucked like a million women that weren't his wife, including that Marilyn Monroe whore. And there I said it, she's a fucking whore. Has anyone here seen Marilyn Monroe as her real persona? Whatever it was, like Sarah Lee or some bullshit. I can't remember what her name was.
I saw the picture of her before she became famous. I think the story was some Hollywood producer actually found her. She was just like a waitress.
She was. She was like a construction worker or something, like some menial job. Yeah. And she was.
Waitress, and she served him, and she just decided to, make her into the Marilyn Monroe, I guess.
And then you can attest to the fact, unless you disagree with me, in which case it's perfectly fine. She was not ugly, but about the plainest of plainest women you could possibly find on Planet Plane.
Yep.
She was just a person. I'm not angry with her. I'm not angry with her. I think she's a whore because, rolls eyes, she was one. That doesn't mean that I hate her.
Sent a picture of pre-fame Marilyn Monroe to the pictures.
Let's all lash out at it to make W quit being so sensitive. Sensitive soups.
The Marilyn Monroe character.
One of those things that you and I think are always going to disagree about.
What's that? Well, I judge people by their character, dude. Go ahead.
One thing I just don't think is classy, calling a woman that to begin with.
Sorry. She was a whore, dude. Look up the definition. She was also a drug addict and died as like a penniless pig in a greasy bed surrounded by chicken.
I like chicken.
I don't have a lot of good things to say about her. She had multiple extramarital affairs and fucked the president. And what? Is she classy? You're judging me? All right.
Well, no, I'm not saying you gotta punch back for it's not eye for an eye.
But why do you care? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. It is classless to call a woman a whore, but I don't give a shit. Sue me. Have the cops come arrest me for it. Why does it matter to you?
It's not about being arrested. It's about personal character.
I have character. You just know that I'm very hyperbolic and exaggerative and outspoken about the things I don't like. If someone can sit there and talk to me and say, Mike, okay, drop the all the bullshit or whatever, how do you feel about Marilyn Monroe? You know me well enough, or you should, that I would say, okay, honestly, I think, as I just said, I think that she, lived up to the negative reputation that comes with being described as a woman of the night, blah, blah, blah. I think that she died in a very slovenly way. I think that she lived her life very recklessly, blah, blah, blah. You know that I'm capable of saying that. It's just much easier and way more fun for me to say she was a whore who died a pig. It's just, I mean, again, sue me. I get a kick out of it, and it's not inaccurate.
It's just so, like, ugly.
It's
sounding.
unbecoming of you, Michael. Why do you not hold yourself to the standards of thine self?
I'm just saying, like.
I know. Yeah, W, you're too nice a guy to talk to us.
Yeah, get out of this podcast. Be gone.
You're too nice. I've said this so many times. You're too nice a guy. Dude. You like. I get where you're coming from, and my tone suggests I'm knocking you. I don't mean to. You are a good person. You are a super good person, dude. I get where you're coming from. I just wish it wouldn't bother you that much that I throw out my slings about, again, the things that I don't like, because that's just me. That's just part of my personality.
For my 2 cents, it does make hanging around you harder for me.
Okay.
It's draining.
Okay. I was not aware of that. Why is it draining?
I don't know, just having to listen to you go on concentrates about fucking shit that doesn't matter to anyone.
Oh, as opposed to all the other stuff we normally talk about. Gotcha.
I wouldn't have said that, but all right. There we go.
That was very. That was very harsh.
You dumb asshole! Just shut your fucking crap and sit right there, you little dumb shit.
I just talk about very important stuff, and then you come along and just talk about people.
No,
I mean, really quickly, what I wanted to say here, really quick, I was going to give Eddie the benefit of the doubt until basically I was told that what I say is bullshit. I take offense at that because I think that you say a lot of bullshit that I don't say anything about that I couldn't care less about too. And I think it's fair to say that that's true of all of us, but we usually don't have the audacity to say that to each other.
Everything I say is important, and you just all shut up and listen to me.
I mean, honestly, I will have a dialogue with you if that concerns me, because I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. I really don't. You guys know that I don't enjoy doing that. However, if you're, and I know you were being yourself hyperbolic, or at least I hope so, and making a joke or whatever, just say that, I talk about shit that no one cares about. It's like, well, hey, dude, I talked to me more about Assassin's Creed for 10 years. Let's see how exciting that gets.
Mike,
Talk about comic books. Let's see.
The last time that I talked about Assassin's Creed.
I didn't know there was a time limit. I guess I have to, I guess I have to wait it out until it's my turn to talk about it, and then I get to complain about it. Just like you're complaining about Marilyn Monroe. You should have interjected me and said, Mike, I don't want to hear about it. That's boring to me, and then I would have shut up because I didn't know. All right.
Mike, there is a misunderstanding here. I didn't express myself properly. But the thing is,
yeah, you sounded pretty clear to me, to be honest. But go ahead.
I mean, here's the thing. I try to put things into words that make the most sense, the easier or the fastest way that I can. But sometimes that means that I come off harsher than I mean to be.
I don't know how else to misinterpret. You say things all the time that no one could give a shit about. I'm not really sure how else to take that.
All the time is the part that.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
right, yeah.
and without sarcasm, my response to that is it's kind of hard to feel less offended when you say that. Well, I only sometimes talk about shit that bores you and makes you, lose your mind.
It's not that it bores me or anything, but okay. So how do I put this? It's not really.
You already did put it. I got it loud and clear. You don't give a shit about what I had to say. Fine. All right.
No, Mike.
You don't have to apologize for it.
Mike, there's plenty of things that I care about what you say. There's plenty of things where I do care about what you have to say, but sometimes you put things so hyperbolically that it just it's a thing of for example, with we've gotten into a couple of arguments over your usage of words that I'm not comfortable with being around, and the thing with that is that when you had those arguments with Dad about what's the word? Fuck.
Well, you have argued about cursing before with Ted, so that does kind of work.
No,
I didn't hear you, W. What was that? Just for my benefit, so I follow everything. What did W? What did you just say? I missed it.
I'll never forgive you for this.
W, do you want to repeat yourself, or?
Yeah, could you please? I want to keep track of who is saying things. I missed what you said.
When Addy lost track of what he was saying and said, when you and Ted argued about fuck, and I jokingly said, well, he and Ted have argued about cursing before.
See, I didn't even know that, actually, or if it happened, I do not remember it.
The word I'm looking for, it doesn't come to me, but basically, when you had multiple arguments about spoilers and stuff like that, and there's the thing that I'm looking for, when you said that it's common courtesy, there we go.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah,
yes, I did say that.
Like, a lot of times when when we argued about the usage of those words. You just tell me to go fuck myself, basically. And to me, it would be common courtesy that if I ask you nicely to not use those words, then you would, try not to.
You are correct. And if I have failed in that, I would like to be told now, because I don't remember, which is my own fault. I don't remember, with my bad memory being what it is. I remember you and I have had this conversation, but I don't remember what the words were or what the terms were, unless, as you just said, it was like me telling you to fuck yourself or whatever. If I have lapsed in that, please remind me. I don't want to do that. But
I mean, there has been a couple even in this session.
Yeah, you're probably right. Okay, just remind me, just please gently remind me, and I will try, because, I forget sometimes. I'm flawed. I own up to my flaws, and one of them is just not really giving a... I mean, you don't care if I swear, right? Because that's not stopping anytime soon.
No, I don't care about swearing particularly.
Okay.
It's just, it's like slurs, more basically.
Yeah, I think the distinction that could be made is, at least with me, with what I tend to have a little bit of an issue with, and it's not that big of an issue, but it's more just the genuine vitriol that the words are said with.
See, the thing is it comes across as vitriol. You guys buy it so easily. I'm not trying to... Remember when Ted has said it's hard... Hang on 1 second, guys. Okay. 1 second. I promise. I'll give you the floor. I just want to say it's and it's easier to misinterpret it through text, so this is to Ted's defense. But Ted has said to myself, and I think probably the rest of you at some point or another as well, he's like, guys, you don't get it. I'm not mad. I'm just being funny to myself, at least. I'm being hyperbolic. It's who I am. It's what I do. I don't really actually wish this person was dead. I don't really actually despise this person. But, guys, stop taking things so seriously. However, and I'll turn it right back to you soon, because I want you to continue. I didn't mean to cut you off. However, I do acknowledge that, yes, that's part of the way I talk. It comes across as very strongly worded and vitriolic, and to me, that's what makes it funny. That's part of just my sense of humor. But if it bothers you guys, I want to continue to hear about it, because this is news to me. I was not aware of it.
Yeah, so as I was saying, it does come across as genuinely vitriolic. I think it's just the way that you say it. It's just with so much force. I mean, I'm personally someone who definitely uses those words as well as in joking manners. I call my dog a whore all the time, and I don't have an issue with that. I just think that it's a little bit too forceful with how you say it. It makes it sound genuine.
It does.
And generally, it does sound like you do despise them.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Debbie.
When you make race jokes, Mike, I think you do generally come across as joking. It's just me and Eddie can both get a little tugging on the collar, ooh, because
Because I usually don't argue with the kind of kind of thing. Right.
Yeah.
I make it more lighthearted. That's probably good, because I consciously try to hold back, because I don't want anyone to take it seriously.
Whenever you make the race jokes, I think generally speaking, outside of one or two occasions, you do it with a kind of wink and nudge.
Right. That's the intention, at least.
Whereas whenever the matter of a woman's sexual habits come up, it does often seem like you're genuinely pissed, oh, she's a fucking whore and a slut, and I hate those people. And it's
well, I will put it this way: I don't respect people, women that just sleep around just for the sake of sleeping around. I've even said myself, hey, I'm not a hypocrite. My number's high. I'm not proud of my number. When it comes to certain women, like for example, just random certain, not random certain, but whatever, the occasional WWE diva or a famous actress, or again in the case of Marilyn Monroe, who was, for better or worse, well known for getting around. I guess in that moment, the way I look at it is when I'm around friends, I don't feel. Again, this is for better or worse. I don't feel that I should need to censor myself. I don't feel that I should have to stop, hold my thought back, and be diplomatic because I'm going to offend somebody. Like I have felt until now, because I didn't know that it was offensive, that no one was being offended by it. Do I think that my ex was a whore? Well, I think that by becoming a stripper, that was pretty whorish behavior. I'm not going to back up on that. Do I hate her? No, of course not. So it's I don't know what to say to somebody who says well, you shouldn't call her a whore. And it's well, I think she kind of is. She's displaying. I mean, she may not have fucked a bunch of people, but I draw a very thin distinction between showing yourself naked to people for money and having sex with them for money. So I guess what I'm saying is, why take it so personally? Why be so offended by it? I mean, on the forum where we talk about, I'm sorry, W, I know you keep trying to. Go ahead. You go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I think there's just, I can't speak for the other guys, but I think there's just a little bit of a difference of personal standards here, and I couldn't say where or why it comes from, but like for my part, that it doesn't like particularly bother me unless it either reaches like ludicrous numbers or it was a lot of adultery. That doesn't mean that I find her to be.
Well, I mean, I just really quick, I have to interject. Where exactly does one draw the line? At what point am I, I shouldn't say allowed, but at what point is it reasonable to call someone a whore? Like,
Well,
does it really have to be a specific number?
I don't think I would ever phrase it that way. I think I would just say that there gets a point where it's distinctly unhealthy.
Well, where's that line drawn? And how am I supposed to know where the rest of you draw that line? To the point to where I have to be careful about offending anybody.
Well,
I should say that personally, I don't.
But I would say, like, personally speaking, I mean, well, whenever you get to the point of one of the members of KISS, you're probably getting into some bad waters.
Well,
but,
I mean, that's a pretty extreme example, yes.
I think at the end of the day, like a situation like yours where you just had a series of partners, I think is like perfectly understandable, or experimented when you were young or something like that. Like,
well, I mean, there's stories behind all of them. I just, speaking as Addy was earlier, I just figured no one really gives a shit, so I don't tell you about the details of my various flings or whatever. I figured, that if anything, that would probably make you uncomfortable, so I don't bother.
Well, it depends on how entertaining the story is.
Some of them are kind of funny. I'll get around to it.
Obviously, we don't want to hear about, I met this girl, we fucked, we never talked again. That's not much of an anecdote.
I mean, that's the short version of a couple of them, but there's usually more details that make them a little funnier than that. No, just, here's the thing. I have always been myself. You guys know from 10 years of talking to me, I generally don't give a fuck about what people think about me. They can like me, they can dislike me. I don't give a shit. I have now gone 12 years having one conversation with my own sister. When the podcast thing went south because of my buddy, I quit talking to him for a year. It's like, fuck it, I don't care. I'll just whatever. I'm a loner. I don't need people in my life. I like having people in my life when I enjoy their company, etc., etc., etc. That includes all of you guys. Now, the flip side to that very brash, smug-sounding, explanation is the more human side, which is, at the same time, I do not want to upset anybody. I take no joy in offending anybody. If I know, I've told you this before, W, long ago, years ago, when you were pissed at me about something else I can't remember, maybe you can remind me, it doesn't really matter, in this particular specific, or maybe it does, I don't know. But I learned, I think it was through Pink, or maybe even Pink and you soon, someone told me, they were like, yeah, W's kind of pissed off, and I'm like, well, I don't know what I did. And W, you'll remember, I reached out to you, and I'm like, dude, if I say anything that upset you, don't hold it back, tell me what it was, because I don't want to do that.
I was just speaking from my mind, Ed. Like, I think things were going perfectly normal until Addy said your butt stinks and you like the smell of your own butt and you like to kiss your own butt, and also you're a stupid motherfucker.
I love that reference, by the way. The thing with Addy, because now I guess we got to get back to that, is Addy, on the one hand, I'll say the same thing that I said to W. This applies to all of you guys. It completely does. I know I don't talk to you as much, Addy, and that's part of the reason why I think we do have misunderstandings more often than some of the others. But having said that, the point is, you are still the same. I look at you as W and the others. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I don't want to offend you. I'm glad.
That's why.
Hold on one second, though. Well, that's the other aspect. You kind of said two different things there. They kind of went in two different directions earlier. The thing where you said that, I kind of bother you, that made me hesitate. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Okay, well, I want to hear about this. Because, again, my goal, especially during your own podcast, is to not take over and railroad and make you guys feel bad.
Not my podcast.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. It's not mine. You guys are, for lack of a better term. Anyway, but then... I don't get the impression you were trying to, hurt my feelings, and I'm not so fragile that it hurt my feelings, but yeah, it kind of pissed me off a little bit, that you then basically said, in so many words, yeah, Mike, you're always talking about shit that we couldn't give a shit about, and I'm like, well, then I guess I can just stop talking to you then. Fuck you too, bud. You know, and if that's not what you
Yeah,
meant,
I'm sorry. I'm
that
sorry
was-
for that because I fucked it up. Like Okay, so
I'll put it this way: I was not expecting it when I said, "Addie, oh, by all means, man, I'm sympathetic. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Tell me how you feel." And the next words out of your mouth was, "Well, you know, when you go on these tangents about stuff that no one can give a fuck about." It was like, "Okay, wait a minute. How long has this been going on? You know, thanks, man." You know, so I'm not trying to.
Yeah,
Well,
it could have been
usually-
worded better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
Sorry,
with that,
not
and this is
worded
not
better,
on-
but.
Well, you know, Eddie, I don't want to throw you under the bus because I don't want to say that your feelings aren't valid. They are. It's just now very surprising to me to now sit here and wonder, okay, well, how often am I talking about stuff that you guys just don't give a shit about? Maybe I shouldn't be on these podcasts.
No, Mike. Like,
You know, and I'm not saying that as like a threat, like, well, maybe I should just take my ball and go home. No. It's like, if I'm actually really causing that much of a bother to make you think that kind of thing, maybe I should
no,
just
Mike,
back
here's
out.
The problem. Here's the problem. Let me explain the problem with that wording. So usually when I form an opinion, the first time I go to it, I just say or you know just put down what my gut feels, and then I revisit that and try to actually go and think, hey, so I dislike this thing because of this is what I listed. Let's actually try to figure out what the actual problem that I have is, which is why my opinion on multiple games have changed.
If I'm following you
There's a
correctly,
thing
you're
with it,
basically
yeah.
saying that you kind of have an impulsive reaction, but then you go back and rethink it and determine whether or not you should be valid in having that opinion. Is that what you're saying?
Partially yes, but also just to what extent? Because like saying that you talk about shit that nobody cares about is obviously too far and not true.
Well, maybe it is. If it is, I honestly want to know. I'm not going to be
No,
offended
no,
by
it's
it. It's
not.
like,
I would not consider it true. No.
well, maybe you're
It's
being
not.
charitable now. I don't know. Now I don't know what to think.
I'm genuine.
Mike,
I think you do have a
but
lot of interesting insights.
Yeah, like just think about the fact that like any time that we make a 12-hour podcast when you're here, I could just tell you to go fuck yourself, stop the recording, and then just upload that. But I don't because you talk about interesting stuff. Like, you can talk about
To
interesting
be
stuff.
fair, though, it's not just that. I think that, you know, all of you guys, there's no most. I think that all of you guys would be way too polite to say something like that. So, I mean, I'll be honest. Every time.
I found that you once.
Here's part of the thing, right? Is that we all have different overlapping interests. We all came together because of wrestling games, but at the end of the day, we all have different overlapping interests. And I do think that sometimes it can be a little bit awkward because I do think Mike and Addie, you two probably have the least overlapping interests. I think out of all of us.
It does seem that way, which is nothing, you know, against Addie or myself. But yeah, I think that we just have a lot of different interests. Yes, go on.
Yeah.
Like I said, there are certainly shared interests between you two because I think you two probably have the biggest fascination with weird internet bullshit out of us.
Perhaps.
Like I said, we're all wrestling fans, so we can all fuck that. Or at least former wrestling fans in some cases.
Yeah.
So anyways, Mike, what do you think of RVD? And be careful with your opinion, because if you say anything less than great, then Eddie will kill you.
I mean, see, that's the thing is that I guess, you know, okay, I will accept that if you feel that, you know, you said, you know, what you meant too strongly, you know, fine, okay, fair enough. But that leaves the subject behind of, well, that doesn't change the fact that apparently, at the very least, Addie, and I can only assume the rest of you as well. This is something I've thought on my own, regardless of, you know, before today. You know,
both of you right now are enabling each other's anxieties.
Well, everything enables my anxiety, so that's not going to really change, sadly. But I guess what I'm saying is, you know, I would like to know, can you give me some examples of stuff I talk about that you just don't want to hear about? Because if there's certain, I don't want to waste anyone's time, including my own, talking about.
Topics, like that's the thing. That's the way.
Well, but that's what you said, though. Is that you said it?
I know.
Is
I
it
know that I used
is
the
it
wrong
the
words,
subjects
Mike.
then, or is it the tone
No.
of voice,
It's the
or
tone
is
of
it
voice.
both?
it's the tone of voice. It's just that a lot of times you come across as too earnest in how you put the things, and also I just don't like to use the slurs. That's pretty much it.
Okay, well that I can accept. That's fine. You know, I mean, like, are you, the slur thing? I just want to be kind of clear about it. I do try, and I know I slip sometimes, but I do try not to let out slurs when we're doing the podcast. I find them
I mean,
funny.
I would
You know,
appreciate if you could try it at all times when we're recording stuff. Off recording, whatever, I can take it, but on recording, I would like to not have to edit around and stuff like that. And
I understand that. I do understand that. From my memory, the only time we ever do recordings is when we're like playing games together or in a podcast. So you know, I mean, when I go ahead, whoever was about to talk.
I don't give it is that I don't like care about what it reflects on me, because if people want to find bad shit of me doing stuff on the internet, they can find that instance of my sister on Minecraft.
I mean, on my YouTube channel where I made the video thanking people for 1 million views, I came right out and I said, if you want to like my videos, fine. If you want to dislike my videos, fine. You know, I'm not going to try to be an asshole, but if you think I am, I don't care. You know, so I mean, if anything, that's my mentality. I mean, you guys know me well enough. I don't give a shit. I don't give enough shit. I give a shit about you people because I know you guys. You're not just random internet nobodies who mean nothing to me. You're people who I've come to know as human beings, you know, with real emotions and real problems, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so for that reason, again,
on my YouTube video, I can make a snarky response.
Yeah, you know, and you know, by all means, do so on, you know, any video of mine you want, you know, and I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna be bothered by it. It's just, I don't know, I don't know. There is a little bit, I don't want to say a language barrier, but a little bit of a cultural barrier, I guess. Like for example, again, like Addy, when you just said, I would also appreciate it if you did this, that, or the other, and I'm like, you know, I'm hearing you, but in my mind I'm thinking, don't talk to me like that.
Mhm.
You know, like don't tell me. I would appreciate it if you. It's like I don't. You know, now we're starting to get into, you know, but I know you don't mean it that way, or at least I don't think you do. I don't get that impression, but it's like that kind of rankles me a little bit, and that does make me a little bit more kind of defensive and standoffish. That's a little bit of a personality clash, which I'm not blaming at you. That's no one's fault. We are who we are. But go ahead, W. What Yeah, you're right. To quote Popeye, who I'm surprised that anyone even knows who that is anymore.
I love
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna say. I mean, again, for whatever it's worth, I don't mean to offend any of you guys. And and I'm assuming no one's gonna, even if you, I don't know if this is true or not, but all I know is that I think I know you guys well enough to know, or at least to believe, that if you really shared Addy's opinion, and regardless of how you felt about how he phrased it, if in the back of your mind you were thinking, I'm glad finally someone said that to Mike. I'm glad finally someone called Mike on the fact that he says a bunch of shit we just don't care about. I believe that you guys would not actually tell me that. I believe that you guys would not be honest with me about that. Oh, not because you're jerks, but because you're too considerate, and you would not want to hurt my feelings. Not you. You would say it because that's why we're having this conversation.
I know, but
I would definitely tell you that if
so would W.
I mean,
so would W. Because W comes up as really nice, and
W's pretty straightforward, yeah.
But W can come out and tell you stuff.
Pink's a liar.
Pink is the biggest bullshit.
I was gonna say, yeah, I just said Pink's a liar. I
Yeah,
tend to not
fucking
trust anything he says.
Yeah.
I don't like
Pink's
that you
still
guys are
tries
figuring me out so
time.
easily.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, and I like that I'm playing a game with them. I've been playing this game with them this entire time, and, you know, I'm probably doing, like, shit, too, because I've been focusing so much on this conversation.
You always say I'm too nice, Nick. You should be saying that Pink and Goku are too nice, because those are the two nice guys out of our group.
W, you are the most vocal about having high morals, and I respect that. That sounds sarcastic, but no, I legitimately respect the fact. I like the fact that you have I've written to you before during arguments you've gotten into where it's like, dude, you're fighting the good fight. Like I really like the fact that you feel something is wrong, and even whether I agree with it or not, and you weren't arguing with me at that time, you were arguing with somebody else, can't remember who. It was like, I appreciate the fact that you're standing up for your convictions. That's integrity. I respect that. So before I think you do a very good job. I like every one of you guys. I like all of you guys for some shared reasons and sometimes for varied reasons. But W specifically, I've noticed that it has come back at me negatively. I'm not complaining about you. I'm just saying that, you know, if anything, it's actually gotten at you know, your niceness has actually made me feel like a jerk, because like me just being myself, when I have you like taking the high ground, it's like, well, But I'm not an asshole. I'm just fucking around. I'm just making jokes, and now I feel like a jerk. You know, it's like you're sort of like, hey, Alex, you know, can I send you some of these pirated games to make up for the fact that you bought me a game last month or whatever? You're like, no, I won't touch that stuff. That's just, yeah, I'm it's like, oh man, I feel like kind of like a dirt bag, you know. And it's just stuff like that. It's like you're too nice. But then when you do surprise me and you say stuff like, well, Mike, I have to admit, you should have more class than to call a woman a whore. Then it's like I just kind of scratch my head and I'm like, well, should I? Why? I don't.
Here's the thing with the piracy thing. That particular instance, I actually was wanting you to be the one on controls during Silent Hill 2, was the thing.
Well, I think it was even before that, though. There were times where I wanted to, I mean, you're right. You did tell me that before, but there was a time where I think I was just like, you wanted to get a game on Steam or whatever, and I'm like, well, I've got a copy of that. I'll just send it to you. You don't have to spend your money. You're like, nah, I really don't want to. You were like, there was a while there, for better or worse. It's not even like, there is no better or worse. It is just what it is. You were like, kind of like really, I don't want to say touchy. That sounds aggressive. You were very kind of just really not wanting to get your hands dirty at all with piracy in any way. You were like, I don't like the movie Used Cars. You were like, well, maybe I'll have to watch that sometime. I'll send you my copy. I'll make a copy and send it to you. You're like, no. I'd rather just find it somewhere. I'm like, well, it's just okay. It was like, that made no logical sense to me. It's like, well, you're not pirating it. It'd be like if I were there in person handing you my copy. Dude, borrow this over the weekend. And you still didn't want to have anything to do with it. I didn't think anything less of you. If anything, I thought, God, this guy's a nice guy. Jeez. But I didn't understand it. It was like, I go ahead.
Sometimes I'm just like, from a moral perspective or an ethical perspective, hedging my bets. That's all. I'm not firmly of the opinion that piracy is like bad or anything. It's just like, well, in case I later on, I don't want to feel guilty about it later,
I mean, that's your prerogative. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Although I have to admit that I did think it was funny when you, at first I thought it was a joke, which kind of, probably made you more defensive about it. But there was a time on the forum where you said something about, like you scolded me really hard because I said that if a bunch of foreigners were going to storm the American gates, we should just start opening fire. And you were like, oh my God, someone's going to look at this and it's going to cost me a job in the future. And again, I thought it was a joke, but you were like, no, it's not. I don't want this to be associated with me. And I'm like, really? All right.
It was a pretty heinous thing to say.
I don't think it was. I'm not gonna drag you into this, but just my simple rebuttal is simply this. If, hypothetically, and this turned out to be just more political bullshit spin, apparently, because you never heard of it after that week, if, under any circumstance, regardless of country or source of origin, whatever, there were people at our gates saying, if you don't let us in, we're going to storm you, what do we do? Let them in? No, we defend ourselves. And if they start getting aggressive, we need to up the ante. So it's like, if people need to get shot, people need to get shot. What's that? Go ahead.
I didn't hear nothing about storming at that time.
Yeah, you did. That was when they I wouldn't have just said there are people at the gates wanting in, let's shoot them all. It was because there was the caravan, the alleged caravan, where they were like, okay, well, now they're at the gate and they're saying, that they demand to be let in and, blah, blah, blah. And if they don't, they're going to find a way in. That's what I'm saying. After that week or two, you just never heard anything. It's like, they disappear.
I barely
just
heard
political
about
bullshit.
That week, and it just never, nothing ever came of it again. I only heard about it in like the right-wing circles, and then it just dissipated completely.
Right. I think as much as I am more right-leaning than left lately, I think that was just political spin. I think that was just bullshit to try and get people riled up against illegal immigrants. Which I myself am not a fan of immigrants coming to this country illegally. It's just that simple. I find absolutely no reason to defend that practice. There's the right way, the wrong way. I've said it before. Knock on my door, I'll open it and maybe let you in. Crawl through my window, you're getting fucking shot. It's that fucking simple. Do it right,
apparently they just turned around.
That's
that's what happened to that. They just
like, are you being literal? Did you look it up just now? And is that actually supposedly they just
the beginning of December they just
how anticlimactic?
And
let's just go home
around and went back home. That's all that happened.
Stupid. Yeah. See, now I'm starting to not even buy that the whole thing was even real. Anyway, yeah, but I don't.
Forgotten acid trip.
Acid trip.
I mean, that's in the same category as the like freedom truckers or whatever. They were like all over the internet for like a week. And
right. Recently,
and then they just like disappeared and nothing happened. And I guess they claimed victory. The left wing claimed victory. Everyone went home. Still upset, but mildly happy. Did they
A Pyrrhic victory, if ever there
Yeah.
was one.
And nothing changed. So
And still the future refused to change.
Well then, so we can all move on in harmony. I'm just gonna.
until we get angry at each other.
I know. Well, usually we don't get
See
angry
you
at each
next
other.
week. See you next week with the next
we never get
argument.
angry at each other.
I don't know about the rest of you guys. This is the first time I've gotten legitimately angry in any of these podcasts.
Oh,
I don't know.
I'm just talking about politics in the nation in general.
Oh, okay.
This point,
All right.
We're
No, I'm
always
just.
angry at each other.
Um,
in this podcast, yeah, I understand why there was a little bit of anger here.
It was.
Yeah, I definitely understand that, and I think everyone's emotions were definitely valid in this situation for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Ironically, again, it wouldn't have taken me so much by surprise had Addie not first said something that I was very sympathetic to, and then turned around and basically said, "Oh, and by the way, fuck you." You know, it was in so many words.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, oh, whoa, wait a minute now. Yeah. Anyway, what I wanted to say is just simply, guys, please be honest. Right now, Mike has no feelings. Just be honest. Do I bother you guys? Does it upset you that I talk too much? Is there any grievance you want to air with me on these podcasts? I will listen.
No,
That's an open invitation.
I've already said my.
I know you have.
No.
Where are you, sir?
This is something.
If I might be able to chime in just a
Yes.
little bit.
Yeah, it was for everybody.
Yep, I do think that you maybe do speak over people and cut off people a little bit too much. I have definitely felt like I get cut off, and I'm
just fucking keep talking over him and
can I please finish?
No?
My thought, Alex.
I specifically held back to make sure. What I was going to say was, I agree. But go on.
Yes. I definitely have felt cut off when I communicate on these podcasts. I tend to get spoken over, and that's the only real thing that I would take issue with, and I'm just saying this respectfully. I don't think you're a bad person because of it, but I do personally feel like I get spoken over a little bit.
You just talk until we shut up. You talk until we shut up.
Fair enough. Asked and answered. This is not an excuse, but an explanation. There are two reasons for that. One, my short-term memory, I joke about it all the time, but in reality, it's something that deeply concerns me. It's not a joke. I forget things very easily. I can remember specific details of things from my youth. I can tell you every fatality combination in Mortal Kombat 2 right now off the top of my head. I can't tell you what I did 3 days ago. I can't tell you how the conversation, like what we were talking about before, the thing between me and Addie. My memory is just shit. And so sometimes it's a matter of I speak up because I want to really quickly get in something before I forget it. That doesn't necessarily make it okay. It's just that's part of the automatic mentality of why it's happening. More directly, it is simply symptomatic of my anxiety. Anxiety. If you look up generalized anxiety disorder, you're gonna see things like racing thoughts, fast talking, the need to hurry up and get thoughts out before you forget them, the need to, not necessarily the need, it is not a desire to talk over anybody, but it is a habit. It is a bad habit. I'll take that one because I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. It's something that I try to watch, but it's a very hard thing to be conscious of in the moment.
I understand that, yeah.
Well, thank you for telling me. I apologize.
Yep, no worries.
Anyone else?
On schedule for the FOF Origin this year.
I'm sorry, I actually didn't hear you.
Oh, you didn't. Oh, whatever you did.
Something about
Never mind then.
FOF forum or something, or maybe it wasn't an orgy.
Something about an orgy.
Okay, I heard forum, so I'm giving her benefit of the doubt. Okay, he's not as nice as I thought he was. I'm just trying to, I mean, again, it comes down to the fact that literally, like I said, I know I talk a lot, I know I've got my flaws, I recognize my flaws, but sometimes, people need to be called on their bullshit, and even though I'm not trying to offend you guys, if it turns out that I am, I would rather know that ahead of time so I can hopefully at least have enough memory to to address that and fix that. Because again, the last thing I want to do is upset you guys. If we're in an argument or whatever, sometimes I don't care if I'm upsetting people, including all of you or anybody, my own family, anybody. But in general, it is something I do not set out to do. So, if I know that I can pull it back and make other people a little bit happier, then it's something I'd like to know.
Yeah. Friendship.
I love the friendship.
Friendship.
It is power. Therefore, we have all been made stronger now. We must go defeat God.
Yeah, we are not Super Saiyan, God Super Saiyan, whatever the fucking US level is.
Something.
U.S. level?
Which means we're part monkey.
Yes.
What did you mean by U.S. level? Does it differ between countries?
Newest.
Oh, newest.
The U.S. level of the same.
Well, because I wasn't sure if that was like as in literally something was translated into the American version of DBZ and that made a difference. I don't follow, so I wouldn't.
You know how the people keep finding from Mario USA.
Okay, wait a minute. See, talking about people interrupting each other, that is one point I want to make in my defense. When 4 people are, it's gonna happen. But sorry, go ahead, you guys. Someone take a turn.
Well, I was just saying, I like the idea of Goku going to America and he's being like, hey, I'm stronger here, weird. There's a DC hero that's kind of an odd joke hero, who is literally Uncle Sam, the spirit of America, and his strength is relative to how much people believe in America.
Like Santa.
Yeah, just like Santa and Elf.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that, yeah.
Santa's power depends on how much people believe in America.
That would be
He's got to be
weird.
feeling pretty weak right now.
Yeah.
Believes in Santa, then Santa can beat the Beast of Revelations.
It's all starting to come together. How can we work in the Addy and myself? I didn't hear you because I was. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
I said it's all coming together. Bush did 9/11.
Oh, well, we all know that though.
We all know that.
If we believe in Santa hard enough, he can stop the planes.
If we believe in Santa hard enough, he can go back in his time machine. Well, he doesn't even have a time machine. He's magic, so he can use his magic to go back and stop the planes.
I mean, really speaking, visiting every house on Christmas night, there must be time travel bullshit.
That fucker only works 1 day a year. Nobody talks about how fucking lazy he is.
That's why he's so fast.
He has slave labor and only works 1 night a year.
Slave labor in the coldest part of the country, no less.
Yeah, exactly.
Or not even country, but I'm sorry, globe.
We all have to pretend that the elves are happy in their situation.
Yeah.
They just love being slaves.
They live to put together wooden toys.
Every child on one night. He doesn't work for 1 night a year, but that 1 night a year makes up for several.
You know, that's got to be a lot of work. Although, if you think, all right, does anyone know how?
Air system trying to shoot him down.
See, interruptions. See, what the fuck?
Hey,
No, sorry, I did not. No. That was me. I was just playing around with that one. He didn't hear me start talking. What I was gonna say really quickly is, has anyone or does anyone know? Has anyone like tracked? Let's say, okay, I don't know exactly which. I think it's like India or something like that. I don't know. You guys know. You guys study geography. If one were to start sundown in whatever country it begins first, and then go around the world and follow the night, as it were, and then go to the other end of the earth where sundown will end last, and then the sun will come up. Does anyone know how long that would take? Because obviously it would be, more than a 12-hour. I mean, I guess it depends on the season. And oh god, now you're talking about like 7th grade math class. I don't know.
I don't want to talk about math.
when two trains are leaving the, one train is going 50 miles an hour and the other train is that. How long would it take for you to have sex with your sister or something? I don't know.
The answer is they all died.
What'd you just say?
Which one?
The thing about someone dying. I don't know what
the other answer is they all died.
They all died. Yeah, the trains did not meet. Everyone died.
The train collided head on. It was amazing and horrible.
There was have any of you guys heard of the game Mind Trap?
Nope.
It's a really good game that I think. Yeah. It's a card game. Does that sound familiar to you? It's essentially just a card game.
I don't play
basically.
cards.
I think all of you would actually enjoy it. It's like a real life physical thing that was first got big in the early 90s.
Oh wait, actually, I have heard about that. That's on Tabletop Simulator. I
Oh,
think.
cool. That
I
would
think
actually
that's
be
one of their actual official DLCs.
that would be very interesting. Yeah, you guys may want to check it out because it is a thinking person's game. Basically, what it is it is a bunch of they're just small cards, and every single card, and there's like 5,000 of them. Every one of them offers you a logic puzzle. And for example, one of them, I'll just off the top of my head, someone commits a murder, but his brother, not the one who committed the murder, his brother. No, I'm sorry. I fucked that up. Someone commits a murder, he goes to prison, and his brother, who had nothing to do with the murder, even tried to talk his brother out of it, he goes to prison too. Why? You have to think outside the box. These are all logic puzzles. They're brain teasers.
What was the question?
Twin brother.
Say that again, W.
It was the one-armed man.
It was Richard Kimball. Just to give Sue a chance, the question was, and on the card is more elaborate and more phrased and everything. But basically, to get to the long and short of the one that came to my head is a man commits a murder, and not only does he go to jail, but his brother, who also had absolutely nothing to do with it, was totally innocent, tried to talk the guy out of it, whatever. He goes to jail too. He gets the same sentence. Why is that?
Cue that Jeopardy theme.
do, 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 do.
There was an episode of Jeopardy where they didn't have the theme; they just had some guy going do.
And it was Richard Trebek. Or Alex Trebek. he just kind of looked around like, "Where's the music?" And then he just kind of like shrugged, do.
The corpse rises out of the grave.
Oh, that's just terrible. That's sad.
Yeah, horrible joke, Dubs.
Yeah, well, yeah. See, now there you go. See, now if you had said that with a little more animosity, that you're telling me that would have turned it from okay to classless. Come on, now, fuck you
I
guys.
fucking despise Alex Trebek.
Screw you and your mother, Alex Trebek. That was my very bad Sean Connery.
Oh man, that made me think of a gag from 30 Rock that aged very well or very poorly, depending on your perspective. So they have for a little bit throughout the series a running gag that Tracy Morgan's character idolizes Bill Cosby, right?
Okay.
And finally, at some point, Tina Fey's character is like, Tracy, we've got Bill Cosby on the line. You can finally talk to him. And Tracy goes, oh, yeah. And he gets on the phone. And he says, is this Bill Cosby? And it's actually Bill Cosby. Well, no, it's probably...
Is it a sound like?
No, it's what? Hang on. You don't actually hear what's on the line, but you
okay.
it's supposed to be actually Bill Cosby because Tina Fey's character isn't a liar. And they start talking, and then Tracy Morgan, the next thing he says after, it's Bill Cosby is, I forgot what you did to my mother, Bill.
That's great. That's great. Much like everything else he touches, that's gold. That's gold. That's good stuff. I have to look that one up.
I think he even slams the phone then on the receiver, and Tina's like, "What?" And Tracy never explains why he did that.
Now, was he happy during the call that you don't hear the exchange? Like, do you see his face and is he happy?
No,
see, my humor, it would be even funnier if he were happy until hanging up, at which point then he lashes out. But that's just me. Before we move on though, I just want to ask because I want to give you guys the answer. Does anyone have a guess on that brain teaser?
No, go for it.
They are conjoined twins.
Ah!
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was going to say they're identical.
I thought I heard you say twins, but I didn't want to push too hard because I thought, okay, if you already nailed it, then that just makes the game sound lame because the game's actually quite the mind challenge. But yeah, mind. I already see what the. How did I forget the name of the damn game?
Mind Trap.
Yes, thank you, Mind Trap. Yes, I was gonna say Brainstorm. Like, well, that's totally not it. That's like a movie or something.
Speaking
like that.
of, we really need to get you on Tabletop Simulator sometime.
You know, part of it is I do not No, I mean, I guess you. All right, here. Let me lead in with this. Do you guys play board games that you know, or do you just like try?
Yeah, well,
Oh, you do. Okay, I don't know many board
we
games.
try to play blackjack or poker without knowing the rules.
I know blackjack, but not poker. Poker
It was
is
glorious.
too many various things to have to remember.
I just ended up spawning an ogre and making him really big. That's how I play blackjack.
Yeah, you can't play a game that Soon doesn't know is Soon, because Soon will just start doing weird shit on the top.
Like spawning ogres.
Yeah, if I don't understand the game, I will fuck around just to keep myself entertained.
I've noticed.
Yeah.
And then I
It's a problem. I'm sorry about that, guys. If you have an issue with that, I'll
No,
try to
it's
rein it
fine.
in.
I like this. I'm sorry this time I do have to interrupt because it's so worth pointing out. I love that based on what you just said, Soon, this is like the podcast of healing. This is like the one where we air it all.
Quite a lot by you guys for just fucking around in games.
I was going to start with. Go ahead, W.
Oh, I heard a bunch of people.
I said, I think it's time I finally came out to you guys and finally told you guys I have several boxes in my basement.
I'm trying as many as me.
Not enough.
Were you saying it, Addy?
But I was going to do a shit rendition of the Song of Healing from Zelda, but I don't actually remember it.
What were you saying,
Oh,
Mike?
right.
I'm just playing around the...
I don't think I had anything else to add, but you said something that I will add to, which is that you said, that you apologized for fucking around in games. If any of that is, I'm assuming that you were probably talking about the board games. If any of that was consciously or otherwise directed to the whole shooting of the tires incident, that is something that, I got over a very long time ago, but was simply so profoundly befuddled by that I can't help still finding it funny. That's why if I ever bring it up still, that's why. It's just the funniest.
I don't know what happened between you, but I probably did worse than when the three of us played GTA.
Did the three of us play GTA?
You play GTA? I don't remember you playing
No,
GTA.
I played GTA with WS and fucking Pink.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Soon, do you want to explain what happened, or would you like me to?
Oh, I've heard this.
I honestly don't remember it at all.
Okay, I'll make it short. I'll make it short.
Other than that, I played with your radio a lot.
There was that too. Yeah, you. That was funny too. I was like, "Fuck it, then you take my helicopter.
Yeah,
I'll jump
I remember
out."
You jumping out of the helicopter.
All the ideas
And I also remember you really did not like the Phil Collins song that they had.
Oh, I hate that song so much. I'd forgotten that. Yeah, was that a dispute between us? You liked it and I hated it because I do hate that song.
I was
I love
at
that
that time
song.
I was obsessed with 80s music to the point where I just only listen to 80s music.
Nothing wrong with that.
I'm still kind of like that, and I just liked any 80s music
I see.
that I heard because I just felt like I don't know, I was being the cool youngster who was into music before my time. But
I have no problem with Phil Collins. It's just I don't want to hear 37 repetitions of "I don't care anymore. I'm telling you, I just don't care." I got it, Phil. I got it. That's like the whole damn song. Are there other lyrics besides that? Don't answer the question. To describe very briefly, what happened was in like the first, let's say, few months, I'm guessing, of the GTA 5 online mode, I was playing not with randos, but always with only my friends. One of them was Howard Beware, who was on the forum for a little while. A couple of them were sadly I can't remember their names, but I'm sorry.
Justin Lynch.
Justin Lynch is the one I was thinking of.
Justin
Yes, I played with him a great deal. Yeah, we played a lot of games together. And every now and then Soon would pop in and he'd say, do you mind if I join you guys? And it was nothing against you, Soon, but often what would happen is we'd be in a match, we'd be trying to do a mission, we'd be doing something like, for example, one thing that we spent many hours on was certain types of car paint could only be unlocked if you did ridiculous things like lapping or getting like speed boosts gets behind the car in front of you in a race like 50 times or whatever. And it's like, we weren't good at racing, so he and I, Lynch and I, would like drive around in circles, tailgating each other, following each other to artificially inflate those numbers to get the, the cheesy unlocks. In other words, I was usually, busy. And it was like, well, on top of that, this was nothing personal, but this was how I was with everybody. I also didn't know what kind of a player you were. I'd never played games with you before. I didn't yet know you all that well at that time. So it was just kind of like, well, I mean, like when I'm just going to fuck around or whatever, sure. And there came a time where, you asked, and it was like, well, yeah, why not? Why not have Soon in? I'm here with, again, it was probably Justin, and I think at least one other person, because we had enough to fill a whole car. And here's where the funny part, to me at least, comes in. I said, the only thing I ask is that you have to understand that the group that you're going to be joining with, myself and these other guys, we play a certain way. We are completely teamwork based. We do not like fuck with each other or anything like that. We're all kind of on the same level. We all perform to the best of our abilities together as a cohesive unit to maximize these missions that we all go on, to raise our money and stuff like that. And you're like, cool, okay, I have no problem with that. I'm like, all right, well, come on in. It is literally like we all spawn in a parking lot where my last game ended or whatever. Everyone spawns in. We go to get in a car. Soon hangs out outside the car. What is the first thing Soon does? He shoots out our tires. And it's... I was like, all we ask, like you've asked, and I feel bad that you haven't been able to get into our game yet, whatever, join our game, cool, it'll be fun, no problem, please do this, okay? He immediately proceeds to do exactly the opposite of the rather reasonable thing I asked him not to do. And I couldn't help but just kind of look at, like, I looked at his character in game, like, just why? Why did you do that? Like what? Are you just doing that to troll me, or are you just really that much of an asshole? Like what's the story here? And I think I booted you. I think I deleted you out of the game or whatever. I booted you out, I think. And then if I recall correctly, it was like a week or two later, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll let you back in again, but don't be doing that bullshit again or whatever. It's like that's yeah, it was kind of funny, but like I asked you nicely not to. And then that's when I'm flying somewhere in the helicopter and you're my passenger, and you keep changing my station. And I don't know if this is a personal thing or what, but like whenever I drive with somebody, if I'm in control, whether in real life or not, I'm the one who decides what's playing. If I'm riding with somebody else, I do not touch their radio because that's their ride. But I kept on turning to like a song that I think, if I recall correctly, you said it was rap, and you just like you didn't want to hear it, and so you kept on changing it like every few seconds. And I'm like, I don't think I could have communicated with you in game or something. So eventually I was just like, the hell with this. And like I said, I bailed out of my helicopter. I just jumped out. I'm like, you control it then. Fine, you fly, jerk.
I'm pretty sure I probably crashed it because I couldn't figure out how to fly helicopters in GTA.
Okay, I guess that is worse than what I did, because all I did was every time I saw your Pink, I just shot them in the head and then stole their car.
That's pretty bad.
It is.
Distinctly, there is some bit we got into where there's like, take this car from the drug dealers. While I was doing that, Addie was saying, pick me up, pick me up, pick me up, pick me up, pick me up. But I was in my own little world, so I didn't hear him at all. And so later on, I just happened to drive by Addie, and Addie shoots me in the head, and he just simply said, pick me up.
That's one of the times it happened that I remember. The other one is when we raced from, I don't remember where to one of the gas stations, and then Pink won the race. So I get out of the car and I'm like, hey Pink, you won. Here's your prize, and then I just shot him in the head with a bowling gun.
That's right.
I don't see what Addie did was more violent and damaging, and for lack of a better term, permanent. Well, it was more aggressive. I think that's what I'm looking for. But at the same time, what Eddie did had a punchline. So I can't say the same thing about what you did, Sue. So who's to say which one's worse?
The good thing is, on my side, I hear Addie and Pink make it to the finish line, and then I just simply hear Addie say, Pink, here's your reward. And I just know what he's doing. And then I hear Pink go, ah! And I just say, knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
I like that Addie took it upon Go ahead, Eddie.
Go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say, I like that you apparently took it upon yourself to be the person who gave an award, even though it wasn't obviously a.
You're gonna give an award.
Like normally it's just like the game should be the one who. I mean, I get it. Like this is a weird thing. What I'm trying to express, I think you guys get it. I think it's funny to even like make the presumption that, oh hey, we won the race. I, as someone who lost the race, will be the person who rewards you. And it's like, no, the game's going to reward him. He's taken care of. You don't have to give him a reward. And then the reward is, of course, his death. You know, yeah.
Yeah.
I
was going to reward him because I was the host during those games.
Oh, okay, all right, that makes more sense. I see.
But yeah, I think it was those 2 times, and aside from that, I don't remember it happening too many times. It happened enough times that I was both Pink and W's rivals, but. But I don't like. I think it happened like 3 times with both of them, and that's about it.
I don't think it was really a thing of like, please don't shoot me. I think it was I think we all knew none of us here are the GTA Online pros looking to grind. I think we all knew. Let's just go in and dick around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's just it. Just really quick, and in Soon's defense, you know, had I just simply voiced, you know, man, you know, it's totally cool that, you know, to fuck around or whatever, then it wouldn't have been a big deal at all. It was just that at that particular time, you know, we had all kind of grouped up together and found the time to play together, and we were trying to take it seriously. So what you did was intrusive. However, normally I'm not that anal about a game like Grand Theft Auto. It just at that time it was, you know. Go ahead.
It just depends on what the player environment is, because sometimes if you dick around like that with someone who's trying to get something serious done, and it's like, oh, you dirty fucker. Whereas,
right.
What we were doing, it was just like, ah.
Yeah. It's a shame that Soon wasn't there for the games where I did do that. Like there were. Well, you were Soon, but then yeah, you were actually. I remember that's right. We did start to play more normally.
We did play quite a lot, and then
we
until eventually, me and Howard were doing something. I forget what.
You told me. Go on. I'm sorry.
If I remember right, he went and killed me, and then blamed it on me, and then from there on, you wouldn't play with me anymore. Despite the fact that he had killed me and then lied about me doing something.
See, I remember you saying before that he had lied. Here's the thing. I can only say that I didn't witness whatever it was that you guys experienced. I don't even know at this point in time, because it was like 8 years ago, what the context would have been.
Yeah.
I am not... You know, having known this guy for at this point now almost 40 years, I've never known him to be an outright liar, at least not to me. So... You know, if you feel that he lied, I'm not going to tell you he didn't. I can't speak for him, but I want to, at the very least, hope, if not believe, that I think that it was a misunderstanding of some kind. I don't know. If I booted you for reasons that were not true and didn't trust you for a while because of something that was not true, you know, I regret that. I feel bad about that. All I know is that whatever he told me, I guess, was what I believe he at least perceived in his mind to be the truth.
Right.
I guess that's all I'm trying to say. I know he didn't have anything against you as a person. It wasn't like, oh, you're playing with that guy again. Oh, he's a little prick. You know what he said to me? It was like nothing like that. Howard's a, you know, a grown man with a family and kids and a full-time job, and I mean he's a normal guy. You know, so I don't know. Like, in other words, I'm not trying to demean what you said or undermine you. Again, I want to think again it was a misunderstanding. But either way, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, maybe it was, but.
I can't speak. I honestly can't speak for it.
The only thing that I remember really was feeling like he was lying about me, and I think I remember him charging me with his car, but that's about it.
I don't know what the circumstances were. I know there was a while there where I really, really enjoyed. I think W, you might have been there for some of this as well. I don't quite recall. I really enjoyed doing the Oh, what were they?
Because he was on Xbox at the time.
I'm trying to think who it was who was playing with us. It was you, myself,
or not Jason Mono, Justin Lynch that we played with the most.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
There was
Justin Lynch, Monkey Wrench, I think.
There's a third guy, a British guy.
Yeah.
Oh, there was
Monkey
Wool.
Monkey Wool. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes, it was Monkey Wool.
Yes, it was Monkey Wool.
I thought Monkey Wool was more or less gone from the forum at that point.
This would have been only about 2000.
No, it might have been Tom John. Yeah, I think
Tom Johns did play. He did play with us. I know that much.
No, we definitely did play with Monkey Wool. I remember that.
Okay, I don't remember
we
that.
played with Monkey Wool. We played with Justin Lynch a lot.
I
And
don't think Nick was there. I think that was you, me, Monkey Wool, and Joey once.
Well,
Mike
this might clarify it. I don't know, but just what I was going to say is that there was a time when I was really into the game mode where you'd be randomly walking around, anywhere in the game map, and you could just like trigger a firefight between your group.
We played the firefight a ton. That's
Yes,
what I remember, for sure.
and the reason I mentioned that is because I don't know if that would help isolate. I could have sworn W was there for that, but I guess not.
I don't remember him even being on PlayStation at that time.
I don't think he was either. Yeah, now that you mention it,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of that. Who the hell was that fourth person? It was you, me, I think, Off and Howard.
That was PlayStation 3 days.
Yes, it was. Yeah, that's what I was playing on.
Yeah, and
I
don't
eventually
think
gave my
Dubs
PS3
had
away.
Had the PS3 at that time. I don't know. Do you have a PS3 now, Dubs?
No, I did not get back on PlayStation until PS4, which is when I played with Joey and Wool.
Yeah. So yeah. Then this
It
would
was,
have been before that. Yeah, because I never got GTA on PS4. I only played PS3.
Then that was what you and I were both playing on, because I know that's what I got on initially. That's about the last. I had forgotten that after our little mishaps or whatever between you and I, that you did eventually come into my games quite frequently, and we did do a lot of shootouts and stuff like that. I remember someone specifically telling me that they didn't like that mode very much, and I could have sworn that was W, but I'm wrong. I'm clearly wrong. See, guys, my memory.
I played that GTA 5 session with them, and at one point I did a bank heist with Sato and one of his friends, and that one I specifically remember because at the end of the bank heist they do a little segment where they show outside there's a bunch of cops waiting to shoot at you when you open the bank doors, and
Yes.
Sato was like, all right, I got a plan here. And without telling any of us, he simply pulled the rocket launcher out of his ass, shoots the rocket launcher at the front door of the bank while it's closed. Stick with me here. All four of us who were doing the heist were standing next to that door. Nonetheless, the rocket bounces off the door and returns to Cinder, blowing Seto up and none of us. And I remember me and Seto's friend just laughing our asses off while Seto just went, oh, god damn it.
I love that whole thing was also set up by the nice cute little detail of don't worry guys, I have a plan. Had it just happened simultaneously, that would have been a little bit less funny, but the fact that he clearly had a great confidence about what he was about to do makes it that much richer.
Story makes me want to play Payday 2 again.
Yeah, Payday 2 is awesome.
Okay, now you guys...
It was funny when we just played.
You guys got me a copy of that.
You would like Payday 2. They have, what's his name? Gus from Breaking Bad.
Oh, really?
He's in the game.
You can play as Ron Perlman.
You get... okay.
Ron Perlman. You can play as Ron Perlman.
Ron Perlman and Giancarlo Esposito in the same game.
Well, you can't play as John Carlito. He's one of the mission givers, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's still awesome, though. Anything
So
that gives him more time to talk.
He narrates your mission.
Excellent.
Ron Perlman, I want to say, is the only celebrity that actually provides his own voice.
Well,
you
no,
can't-
there's if you count the YouTuber, H3, fucking
Right.
Ethan.
Right, you can play the YouTubers, and they
Wait,
have...
there are YouTubers that have been put into that game?
Yeah, two of them.
Just a couple.
Oh, that
Like,
sickens me.
Like a YouTube couple. H3, Ethan and his wife.
Which, to be fair, his wife is legitimately ex-Israeli Defense Force, so that
Yes.
one's
Oh.
But then he's an overweight, disgusting slob of a human being.
Oh, he's a YouTuber.
Heh,
Which, to be fair, I guess I am now too, technically.
heh.
YouTuber. It's not even YouTuber anymore. It's content creator. You alright, W? Did you fall off your chair?
Oh, and John Wick is a character as well. which-
In Payday 2? Just
Yeah.
I didn't know John Wick went back that far.
I used to play John Wick in Payday 2.
Interesting.
Yeah. They also added Tony Montana as well, though I don't think you can buy that DLC anymore the same way you can't buy the Stranger Things DLC.
Oh, understandable.
But nonetheless, yeah, you can see a decent amount of people running around as Tony Montana. The protagonist of Hotline Miami, that's my character I always play. I love him.
If you can, and maybe you can't, I would not know, having never played it. Can anyone briefly summarize? I know Payday 2, you rob banks or whatever. Like
Right.
what is the actual gameplay loop?
It's very similar to GTA 5, but without all of the other bullshit in GTA 5. It's
I wouldn't say that. I would say
Yeah, me neither.
the game that it's best compared to is almost Left 4 Dead, right?
yeah,
Except
that's fair.
Yeah.
Left 4 Dead, generally speaking, the goal is run through the level, try to keep going. Payday, it's do certain objectives, choose a certain way you're going to break into the bank and meet the objectives to do it, while also, in the same way that in Left 4 Dead you were facing hordes of hundreds of zombies, in Payday you were facing hordes of hundreds of SWAT officers, and it's absurd, but it's fun.
So
Yeah, and
is
they've
the
also got like little objectives that you have to do.
Yeah, that would. Go ahead. Soon.
Yeah, and you like carry the loot bag sometimes to get to an escape vehicle, and then you have to defend the escape vehicle and stuff like that. It's a really fun game to play with friends for sure.
from the excuse me.
A quick example. One of the most basic heists in the game is to break into just a little small town kind of bank that has a safety deposit area or whatever. And it goes in the stages of you want to get in there, you want to set up the big power drill to open up the big safe. And once you get in there, there are a bunch of little lock boxes. And you can try and pick the lock on each individual one, which takes a while. Or one of you could have traded out your gun, one of your gun slots, excuse me, for a big power saw that can just instantly open the lock boxes. And that's just kind of each of
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were done. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
each of the players can choose a loadout ahead of time, different weapons, and there are loads and loads and loads of different guns, though most of them are DLC, as well as a large variety of perks that can encourage you to go in loud and wear heavy armor, take the biggest guns, just fuck it, I'm going to kill all the cops. Conversely, you can take like a stealth-focused build with a silenced pistol and whatever, and you can make it where if you stealth it right, the cops never catch on at all. And you just sneak in, take what you want, and get out.
Well, all right. Now, here's the part that throws me. Then is the game primarily based? I understand that it involves all of the various, all of the above. But is the primary hook of the game the actual robbery, or what happened?
No, it's
okay,
more the firefight, and sometimes
Okay.
it is the like planning and stealthing around to try to get the loot and stuff.
There's
Each
definitely
mission has different objectives and different gameplay loops. Kind of, some are more stealth based and planning based, and others are just pure firefights.
Yeah. And there's definitely a strong appeal to the game where when you pick up a wad of money, it tells you how much that was worth and so on. And you pick up all the loot, and at the end of the level, they provide the loot for everyone, and you see the money numbers go up, and it's like, oh, yeah, money. I love stealing. I love theft. And so...
So would you?
Satisfaction is like, let's get that fucking money. Let's go out there and rob the shit out of this bank.
So then, when you talk about the aspect of the game that is the planning phase, where you determine how to best get into the bank and so forth, essentially what that is, if I can describe it this way, that is the prologue to what starts the mission, which is the bank robbery or what have you. Then the way you execute that robbery, given your various decisions and so forth, that will affect the kind of heat that you have to deal with throughout the rest of, I guess, the level or whatever one would call it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can have a perfect stealth mission where you escape without a firefight,
I
or
see.
you can fuck up at the very beginning and have to fight the entire way through the level. And yeah.
What are the levels like? Is it like city streets and so forth, that kind of thing, or is it like
city
all?
streets? Some are city streets. Some are like breaking into office buildings. Some are breaking into car dealerships.
I gotcha.
Some are
Okay.
defending like a rural farm and making drugs while you're in a firefight.
Okay.
So, they have a lot of really unique maps. One that I can think of off the top of my head that I think you might like is you play the map, and it's like you start off with the heist having gone wrong, and you need to make your way fighting through a series of streets against the cops using cars, cover, and so on. And you want to guess what the name of that level is?
I don't. Don't tell me it's 4-leaf clover.
Heat Street.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, 4-Leaf Clover was somewhat based on Heat, so there you go.
One of my favorites was it the one where you're in like a skyscraper or something, and you like have a piece. Well, that's kind of a spoiler for the mission that I thought was pretty cool. But like, I think one of the apartment buildings you get like helicoptered out or something. Is sounding familiar?
I believe that was the Left 4 Dead crossover.
Maybe it was. Yeah. But that one was really cool.
Your description of the game does make it sound really, really cool. Like I never had anything against it. I just didn't understand how an entire game could be based on robbing banks. But
Panic Room. Panic Room's the one I'm thinking of with the magnet. I think. Yeah, Panic Room was the level.
Okay, I haven't seen Panic Room. If that's the one with Jodie Foster and Forrest Whitaker, don't tell me any more about it because I actually want to see that movie. David Fincher directed it. I love pretty much everything he's done. Did someone just light a joint?
Wait, did you say David Finch?
David Fincher, very close.
David Fincher, okay.
Yeah, although David Lynch is good too.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of him.
What have you seen of his? I'm not to say that I'm going to challenge you, I'm just curious.
Seen Eraserhead.
Yeah, Eraserhead is a love-or-hate type of film, yes. Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Also, he signed a letter saying, or condemning the deportation of
Polanski, I bet.
Polanski.
Yeah, a lot of people did. Hollywood is,
Yeah, Natalie Portman.
Yes, I heard that.
There were a few others, but it was mostly like French artists that were doing it and signing that letter. But like out of American ones, he was one of the only American ones to sign that. As creeper Woody Allen.
Naturally, whose entire life is all about molesting children. Or marrying them, or both. I try to take the tack. I know, Ted and I have argued about this, and I understand his point. I don't know if he cares to understand mine, but I understand the point that he finds compartmentalization to be something that is difficult to do. What I don't like is that he blames it on sociopathy, and I'm not a sociopath. I simply am able to say that, hey, I like Chris Benoit as a wrestler. I can still watch his matches and still also think that he's an evil bastard. I can separate the two, and I'm not evil. But anyway, my point being, I've said to him about other things such as Chris Benoit. It's like, well, I try to separate when I can the artist from the art. It's like Victor Salva directed Jeepers Creepers after having been a literal convicted pedophile. And it's like, well, I didn't know that when I saw the movie. I enjoyed the movie. Am I going to now decry the movie because I learned that? No. Do I think that the guy's sick? Yes. Do I hope that he doesn't direct another movie? Yes. But that doesn't mean I can't like Jeepers Creepers. He did a good job. So anyway, my point being, I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I'm completely, Roman Polanski's, he raped a little girl. He should serve his time, period. To me, it's that simple. But just as far as David Lynch goes, while I respect that you are, you're less likely to want to watch his films or, whatever because of that, I, for better or worse, isolate that kind of stuff. I watch the films and I just kind of go by just what they are. It doesn't even like literally pop into my head, I guess.
Yeah, it's just hard. Like once you know that about them, it's just hard to go into their movies not having that in the back of your mind the entire time, and it does ruin the experience of watching those movies. And so yeah, like once you know about it, if you watch the movies before it happens and you can still appreciate those movies, then that's fine, and I don't have any issue with that. But like, I don't know, for me personally, I just can't watch those movies without thinking about the fact that the people behind them are horrible creepers.
Well, to at least put it straightforwardly, at the very least, based on that action, the person behind David Lynch's movies is at least someone who, to some extent, clearly supports a pedophile. Well, not a pedophile.
Pedophile rapist.
You're right. Rape was also involved. Yeah, that is important to know.
He drugged
a girl and
raped her.
Yes, in the ass, I think.
Yes.
At Jack Nicholson's house in his pool, if I recall correctly. She was like a 16-year-old girl, yeah. So it wasn't technically pedophilia. I'm the one who always calls people on that, but it was still wrong. She was still underage. Presumably, I don't know what
she was like 14.
Yeah, I think you are right. I think she was younger than 16. Yeah, she wasn't like a child, but she wasn't. Yeah, I think you're right. I would go with 14.
Let me look it up
see,
real quick. But
yeah,
I'm pretty sure she was 14.
You're probably right. I guess it is a personal thing because, and I don't think either assertion are wrong. Like, if I read, just hypothetically, for example, that aforementioned Victor Salva did do another movie, which he did a few after that, but I didn't watch them. But if he did do a movie that I heard was fantastic, you know, and it sounded interesting. 13. Good lord. Okay, we're really getting down there. That's almost well, not pedophile still, but that's another.
That's pedophilic.
It actually isn't. Pedophile is prepubescent, but there is a philia that covers that age, and I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Okay.
Oh God. But yeah. Again, you know, like if Victor, you know, again the aforementioned person who in his case he raped or he blew something. I think he gave a blowjob to a like a 10-year-old boy or something on the set of one of his movies. He groomed him and isolated him from his parents, and then blew him or something like that. Served his time in prison, which doesn't make it okay. But the fact is, he did it, and then he went on, and people still allowed him to make movies, which is really weird to me. But whatever. But again, I didn't know any of that when I saw Jeepers Creepers, and again, I stand by Jeepers Creepers, the first one at least, as a good movie. It actually legitimately is to me a decent horror movie. However, again, if I now knew, knowing even what I know about him, he went and made a movie that was supposed to be really good and it sounded interesting. I can't lie, I would still check it out. That doesn't, I don't think, make me bad, nor, however, it's very worth stating, does your refusal to watch or support in any way such a film soon, nor is that bad. It's just two different philosophies.
Yeah, it's not like an active refusal to watch them, it's just that I can't
You
watch
can't.
them without that being in my mind, you know? And
That's
I don't have
understandable.
any issue with someone who
I
does
think
watch
Ted
them and
said the same
enjoys them.
I
Yeah.
think Ted said the same thing. He's tried several times to watch old Chris Benoit matches, and he just can't.
He has said that, and I can understand if it's constantly in the back of your mind. Just for me, there are two things. For me, it usually just simply doesn't pop up, and if such a thing does pop up, I mean, obviously, whenever I see Chris Benoit in any shape or form, hear his name mentioned, of course, immediately the first thought in my head is what he did, but it doesn't linger. It is kind of quickly replaced by, okay, what does he look like in this match? What's he wearing? He's got a cool entrance theme, blah, 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 blah. Which isn't to say that I forget what he's done. It just does not take such precedence in my mind, which again, it's not saying that it's better or worse. It is what it is, that I'm able to just kind of put it aside subconsciously and just focus on the immediate whatever I'm seeing at that time. Like when I'm watching The Elephant Man, I love The Elephant Man. It's a great movie. It is super straightforward. It is like unlike any other David Lynch movie that he's ever made, in that it is super straightforward and
story.
well, yeah, that too. Yeah, I think it's the only one that he ever did that was based on a true story. I believe.
Yeah.
And it's just really good. Very well acted. You know, John Hurt and Anthony Hopkins, they do a fantastic job. Half the cast of Lynch's Dune is also in it. And it's really good. And I would, like, for example, feel like I would not be able to deprive myself. The way I would look at it is I wouldn't be able to deprive myself not being able to watch that movie again. However, I would also in no way say, well, you're wrong for, not being able to keep the Roman Polanski thing out of your mind. It's like, well, that's a good reason not to want to watch someone's movies. You know, who wants to sit there and have to think about that kind of shit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, man. What do we talk about after that?
Not that I would be very interested in Roman Polanski's movies. I don't have any interest in artsy French bullshit.
Supposedly, Rosemary's Baby is quite good, but I wouldn't. Well, I did see a movie of his that I did very much enjoy.
You definitely can't watch without having that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, God, that's true.
Yeah.
He made a. I
That is
mentioned this
a movie that is more or less about rape.
It is. Yeah,
So,
I think it's directly about rape, if I understand it
it's
correctly.
100% about rape.
Yeah.
So
Evil
you
rape,
can't
no
watch
less.
that. You can't watch that movie without thinking of the fact that the guy who made it is a rapist.
I shouldn't be laughing, but that's a funny comment.
But it's the perversion of a movie's like narrative by the fact that the thing that is condemning is something that the guy who made the movie.
The guy actually indulged in, yeah. I never really thought about that until just now, but I was going to mention, as I will now, to some of you guys, I've mentioned that I have seen one Roman Polanski movie. It's called Death and the Maiden, which stars Sigourney Weaver and Ben Kingsley, and it's got a really good plot. It's based on a play that Roman didn't write. It is basically about a woman who was in a. It takes place in I think the '60s, and I believe she was in a Nazi concentration camp of some kind, or she was being experimented on by a Nazi doctor, and he was this wicked, cruel person, and he would do all these horrific, sexual, physical, just abuse for months on end as she was a prisoner, and he always kept her blindfolded. Go ahead.
Did Roman Polanski make a bunch of movies about sexual abuse because he got off to it?
See, that's ultimately where I was going to go. Is that I think it's interesting that I never looked at that until now. That, oh my God, wow, here's another movie about this guy being a horrible beast or whatever. Really quickly though, the movie's really good because what happens is, as it turns out, it's revealed that, even though she's still suffering from, trauma and everything else, Sigourney Weaver's character has never been able to identify who her captor and torturer was because he always made sure that she was blindfolded with the lights off, or whatever, she was blindfolded, I know that much. And so she never knew who it was. But because of that, she always focused on his voice and his manner of speaking. And one night, this is giving away only the first 10 minutes of the movie, the setup, is that one night her husband gets a flat tire, encounters a guy who says, hey, let's go back to my house, we'll call a cab for you or whatever, and Sigourney Weaver swears that the stranger that her husband brings home, she can tell by his voice and everything else, she swears that is the guy who tortured her. And you don't find out until the end whether she's right. And the whole movie it's a psychological battle where Ben Kingsley is like, I did not do this. You are insane. You are just looking for someone to blame. The husband is like, and she's tying him up around a chair and smacking him and shit. And the husband is like, what the fuck is going on here? You can't do this. Yes, I can, because he did it to me. And it's like, the whole time you don't know who's the fucked up one. And again, whether she's correct or not, you only find out in the last 5 minutes of the film, which I will not reveal. If you guys want to, you can go look it up. But it is worth watching, unless, of course, you don't want to watch a Roman Polanski movie, which, as we just discussed, I totally understand.
I got this was probably about a year ago, but this was back when I had internet for certain. And I remember me and the family were just like, oh, let's watch something on Netflix. Hey, Chinatown. We always heard Chinatown was good. Well, let's watch
I also did hear it was very good, for whatever it's worth. I'm sorry, go on.
Started up, and one of the first lines, directed by Roman Polanski. All of us groaned, and we just hit the back button. Let's find another movie.
Also, I didn't know he directed the 2005 Oliver Twist movie, which
I didn't either.
That's very uncomfortable to have him in charge of
a lot of little kiddies,
child actors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's post. Wasn't that post rape?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
years post. Yeah, his rape was in the late 70s, I think. It was not too long, or early 70s, I believe. It was actually after. Yeah, it was after Sharon Tate. Not only a few years after, I believe. Which I think was 69.
I think I'm fighting the final boss of Elden Ring while we're doing a podcast.
You were getting a little muffled there. Yeah, I was wondering.
I made a whole drawing while you were just waiting
late
for
70s.
you entering this podcast.
Late 70s. Okay. I was wondering why you were so. So whilst everyone was watching Star Wars, he picked a time when everyone was distracted.
Yeah. 3 years after Chinatown.
Chinatown was first. Okay, I thought you were referring to.
First.
I thought you were referring to Oliver Twist. I'm sorry. The way you phrased it, I thought you were saying was Oliver Twist before or after. I'm like, oh God, way after. I didn't know you meant Chinatown. Mm-hmm. Eddie, what did you draw? I was wondering why you were so silent that whole time.
A dragon.
Another dragon. Fair enough.
I can't believe that Oliver Twist is just very uncomfortable having
It's entirely child actors, isn't it?
Yeah, it's mostly child actors. Also, Ben Kingsley really likes acting in Roman Polanski movies, apparently.
Does he?
Yeah, he's also in Oliver Twist.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, that's just
Well,
two
I
examples,
lost a lot
but
of
still.
crap, you know?
But Ben Kingsley takes any role.
You know,
He's infamous for taking literally any role.
him and Christopher Walken and
Nicolas Cage.
yeah, Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage takes it because he's broke as
Yes.
fuck.
Yes, I read that he had some serious.
He spends all of his money on comic books and dinosaur
skulls. Yeah.
that were illegally obtained.
We were talking about that, I think, in the last one of these. My understanding is Nicolas Cage, I don't remember the name of it, but he's in a movie that, and this could have changed by now, and God knows if it was based on 5 critic opinions or what, but on Rotten Tomatoes, the latest movie Nicolas Cage was in has a 100% positive Rotten Tomatoes score.
The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent?
That's the one. Have you seen it?
He's actually been in a few good movies, though.
He has.
He's supposedly in the best Lovecraft movie.
The Color of Color of Space.
Space, yeah.
Color of Space. Yes,
Color Out of Space.
Yes, you are correct.
And I've heard it's really, really good. I need to actually watch it. I think it's on one of my subscription.
I have a copy of it, but I have not watched it yet. Whoever gets it first, we should definitely let the other one know.
He was also in Into the Spider-Verse, weirdly enough. I didn't know that.
He was?
Yeah, you know Spider-Man, right? Yeah.
Spider-Man Noir.
Oh, he was, huh?
The Nazi puncher.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
There's a Spider-Man that's known for being a Nazi puncher. That's interesting.
Yeah. Because that Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, the idea is like, here's 7 Spider-Men, and they're like entirely different. One of them is a Spider-Man from the 40s who wears a trench coat and everything.
You're not watching Into the Spider-Verse?
Me? I'm sorry, assume you're asking.
I swore you had watched it.
Was that the one that was animated?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Kind of stop motion animation.
Yeah, the animation style really, I don't want to say it made me nauseous, but like it literally felt wrong to look at, if that makes sense. Like it was smooth enough to be like well done, but intentionally like jaggy. I don't even know how to describe it. It was visually very off-putting to me, so no, I never checked it out.
That's fair.
Yeah, I remember seeing it and thinking just I don't know how to describe it. It was like, this is just so ugly. But I could tell it wasn't. It was like skill was put into this.
Right.
Why does it look so offensive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said before, but I think Klaus did a much better job with their animation style.
Yeah, when you linked up. Yeah, I didn't see it in motion, I don't think. Actually, I did, because I believe that you were, Ted slammed it out of hand, and you were like, no, it's good. And you posted, I think in response, a few seconds of a clip of it, and I was like, actually, that was pretty good.
Yeah, Ted has a very impulsive reaction to a lot of things. Well,
what I like is that I'm sure he never even for me this started with Skyrim. I remember he was first very jacked about Skyrim. I still have a copy of the thread that he started saying, "Hey dudes, my wife got me Skyrim, like score." And fair enough, he hadn't played it yet. I know it is kind of funny looking back and imagining him even saying that, but I have the page copied because that's one of the few pages from the old original THQ site that you can still view on the Wayback Machine. And it just so happens that thread is one of the ones that's archived. I'm I think the first one to reply, and I say something like, "Awesome, man! You have like hundreds of hours of joy ahead of you," or something like that. It's like, oh, good lord, looking back. And I think it was like a month later that he told me, and I think it might have been just in an email, I'm not sure, but either way, he told me specifically. He was like, "Oh man, I kind of quit that game." I'm like, "Oh man, it's a bummer. Why is that?" And he was very even-handed about it. He said, "Well, it seems like a fair enough game, whatever. It's just not my wheelhouse. It's just not quite my thing." And then somehow in between that, next time I spoke to him about it, Skyrim slapped the chocolate milk out of his hand. You know, and he hated it ever since. It was like, you know, it's the worst example of the worst of anything that's ever been created by the worst of mankind. It's like, dude, like you played like 10 hours of it, if that. Yeah, that's how I know it sucks. It's like, oh, all right, you know. And I know soon you don't like it either, and that's fine. You know, you guys are welcome to your opinions. It was just Knight, not to drag him under the bus, but you know, I think it's fair to say that he has a habit of making very declarative statements about things, regardless of whether he is particularly, I don't want to say knowledgeable about them, because Knight has a very surface level knowledge about a lot of things. He has a lot of in-depth, great knowledge about a lot of things as well. But there are also a fair amount of things that he has only kind of a surface level of knowledge, or at least, let's say, interest in. And he will take a stance on some of those things as if he's an expert. It's like, well, you know, but dude, I played the game for like 300 hours, Ted. I know a little bit more about it than you do. No, you're wrong. It's like,
I remember he did that with Arcane. I still
what is Arcane?
Arcane is the League of Legends TV show.
Okay.
I still consider it one of the best animated TV shows ever, honestly. But everyone in the forum was very against that idea. And Ted specifically was just shutting all conversation down about it, saying that it was terrible, and he hadn't even watched it yet. And then he watched like 2 episodes of it, and he was like, it's all right. You know, there's some good stuff, some, you know, stuff that I'm not interested in. Whatever, I don't really care about it. But he still did not appreciate the fact that I was very much so a fan of that show.
He wanted better for you, apparently.
I guess so.
He wanted to save you from the terribleness of it.
That he hadn't fully watched. Which the thing was, he only watched to episode 2, and I would say that episode 3 was where it got really good.
There you go.
And so I was like, well, you didn't even watch the
good one
that like was really good.
So what's that, W? You're sounding like you're underwater.
Do you think he's arguing with his mom or sister?
Oh, okay. All right, I'll leave him be for now. The worst example, best example, however you want to phrase it, with Ted. Again, I'm not trying to bash him, but this one really frustrated me. It was when Howard was on the forum, and the brief time when he was thoroughly amused at the fact that Lesnar ended Taker's streak. And I've said this before, I have known this guy all my life. I grew up with this guy. I went to school with this guy. I've hung out with this guy hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times over the course of, at that point, 30-something years. And I talked to him before, after, and during, when he was posting about his reactions to WrestleMania. He thought it was hilarious. He was like, wow, I didn't expect them to do that. So many people are pissed. That's funny to me that so many people are pissed. That amuses me that so many people took the streak that seriously. Fine, fair enough, whatever. But when he said that on the forum, everyone, like, even if someone even gave him a ban warning for saying that he was trolling. He's like, I wasn't trolling, I'm saying my honest opinion. It's just not the popular one. And Ted took to him fiercely. I can't remember what was said between the two. Howard can handle his own, and he probably, said something back that, probably was at that point trying to provoke Ted once Ted started to get involved. But either way, then he told me after like that night, he was like, dude, just, I know you tried to get me on that forum, and it does seem like there's a couple cool people there, but, just, man, are they really uptight about some of that shit? I'm not, I don't want to be part of that. And the thing is, after that, like even years after it, when I brought it up again, Ted said he was just there to troll. And I'm like, dude, like in what universe do you think you know my best friend more than I do? In what universe were you there talking to him in person? He was a liar. Maybe you believe him, but I don't. It's like,
in fairness,
okay,
I mean,
okay.
if you're taking enjoyment out of annoying people when they're pissed off and thinking it's funny.
Well, he turned it into that. He did admit to me that he turned it into
of,
that.
what trolling is, you know?
Well, but he did that in response to the fact that he started getting the ban warnings and everything. He told me that, you know, maybe he could have phrased it better, I guess. That's probably true. And he may have admitted that to me, but probably not to the forum. But, you know, when he first was saying, you know, I think it's hilarious, you know, he was being honest. He wasn't trying to rub it in anyone's face. He thought it was great. He thought it was legitimately an entertaining move. He thought it was funny that so many people, not our forum per se, but just the audience, the wrestling audience, was so you know, hurt by it, basically. And again, the comments refuting that were so impassioned. They're like, who the fuck is this new guy trying to rub salt in our wounds? And, you know, the more he got it, the more he started giving it back. So yeah, that much is true. I'll give you that. But Ted took on the tag. I even told Ted that once. Ted was like, no. The whole reason he was even there, even talking about that subject, was trying to rile us up. He knew we were upset. He was trying to get a reaction. I'm like, no, he wasn't, because I know him, and he doesn't do that. He's not that person. You know, I know him and you don't. Another example of when Clint Eastwood said that the movie American Sniper was being politicized, and Ted was like, well, of course it is. You know, it's all about the heroes of war, and leftists don't want to see movies where war is treated as good and soldiers are treated as heroes. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, fair enough, all right. Anyway, what Clint Eastwood said is that he thinks that the politicization of the movie is stupid, and that he doesn't agree with either side. He just wanted to make a movie about this guy. And Knight literally, I swear to God, said, well, then he's lying. It's just, okay, all right, dude. Yeah, I'll go back and talk to this other wall over here, you know, as for a change of pace. I don't know, whatever. I can't take that strong a stance on something you know, I'm not going to sit here and tell Muda that The Wire is the worst show ever when I haven't even watched it, you know? I don't know.
I will.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Someone needs to. Someone needs to shut him up about that show.
Would I even be soon if I didn't form very strong opinions about things that I have no experience with?
Do you?
Yes.
I actually really I don't typically associate you with that behavior. Huh. Well, I respect you for copying to it, for whatever it's worth. That's not usually what I think of when I think about you. I need to be paying more attention to your devious ass. Really quickly, just so he doesn't lose it. I heard W say something. W, are you still there?
Yeah. I said I don't mean to alarm anyone, but I just got handed orange chicken and kung pao chicken.
What the heck, man?
Hey, see, I knew that was coming.
So.
I knew. Yeah, see, everyone feeds him.
The moment you heard another voice, you knew he was getting food.
Whenever I'm talking to him, and granted, we talk often where we're playing games like this or on the podcast or whatever for hours. So granted, it's going to happen sooner or later. But he's always either pissing or eating or some combination of both.
Yes.
So you're right.
At the same time, yes. He'll just be sitting on the toilet, scooping out chocolate pudding,
ice cream. You're right. A little on the nose, but yeah. I realized that partway through.
I remember
Alright.
I had a cousin of mine in high school that had to make a film project. So he just made something that I don't know what it was. It was a compilation of his stuff. And I don't even remember what possible context for his home film could have ended with this, but he showed it to all of it. And it ends with him doing the backward sit on the toilet while he's got the cereal, got a bowl of cereal sitting on the water tank of the toilet.
Isn't that a South Park joke?
It almost certainly is.
That's the episode with Butters sitting backwards on the toilet so that he can eat cereal. That's just straight from South Park.
I never knew that. I never knew either of these. I remember.
How could you not know about the joke that Dub's real life classmate made?
Real life
Cousin.
No.
Real life cousin.
I assume that he would have mentioned it
closer
before.
relationship to you, Mike.
I don't recall many odd home movies I saw from class. I do actually. For theater class, for the final bit, we had to do either a home movie or do a stage play. My group chose to do a stage play because we were more comfortable with that. But for one, there was a group of 4 girls. They were all super teeny boppers and all this and that, and they're all super wholesome. Oh my God, did you hear about this and that? So when their home movie was coming up, we were all a bit like, oh boy, what's this gonna be? Oh no, they made like a super well-made horror movie about the four of them going to an abandoned cabin in the cornfield. I don't even know where they found that, but it looked actually pretty derelict. And like them all getting murdered, and they actually like had blood effects and everything. Like
That's awesome.
I was like, what the fuck? And like they were all super wholesome like people, so it just came out of nowhere. Like, what the fuck?
You know, one of those don't judge a book by its cover situations, I guess. I certainly wouldn't have expected it.
And there were two stoners who had to make a project, so they made one that they filmed in the bathroom at the school. They go over to the urinals, and one of the stoner looks at the other stoner and says, like, he compliments his penis in a PG way, I think. And then they do like a secret handshake while they're also still pissing in the urinals at the same time. And then like a weird, stupid, like editing cut gets made, something insane. And then it ends, and I remember my teacher just simply turning to them and going, "Well, that was very creative."
Talking about
my creative writing teacher in community college would have loved something like that. He was actually a screenwriter for, and what he specialized in was like gore house flicks, like Saw type movies.
Yeah.
So he would have loved that. It was kind of weird having a creative writing teacher who just was very upfront with the fact that he wrote complete garbage.
You know, yeah, there's something to respect about that. You know, a self-awareness. You know, it goes a long way. I haven't written anything in many a year, but when I was younger, I wrote constantly. I loved it. Everyone was like, "Oh my God, this is gonna pay your way through college, etc."
You still write a lot. You just write a lot in conversation.
And yeah, that's true. That actually is true. You're right. That's probably actually comes from the fact that I was such a writer at such a young age. You know, I won the Young Authors Award when I was like 12. I wish I still had the certificate or whatever. God knows if I do. I don't think I do. You know, so I was very prolific and I loved writing. But for me, the apex was stupid shit like talking about creative writing. When I was about 16 or 17, I wrote a story that was going to be about a friend of mine. It was going to be a medieval story about a couple of friends, you know, knights that, you know, go on these journeys, whatever. I was very much into fantasy at the time, stuff like that.
Yeah.
What the?
I just are you doing a bit, or are you actually just like politely encouraging me with every okay
Hurry
yeah
along, Mike,
yeah
hurry along, Mike.
Sorry, yeah, yes, I am, yes.
okay I
Sorry,
wasn't
that was
sure.
not a bit.
That wasn't a bit?
No.
Oh, you were actually being serious? Like yeah okay yeah.
I might have been too emphatic, I guess.
I counted like 5 of them, and I'm like is he trying to make me stop? Yeah, that kind of takes the wind out of what I was going to say about my silly story, so I'll tell it another time.
Knights, talk about knights.
Nah, I'll reference it another time. It's going to just be awkward now to finish the story, so it's not that important. I mean, maybe now I'm a little bit oversensitive because of the earlier conversation, but it was literally like every third word I said was like, yeah, yeah, right, okay, and it's just like, dude, whoa, I'll try and shorten it, I promise. And some other day you'll hear it. You're not missing much. I just whatever. I wrote a story and made a couple jokes that I thought were funny. You'll hear them some other day.
Or will we?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure you're gonna really care.
Intrigue to real life.
What's that?
I said you're such a writer. You're adding your intrigue to real life.
It's starting to kind of blend a little bit. It's like that Will Ferrell movie that I didn't see, where his life becomes a novel, like an actual novel. Stranger Than Fiction. Anybody?
Oh yeah, yes, yeah.
Okay, someone's familiar with it. I
Yeah, I've seen it. I had to think about it for a moment, but I've seen it.
Yeah, Stranger Than Fiction is that one movie with what's his name?
That one, well, with Will Ferrell and
Will Ferrell. I think
you're right. It is for sure. And
yeah, I loved that movie.
Oh, was it actually good? I mean, I heard it was.
I liked it.
For sure.
Oh, okay. Something different than one of his usual.
I don't usually like Will Ferrell in movies, but
yeah.
I despise him.
You what?
You despise him.
You just. I very much enjoyed Anchorman. I thought that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, Anchorman was fun. And
everybody has the one Will Ferrell movie, right? For me, it's Elf.
Well, I mean, for everyone, it's Elf. You can't not like Elf. I mean, you can get sick of Elf because they play it 37 times a year at Christmas time in the span of a month. But
That's just the first week.
Yeah, right. You're on. I think I counted last time, and I think it literally was like 30-something times in the span of the month of November. I'm sorry, December.
The thing is, Will Ferrell doing like the goofy man-child thing.
The
only
shtick.
really worked
You're right.
for when he was actually playing a man-child. You know?
Right. There was a while there where he did
fiction. I just generally like high concept movies. Sadly, Will Ferrell has a lot of the high concept movies nowadays.
Does he?
I mean,
what is he? When's the last time he was in something? I actually don't remember.
The problem
Everything
is
must go.
What's that?
Everything must go, apparently, or was it Eurovision?
He was in Eurovision just a couple years ago, but that was comedy.
Everything must go.
Everything must go.
That wasn't the one where he played an alcoholic, was it?
I think so. He's an alcoholic divorcee who had a yard sale selling.
Yes. Yeah. Well, was that any good? I wanted to see that.
I've never seen it. My parents saw it and they hated it.
Oh, okay.
You know what? Here's the other Will Ferrell movie where I actually liked it. The Lego movie. He was good in that.
He was good in Megamind. Megamind is a classic.
Yeah, Megamind was good too.
So I guess
How
maybe
can
it
you
could
not
be.
like Megamind?
It seems, I guess, maybe safe to say that Will Ferrell is usually most tolerable, when he's not just playing the Will Ferrell archetype that he plays or has played in so many other films. Yeah, I mean, like, can someone tell me the difference between Talladega Nights and the movie where he spoofed ice skating?
Yeah.
Like, are those dramatically different films? I didn't watch either one, so I wouldn't know.
Well, I didn't watch either, but I'm going to guess they're quite trash.
And then there's one where he was a basketball player.
I've not watched this movie, but it's trash. Fuck you.
Yeah, I would agree that any of the movies where he plays a man-child are kind of garbage. I don't think that Stranger Than Fiction...
I think he played that straight.
Dude, yeah, he was straight with that one.
He was... Lego Movie was a weird one where he pretty well played two characters.
Nobody cares about the Lego Movie. Get lost.
I love Lego Movie.
I remember 6 or 7 years ago, there was lots of us on the forum liked that movie, and now nobody talks about it.
I was not one of them. I have not watched the Lego Movie. It could be a perfectly fine movie, but I haven't watched it.
I heard that it really was very good, but there's something about modern Lego that strikes me as incredibly smug. Very self. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I'll take your word for it. I just know that. I mean, they made a bunch of movies in a very short time, and all the characters, even the Lego figures, like look smug now. They have like these smug grins, and it's just like when I was a kid, Lego was just the stuff that you build. Now Lego is like a bunch of characters that. What?
Do the Lego minifigures aura mock you?
Do they mock me? By their very existence, you know what they are to me? Whores. Dirty, filthy whores. I'm just playing around.
I just hope that whenever I have a kid that they are not into Legos, because those fucking things are so damn expensive.
Oh yeah.
They've
I'd
got
rather they be into video games than Legos. Legos are way more expensive.
You know, and it's a shame because I've seen some Lego sets that look really, really good, but they're like $300 fucking.
Yeah. They're crazy. Like, even just getting like a little, like, tiny, I don't know, speeder scooter from Star Wars will go like $20 at
That's
least.
what I was
And
gonna
it's
guess.
Like
Yeah.
3 pieces. You know, you've got the stormtrooper, and then you've got the fucking speeder bike, and it's $20 fucking, and that's the cheapest you can get anything Lego.
Yeah, I was recently in the supermarket, and they had Lego sets on clearance, and it was like, hey, buy this fucking Lego plant. It's on
Lego
clearance.
plant? Really?
Yes. It's just I guess like a life-size plant. I don't know because I couldn't tell from the package the exact size of it, but whatever. So yeah, the Lego plant that you can buy on clearance. It was like I think it was 50% off for $100.
That was a fucking plant.
See,
What was
each
like an actual
individual
cactus?
Lego brick or piece is $1.75 to manufacture. Clearly.
Yeah.
It's almost. I kind of get the impression. I'm not going to blame hobbyists for this because I'm sure even if this is accurate, it's not their fault. But
It's
it almost
100%
seems.
hobbyists that are raising the prices. That's what they always do with.
Well, I
every
guess maybe it
child
is.
toy.
Yeah, because what I was
Like,
going to
people who
say.
collect action figures made them go ridiculously high.
Yeah.
Get a
Scalpers,
Godzilla-
too.
Can't
Yeah.
get a Godzilla action figure without paying literally $400
For at least a decent one, yeah.
for a decent one, and you're talking $1,000 for a good one.
Right. I know
I'm not
Gentle
joking.
Giant does.
That's not
No, I believe you.
exaggerating.
I believe you.
I've seen them go high as multiple thousands of dollars.
I feel as if you know what I was going to say is that I think that Lego somehow, maybe because of the movies and everything else, or at least in part, it feels as if what was more or less a kids/family hobby has basically taken on the level of prestige and therefore also pricing of like serious model kits.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
They're
it's like
the
no
elite
longer just like
toys.
building
The
with
thing is,
blocks. Right.
I actually have heard that talked about before, and people will say, "Oh, Legos are actually supposed to be like collector's items. They're supposed to be, you know, actually really, really high quality
That is
modeling."
so different from what it was when I grew up. I had literally a box of Legos, and you just put stuff together. You know, you didn't have all these giant like awesome sets and shit like that. You just had fun. You just played and created and built forts and shit, and knocked them down. But yeah, now they're like these like intentional expensive masterpieces.
Well, you can still get those. They cost $120 to get a box of Legos, but you can
Are
get
you
them.
serious?
Oh yeah. Hmm.
Again, when I was a kid, it was like. I mean, granted,
per
things were
brick?
cheaper, but yeah, I mean, honestly, back then, is that an actual figure? Think that you're quoting? Is that actually like? Did someone really?
I
do the
hope
math
so,
and
because
figure
I'd
that
look
out?
really smart if it were.
Yeah, well, then again, the bricks are different sizes though. So like the little half pieces, I guess that'd be like 85 cents or 90 cents or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was a kid, it was like maybe
One
20
Lego
bucks.
piece costs 10 cents for one Lego piece.
Like to manufacture, or that's the average of how much it would cost if they weighed them against how much the sets
Let's
are.
see.
I think that's manufactured.
I think that's manufacturing costs, which is really expensive.
I was gonna say that's actually on the higher side. Yeah, I definitely would have expected. I 3 cents. I would have figured.
I don't know if things are
Oh
exactly.
no,
what they
no,
were
that's
going to be.
based on how much they cost on average for the sets. Like buying a set, the price of each Lego brick is about on average 11 cents. Some sets are as high as 20 cents a brick.
Hmm. Yeah, that's a little bit on the high side for me. What's the joke? Only the 4 richest kings of England can afford one.
And they only spend about 5 cents per brick on manufacturing.
Ah, okay.
Actually, it might even be cheaper than that because they produce in China, so it's more
1 second.
likely probably like 2 cents or something.
All right, Pink's gone.
Wait,
Lego is a scam.
Yeah.
you say that with an admirable little amount of authority in your tone. I like that. Like, again, talking about a declarative statement, you were just like, like debating the actual financials, and then you just, I don't know where. Lego is a scam. Like you're like a news anchor. That I like that. That actually legit sounded funny. I know that the Star Wars figures that I get, the Black Series, which is supposed to be like the, the collector line, the highest quality line, the most articulation, etc., which a lot of the figures are. Some of them are kind of crappy, but for the most part, yes. They roughly retail on average about $20 a pop, which, that's way more than the $4 Star Wars figures were when I was a little kid, but, inflation, whatever, times change. Articulation, etc. However, they occasionally will slip in a, quote, deluxe Black Series figure, like, for example, Jar Jar, of all people, probably because they knew he wouldn't sell, which he didn't. They made it to where we need to make up a little bit of a overhead on this figure. They made it to where Jar Jar came with like a couple of extra accessories as opposed to none, and the accessories were like a little shield and like a like a rock or something, something that fit his character in the stupid movie or whatever, and that bumped up the price by $10 fucking. Same.
Came with realistic rubbery tongue.
Oh god, I wouldn't have been surprised if they would have pulled that. Ugh, God. It was such a bad movie. One of the worst. I hated that I had to start declaring a Star Wars movie one of the worst movies I've ever seen, but it is.
I honestly, after watching the Disney movies, I have a lot more respect for the prequel movies.
I don't.
I
Well,
think they have a lot more
not the
artistic
first
integrity.
prequel,
They have
but
a lot more artistic integrity than the Disney movies. At least they tried to do something. Disney
That's
just coasts.
I agree with that. The argument that I made for The Last Jedi, which is commonly maligned as the worst of the three, my understanding is I didn't even watch the last one, the actual final one. Yeah. My understanding is it is a disjointed, complete dumpster fire of a mess, like from all sides. They're like, this movie tried to fix and appease everything all at once and failed in every possible way. Like they ditched a bunch of shit that they brought up in Last Jedi because they didn't have the balls to follow through. Meanwhile, then they ditched a bunch of shit that was set up in the Force Awakens because Last Jedi screwed that up, and
Yeah, my understanding was that who was the person who directed it?
Which one?
The Last Jedi.
Oh, Last Jedi was. Abrams did the one.
Abrams,
the
yes.
The booking.
My understanding was that J.J. Abrams felt very disrespected by, Rian Johnson, because Rian Johnson was clearly undermining everything that he had said.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Rian Johnson was
so
just doing his own fucking movie.
He also went ahead and just disregarded everything that Rian Johnson was setting up. Although Rian Johnson, frankly, wasn't setting anything up. He was just making a solitary movie.
It seems that way, yeah.
It didn't actually, flow into another movie very well.
No, it was kind of like a standalone episode, yeah.
Honestly, Rian Johnson was just a humongous asshole with that movie. I think it's honestly... It was honestly sabotage on his part.
Well, I know...
movie because he hates Star Wars.
It does. Has that actually been exposed? Really? He's actually said that?
No, he's
why would they have chosen him to direct it? Oh, they're Disney.
He hates Star Wars. He hates Star Wars, and he hates the people who like Star Wars, and so he made a Star Wars movie that was against what Star Wars fans wanted, because he hated Star Wars fans. He hated what Star Wars was, and he wanted to make it something completely different. And he took very much so a lot of joy in pissing off Star Wars fans, because that's what he's set out to
Well,
do.
I know that after the movie and the backlash really kicked in, I remember that he infamously took a picture of himself drinking from a mug that said "fanboy tears."
Yep.
You don't do that unless you hate your...
Kathleen Kennedy was apparently all on board with that. She also hates Star Wars fans.
Oh yeah, that much is clear. Yeah, that much is evident. The male ones, at least.
Well, she doesn't want male Star Wars fans. She wants to make Star Wars appeal to women, I guess.
Women and
what
minorities.
I think she's been trying to push.
Yeah.
Which the problem is that Star Wars doesn't have a ton of female fans, and so you're just getting rid of all of the male fans that have dedicated.
All right.
I suggest that there is perhaps a way that could have been done a bit more gently to attract more female fans.
You could just, have good female characters.
You could just
instead
make a good movie.
They
and hope
failed
it
that
comes.
from square one.
You could do
Wasn't terrible.
I remember
What's that?
Teen Titans. I think I've talked about this before, but the old Teen Titans had amazing female characters. Raven and Starfire were very, very popular among young girls, and they ended up canceling Teen Titans because of the fact that girls
Little
were buying
boys.
too many action figures from the boy section.
You
Ah.
opened it.
Because they just liked Teen Titans so much because it had good female characters. And it seems like Hollywood, in trying to promote strong female characters, has lost the ability to actually write good female characters.
Well,
Honestly, people... I'm sorry, just really quick, super quick. People would scoff at this, but honestly, Jim Cameron writes very good female characters. Not so much for Titanic, but look at the rest of his work. He's a very good writer of strong female characters.
Yes, exactly. See, this is the thing. A strong female character... Okay, so some people get this misunderstood. And they think strong female character...
Equals man.
Excuse me, I was eating a fortune cookie.
Wait, I'm sorry, really quick. What was your fortune? We have to know.
Yeah, what's your fortune?
You will die today.
Oh no!
That sucks.
I wasn't prepared for that.
Hurtling towards my house. Look, it's shooting star. Wait, it's getting closer.
No, but what's your fortune dubs?
Take it easy on yourself. You're doing the best you can.
I believe it.
That's fair. That's fair. Vague enough to be a fortune cookie, but still fair. Go ahead.
Like, the assumption they have is strong female character means no emotions, macho, kick ass.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, if I see a male character that's that way, I'm like, well, that character was lazy and fucking written. I don't care.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
You need to have a character who's actually vulnerable as well. You know,
Yes.
like strength doesn't come from not having anything to challenge you. Strength comes from
Overcoming.
overcoming those challenges. That's what
Right.
Let's think
strength is.
Let's think about the action 80s male heroes that like are being compared here, right? Because John McClane has marital issues that he needs to get over, and John McClane has a lot of times in Die Hard where he's like, "Holy shit, this is fucked." Like,
He
John
gets
McClane is
like
not-
literally like raped over glass in that movie, essentially.
Yeah. The T-800 is a fucking robot and still develops a strong emotional connection with John Connor.
Right.
And even the T-800 at times seems almost a little intimidated by the T-1000, because how couldn't you be?
Yeah. Yeah. True.
I mean, like, holy shit, everyone in Predator. Predator is entirely a movie of 80s action heroes getting the shit kicked out of them.
That's also true. I think with
And then you've got like Aliens, which had Ellen Ripley, who was not actually the most badass woman in that movie.
no, that'd be Vasquez.
Everyone forgets about
Vasquez.
Vasquez, yeah.
Vasquez is kick-ass. My thing with Ripley, though, is that entire final act, her going into the nest. There is one scene I think of distinctively for Ripley that just sold me as, oh, that's such a good fucking writing bit. Is when she's going in the nest to retrieve Newt, and she goes to start burning the eggs, but the alien queen kind of like makes a sad little whimper, like, please don't kill my children. And Ripley hesitates.
She has
She's
it.
like,
Yes, I was just gonna say it.
She's like, oh my god, I nearly killed this thing's babies right in front of it. But then one of the eggs opens, and Ripley goes, what the fuck was I thinking?
Yeah, and then she goes balls out insane. It's like 3 minutes of her blasting that shit with everything that the gun has.
Yeah. That is such a great scene. 'Cause it just establishes, like, okay, yeah, there's, like, sympathy here and a recognition of, like, mother versus mother. At the same time, let's not go too far with it. She still wants to eat my face and fuck my face.
You know, it just goes to show that. See, I think the thing is that Jim Cameron knows how to write. I mean, again, not always, because again, the characters in Titanic, as much as I love that movie, were horribly underwritten. Maybe on purpose, I don't know, because they were set dressing. You know, he knows how to write characters. And, like, look at T2. Every single major character in that film undergoes growth, significant growth. Every character in T2 winds up on the opposite side of where they started in that film. You know, I mean, you don't get that unless you're a good writer. I mean, those characters evolve and grow and learn and turn into entirely different people. And if you can do that for a female, if you can do that for a male, why should you not be able to do that for a female? You know, just write good characters.
And the funny thing is, both these movies, Aliens and Terminator 2, are followed up by sequels that go, fuck all that.
To be fair, yes, that is true. As much as I love Alien 3, you're not wrong. I'm like one of 3 defenders of that film, and it's not because of the plot.
I think that's probably one of those movies that just survives better in isolation, you know?
It is a very, you're right, because I was just going to say, I found myself just about to say, it is a very, very good film. Very well made. Very well acted for what it is. Atmosphere up the ass. It's just not a good Alien sequel.
Yep. Which, do we want to hit what we've all done in the past week at some point?
Sorry, my character in the game screaming. What did you say? What about at some point?
I was saying, do we want to hit what we've all done the past week at some point?
We have talked about a lot of different things.
Soon, what you been up to the last week, man? Well, I know what you've been up to, but
For the viewing
Let's say to the
audience.
audience.
let loose on the rest of us what you've been up to. Or don't. All right,
You only gained like 2.5 seconds. Come on.
All right.
I'm used to him being quicker on the draw than that.
That is
Alright.
true.
This week, actually not this week. Last week I watched WrestleMania. That was good. Very, very good. 2 nights of it.
Yeah. I heard it's the best WrestleMania in years, and like looking at the card, honestly, I believe it. Yeah.
I've heard the same, and I'm just confused. Looking at the card, I don't even understand how that's possible.
Except for the Sammy and Knoxville match. That match sounds like the shit. But other than that,
I mean, was the
that
main
wasn't
event
even the match
was...
I didn't like the least. Well, I hated the most of the show. I hated Dominic and just Dominic.
Oh, Dominic, right? It really says a lot that Logan Paul was not the worst part of that match.
He was miles ahead of Dominic, and Dominic has been doing this for like 2 years now.
No,
Dominic's been wrestling for 2 years?
More than 2 years. He didn't do a frog splash when he was like 5 for a spot.
He's been a 20-year wrestler. My God, the veteran.
He did the frog splash. You can't take it away from him.
Yeah, that match. I mean, well, here's the thing, though, Pink. That match has The Miz.
Miz is always great. That is true.
It was the battle of fathers and sons.
Battle of fathers and sons.
Imagine the match ended and Miz just simply turned to Logan Paul and said, I am your father.
Yes, I can imagine that. I actually can imagine
He
that.
collapses and yells no, and then he goes, I'm sending you to the suicide forest.
Oh, wait, where? Oh, I get it. I get it. It took me a second, but I caught up.
That should have been he does a crucifix bomb and calls it suicide forest.
Oh, God. Someone in the audience would snipe his ass, which should have happened by now anyway.
The fans just charge the ring.
I love the fact that the wrestling fans would be that agitated about that particular incident. I hate him for it, but I hate him just, I was looking for any reason to hate him as it already is, so.
I mean, my thing is that, like, I don't like the guy to begin with. And then I've also had people that argue with me that he's good because he knows how to box. And like, no.
Well, when you say good, what do you mean? I'm not like good at boxing, maybe. What do you mean by good?
Well, that he should be admired because he's good at boxing.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I mean, Hitler loved dogs, you know, that doesn't mean that he was a good guy.
I mean, we should mind.
Is that actually also true?
I don't know.
I was just saying, wow, I didn't know that about Hitler.
Okay, maybe hot take, but Hitler's paintings are okay. I don't know.
The funny thing is, he didn't get rejected from the art college. They just said, hey, we're going to have to think about it. And
Oh, that's right! You're right! You're right!
Oh, I didn't.
And by the way, I hate Jews for no good reason. And tour guide Nixon again.
You know what? That's evidence from Breaking Bad. No half measure. No half measure.
There you go.
One half measure, 50 million people died.
Oh God, that's terrible.
But it may be true.
See, that's the kind of joke I would make that you guys would get mad at me about. Well, no, to be fair, you wouldn't get mad at me about that one. I made a really good joke about black people the other day when you and I were playing W, and you know, you let it go, you let it slide, because you knew that it was just a fun one.
Oh yeah, well, I think that is one of the things that changes it. Like, is it a quality, like, really funny joke, or is it just like, he said something
just
racist.
mean-spirited, yeah. Like, I wouldn't be like, okay, I was gonna play as Claudette, but I'm thinking twice about it because she's a fill-in-the-blank. You know, like that would be like, where'd that come from? You know, that's not even a joke, so yeah.
Whereas if the killer, like, tunnels you as Claudette, it's saying, oh, well, clearly the killer is racist. That's funnier, you know?
Well, I can't remember exactly what I said the other day, but I think what it was is that 2 Claudettes were in the match, and Deathslinger got like, I got off the hook by the other Claudette. She ran off, and he went after her, and I was like, well, no wonder he went after her. He can't tell them apart, because who can? They're both black, you know?
That one I definitely laughed at because it's just so absurd.
It was, right. You're right,
no
right.
American would get them confused.
I would assume that most normal people wouldn't, but I don't know. I mean,
of course, the classic joke is the newscaster that got Sam Jackson and Lawrence Fishburne confused, right?
I've heard of that. Like, wasn't it directed to Sam Jackson and he took it like with good spirits? Or am I getting it wrong? Okay, he was like, well, you know, Sam Jackson, but you know, it's okay.
He didn't entirely take it with good spirits. He very much so put the guy on the spine and was like, "Are you serious, man?"
Yeah, but
okay.
He just kept pressing it, but at the same time, like confusing Samuel L. Jackson for Lawrence Fishburne.
You know,
Yeah,
like look like polar opposites, and they act like polar opposites.
Yeah,
Lawrence
they really
Fishburne is
do.
a very, subdued, quiet person, and Samuel L. Jackson is probably the most, I don't know, like
Outspoken.
loud
Yes, outspoken.
person in Hollywood.
Now, to be totally fair, while the black element does definitely play a part in this, to play devil's advocate, we have to remember that Lawrence Fishburne has been bald for quite some time, as has Samuel Jackson. Yeah, and they do kind of, like, at a glance, one can kind of get the wrong name in their head.
They have a lot of the difference is mostly in their eyes, which Lawrence Fishburne was playing Morpheus in that commercial, so he had sunglasses on.
Ah, there you go.
The big difference, of course, is that Sam Jackson has generally a very kind of long, narrow face, and Lawrence Fishburne has a very round face.
Yeah, I think you're right, looking back. I haven't seen Fishburne in a while, but yeah, thinking back to The Matrix, you're right. Yeah, Sam Jackson is a little bit more gaunt.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like a thing of, like, Sam Jackson was saying the guy was racist. It was clearly just a thing of, like...
Like, really?
I reckon... It was clearly a thing of, he realized, oh, here's an opportunity for some fun. Let's stick around here.
Right.
Because apparently Twitter has, like... It's actually become a meme about Lawrence Fishburne and Samuel L. Jackson. Even before that news report, it was already a meme. And I think he mentions... He's like, man, you're just as bad as them people on Twitter.
Why did it become? Why just because there's two black actors who happen to, presumably simply also because, as I mentioned, they happen to be both be bald like that. There's a meme about that. Like they, like why? What is?
I think it's just because they're so different that people meme on the fact that they look alike. It's stupid. It's just stupid.
I guess I'd have to see the meme because, like, in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, why would someone make a joke about that?
Yeah,
like, they're not even just because they're black.
It's literally just memeing about people who confuse black people with other black people or Asians with other Asians.
Okay, all right. If it's a play on that, yeah, okay. That's
with two black actors who are very, very different from each other is the point.
Yeah. In that case,
there's also weird memes like the one with Ted Cruz looking like the Zodiac Killer, which I never understood.
You told me about that one.
They don't look anything alike.
I guess that's the joke, maybe? If it is, I like it, because that's completely surreal.
I'm going to suggest that one was probably a deliberate, politically motivated one of let's try and sabotage Ted Cruz by saying he looks like a famous serial killer.
That would be, like, really desperate.
They chose the, like, least Ted Cruz looking serial killer out there. I mean,
Ted Cruz looks like the Unabomber with the cowl
like
over his...
30-year-old southern nerdy fucking white boy. And Ted Cruz does not look like a white boy.
How would you describe him looking if not white? Well, maybe not a white boy, but...
He's literally not white. He's
What's that?
Not white.
Ted Cruz is not white? Have you guys told me
he's Cuban.
He's Hispanic.
Seriously?
He's Cuban.
Well, I mean, the name fits. Yeah, I don't think I ever knew that.
I
never followed him that closely.
Straight up immigrated straight from Cuba and to escape Fidel Castro.
He looks like a cracker to me. I would not have guessed.
No, yeah, he doesn't look like a cracker. He looks like melted cheese.
He looks good with the beard. You leave him alone. He doesn't look like a weasel so much with the beard. It was certainly an improvement.
Oh yeah, the beards make all men look better. Well, most men.
Most of the time, I have to say.
I remember people did like a Photoshop edit of all of the presidential candidates of
and put beards on them.
And put beards on them, and every single one of them looked so much better.
They actually look cute.
Man, well, I really want to see that now.
Hillary Clinton, but you know.
I don't know, dude.
Snakes don't have beards.
Yeah.
Barney with a beard looks like Santa Claus.
Yeah, I guess he would.
He's so old it would be hard for him to not look like Santa Claus.
That's also true.
He's way too tiny and skinny to be Santa Claus.
That is true.
That is also true.
He's communist Santa Claus.
Santa Claus, I imagine, is old, but also big and vigorous, you know?
He's supposed to be.
Is he supposed to be
rosy
jolly?
red cheeks and jolly, right.
Donald Trump actually looked more like Santa Claus from what I remember.
Well, he's a little on the thicker side.
And someone put like the old Civil War general beard on Rand Paul. Like, little goatee thing.
What did Clinton have? I picture Clinton having like one of those pointed, like recent Mel Gibson goatees.
They obviously put a Fidel Castro beard on Marco Rubio.
Man, that was an election where a decent stretch of it was two Hispanic dudes who looked white running against each other.
That's just confusing. No wonder they didn't win. Americans didn't know who to vote for.
See the picture of Hillary Clinton that I sent, Dubs?
Yeah, I saw it.
She looks like Conchita Wurst a bit.
Who?
Conchita Wurst.
I guess I don't know who that is. Yeah.
She won Eurovision one year, and then she became a celebrity, a minor celebrity over here.
Okay.
Yeah, America doesn't spend a lot of time caring about other countries.
Oh, I know who you're talking about, actually. Yeah, there was a big controversy over in Europe about her. Or
So,
him,
Mike,
or them.
Americans
Sorry,
do
I think
care
it
about
was-
what happens in Europe. You just are dumb.
No, it's
Was
well
he
maybe.
identifying as male at the time? He was just a crossdresser. Was that it?
I don't remember.
I think he was
I'm
male
call-
at the time, and
I'm
was
calling
just
them
cross-
her because I don't know. I don't remember if they what they identify as.
Yeah, I'm.
You just look up Eurovision. If you look up just Eurovision winners, that's the person who pops up for everything.
What even is Eurovision? What is that? It sounds like a television station.
Well, that's what happens when somebody pisses on your glasses.
You know American
Bah!
Idol?
Yeah, well, sadly yeah, those stupid fucking things.
So
It's their version of that.
is basically the European version of that, except
Okay.
with all the
Yeah,
European
not
countries. And
really.
actually, there have been several very major acts that came out of Eurovision
It's
that
not
you would be
true that-
familiar with, like
It's-
ABBA. ABBA was out of Eurovision.
Really?
I mean that's not really true though. Like it's not like American Idol. It's like I haven't even watched Eurovision, by the way. I just know these things because I live in Europe. But fucking like it's a thing where each year a country chooses their representative to show off what their musical culture is like, and then there's judges who choose the winner each year.
Yeah,
I don't know-
basically it's
I don't know why-
American Idol mixed with I don't know, Miss
World's Fair?
Miss Universe, basically.
Sounds like crap. Which don't, I mean, to be fair, I think American Idol is absolute fucking filth, so don't think that this is a cultural thing. Just reality TV in general, I fucking hate. It's not real, it's emotionally manipulative. What, I'm sorry, what?
I don't think that's the whole thing with reality TV to it, but then once again, I haven't fucking watched it.
Yeah. Fair enough.
But like it's basically just like freaking they go, hey, here's so and so act representing this country, and then they go and sing a shitty song that they wrote for the event. And then
That actually really does sound like a cross. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And then the judges rate them and they leave, and that's about it.
They leave. The judges do like they give a score and then they like walk out. They just like go away.
No, the contestants. So
I prefer the idea that the judges just give a score and then they just kind of like awkwardly shamble away.
Yeah, like I said, it's
The rest of the
literally
show-
just American Idol mixed with Miss Universe.
Yeah, it does sound very much that way. What were you gonna say, W?
The rest of the show consists of the host trying to wrangle the man back.
I mean, I love the idea of them giving their numerical ratings and then, cut to the celebrity or whoever reacting like, oh, good, yay, or whatever. And then cut back to them, the judges, just without even speaking, just kind of like looking at each other like, well, our job's done, I guess. And they just kind of get up out of their chairs and just sort of quietly half put them, slide them in and then like kind of walk out like, I guess we just leave, and the camera just quietly lingers on them. It's just dead air. I don't know why. I find the stupidest shit, buddy.
Yeah, but
You
speaking
still
of
have to have
shitty
discounts, Simon.
Oh, Cowell, is it? Yeah.
Discount Simon Cowell that's on every single one of those.
There really is.
Verbal abuse at the contestant.
But
I'm
just
the
so
asshole
rating.
one.
That's the
Yeah.
that's the.
And then
that's
they
the
use
reason-
whenever the pseudo those discount Simon Cowell likes an act as like proof that everyone should like it, because it's very good if this
Pretty
asshole
much.
likes it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, but that's why I'd say that it's ultimately like American Idol because I don't like once again I haven't heard about the judges actually like
Judge
giving their
personalities.
yeah,
Is
I
that
don't
it?
hear about the judges. Yeah, I don't hear about the judges actually like talking to people or anything. It's like more like boxing judges where you just hold up a card.
Yeah.
Well,
A
at
lot
least.
of those reality TV shows do focus on the judge personalities more than the actual.
Well, I mean, like,
contestants.
one of the judges on American Idol, or one of those stupid shows, is Heidi Klum, who's a fucking model, who I will...
America's Got Talent.
Okay, fair enough. To me, they're indistinguishable, but fair, I know. I mean, I appreciate the correction, but yeah, they're...
Howard Stern with Heidi Klum on that.
Well, see, Howard Stern at least is an outspoken host who always throws his opinions. He's very crude, etc. You know, I can see that being entertaining.
He was obviously the discount Simon Cowell on that.
I would assume, yes. but like, I mean, Heidi Klum, the simple fact is, she is a model. All she did for her entire career was stand and get paid for wearing clothes. Like, what in any fucking possible way, conceivably, brings her within the orbit of a universe of being qualified to judge in any kind of official, critical capacity, someone's musical or mathematical or whatever skill it is that they're judging. Like, I could see her being like, whatever, Runway Princess, the show starring Heidi Klum as a judge. What's she doing judging singers?
Well,
It might as well be Mike
she's
Tyson
qualified.
judging singers.
I'd watch
She's
that.
qualified.
Me too.
The reason she's qualified is because she has money.
Yeah, honestly, that's pretty much it. She's not even a good-looking model. Fuck her. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
I can't believe you, Mike. We had our discussion.
No,
about
well,
this.
I mean, Marilyn Monroe was actually active with a lot of men that she was not married to. I can't say the same about Heidi Klum. I don't know, including the president. Yes, who was married and probably needed to focus on his presidency.
Presidents don't need to focus on the presidency. That's why
Okay,
they're president.
whoa! It's too many voices. It's too many voices. All right, pick a number. All right, I think Soon started first. I think. Go ahead, Soon.
Yeah, I was just saying that, actually, I forget what I was saying.
We're
now.
talking about her and the president.
Yeah, I was saying that she was very open about the fact that she was fucking the president.
Happy
with the-
birthday!
Happy birthday,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
Ugh. Gross. Eddie, I think you were next. I think.
Yeah,
Either way, go ahead.
For a second, I thought you were saying that the president was a whore.
Which one? The current one? He might be. I don't know. Clinton was.
No.
Kennedy was.
Yeah, Kennedy was a huge whore.
Absolutely.
Total whore.
Yeah. I mean, it takes two to tango, and he did not shy. He did not shy away from that Marilyn Monroe.
As well as multiple other women.
Yes.
Many other women.
That whole, that whole clan is up to no good, or was. I don't know if there's still any Kennedys around.
His
There's
dad is the worst one of them, though.
which one's his dad? Who's Kennedy's dad? I'm sorry,
Joseph Kennedy.
Joseph. Okay, all right.
But what he did was actually
That
really awful.
really bad.
Okay, well, with
Really
that kind of lead up, you guys need to go on, because what I mean, what are you
so
like
one of,
shooting a few people or?
One of John F. Kennedy's sisters was borderline mentally retarded. She had an IQ of like 75 or something.
I don't like where this is going already. Go ahead.
She had a lot of behavioral issues because of the fact that she had a lot of pressure on her as one of the Kennedys. They expected her to still succeed like every other Kennedy, but she just wasn't capable of it because she was, like not intellectually capable of it.
Did they ever killed or something?
And so they,
Almost.
yeah, and so she had a lot of behavioral issues. She acted out, she did typical teenage rebellion stuff like going out and partying, I think, or I don't know. She had issues with teachers, etc., etc. Anyway, so the dad, Joseph Kennedy, decided with his wisdom that the way to resolve this issue was to have her,
Like starved and chained in a basement or some shit out of the public eye?
Lobotomized?
she was
Oh, God.
lobotomized.
Oh, are you serious?
She was lobotomized, and the lobotomy basically turned her into, borderline vegetable.
Oh, that's great. That's that's how you treat people.
Yeah.
There's a very, very, very common rumor or myth or whatever, I don't know, whatever you want to say, depending on how much you believe in mysticism, that the Kennedy curse is God's payback on the Kennedy family for
Good.
her lobotomized.
Yeah, good.
And
If-
apparently, John F. Kennedy's mom, I forget her name, but she was very much so opposed to the idea, and so Joseph Kennedy did it in secret. And, went to the doctor and took her in secret. So, yeah.
That's yeah. I mean, wow. Okay. Well, what can be said about that? That's not just. That's
Not to mention
vile.
that the doctor that he took her to was a very infamous doctor who basically was a snake oil salesman, but he sold, lobotomies. And just went around scamming people, and he would hide the fact that lobotomies were terrible and what had happened, and he would just go town to town where people wouldn't know about his other lobotomies.
Gotcha.
And he would sell them on the fact that this would be great, and it's a new, era of medicine. And he knew what he was doing. He knew that he was, ruining people's lives, and he would just sell these lobotomies to men, to bring in their wives.
Oh God.
And he did thousands of lobotomies.
This goes without saying, but
Period where anytime your wife or your sister or your daughter said, or your mother even, if you were left in charge of her, said something that you didn't like, you're just like, she's a bitch. It's like, well, either off to the nunnery or lobotomy for you.
right, or burned at the
Because of-
stake.
That was 100% because of this guy. The people in the medical field knew that lobotomies were bad. It was this guy who was solely promoting that. And so every idea that we have about lobotomies and their usage outside of asylums came from this guy.
I mean, I was gonna say it goes without saying, but the literal first rule of practicing medicine is first do no harm. So I mean that is like the core oath that is unbreakable. And he's
Nobel Prize in medicine, by the way.
oh good. That's fantastic. I hope it was not taken away from him.
I was sitting there thinking, finally, this is what I designed the award for.
And now, to be fair, if I understand, and this is really kind of a mean-spirited comparison, but what's her name, Miss? How dare you take away our climate? Help me out here. That stupid kid.
The 13-year-old
the puppet.
child that
Yeah.
left to bully
Gretel
for being
Thunberg.
autistic.
Wait, sorry, David. They love to bully her. What?
Nothing. Just nothing.
No, go ahead.
She's I was just.
I was just mocking her.
People bully 12-year-old autistic child is just kind of.
I don't care if she's autistic. Her speech was so melodramatic. It was stupid. That's all I'm making fun of.
She's just being used by her parents and
I agree.
politicians.
I agree.
And I think it's a little bit disingenuous to, target all that vitriol at her.
I'm just making fun of her voice, her speech.
An awful, obnoxious, adult. We can bully her then.
I'm gonna bully anyone.
Don't bully her as a 13-year-old.
If someone gets on the national stage and literally says, "How dare you," I'm gonna call that shit for what it is, which is melodramatic fucking pap. Sorry.
I'm a firm believer in bullying children because children are the worst. Thank you, Ignite.
I mean, in addition to thinking her message is stupid, whatever, that's beside the point. The simple fact is, she could have just simply calmly delivered a speech without sounding like she's going to go for an Oscar. Then I would, not think that she's such a joke,
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
She's a kid listening to her parents. What can you say?
Yeah,
She's autistic, so she.
I've known
doesn't
autistic people who don't speak like that, so whatever.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but it's like I'm not gonna pull back on this one. She spoke in a way that was annoyingly obnoxious and just it's like she was fucking trying out for Shakespeare. You could say how dare you, people are bad, whatever, but how dare you? Give it a rest. Well, whatever. That's all I'm saying. I didn't call her a whore.
So I want to get this in. I am sick to death of kids are the worst humor.
Like what example? Like what do you mean?
It's one of those things that I don't think you get exposed to so much, but it's a thing with my generation. It's a running gag that my generation, all of us hate kids. We'll never have kids.
I thought everyone did.
Yeah,
I mean that literally. I thought that was not even reserved to your generation. I thought it was like a common thing that like
yeah, no, that's
everyone...
a common thing. That's not just our generation, Dubs.
It's common, but millennials are the biggest antinatalists so far. That's for certain.
Huh?
I'm not a millennial. I'm Gen Z. I will have you know, and
either
so are
way,
you.
when were you
You,
born?
you skipped the skinny generation.
Yeah,
Well, we
you're
haven't seen
Gen
what
Z.
he's up to yet.
You're Gen Z too, you asshole.
We're on the
Who?
edge. We're on the edge.
Who,
we
me?
are.
on
We
the
are.
edge of-
We're basically borderline millennials. We get the best and worst of both sides, I guess.
I'm Generation X. I'm from the generation that didn't know what
Well,
the
you
fuck it
need
wanted to do with its life.
Yeah, the cynical assholes, as I usually call them.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, Mike, you need to stop being old.
I've been
Nobody
looking
really-
into it, but
The thing is, nobody hates Generation X. Everyone hates the boomers.
oh, they did for a while. Trust me.
They did?
But
Well, that was the
yeah.
boomers that were
Generation
not
X
vogue
was the
anymore.
whiny grunge. You know,
The
oh,
boomers
poor
hated
you.
everyone. Except
Yes.
for themselves. Despite
Yes,
the fact
absolutely
that they deserve
true.
the most hate.
Yes.
So the only hate you guys got was from the boomers. And fuck the boomers.
You know, yeah, I'm
Fucking
not a big
entitled
fan of
assholes.
boomers. Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Every generation is of the view that the generations that came before them
Was
were
the worst.
conservative, and
Oh,
the
too
generations that
conservative.
came-
Huh.
and that the generations that come after them are too liberal. But the boomers are definitely like the most profound example of just
Everyone
swinging
hates
hard.
the boomers.
The
Swinging
boomers
hard
were very
from-
they're self-congratulatory more so than any of the other.
Yes.
Maybe not so the millennials. I think they're kind of close, but yeah, the boomers are like you
But
know
I think-
they're just proud to be boomers.
I
you
think
know?
every generation hates the boomers, except for the boomers.
I
The
mean, I don't
generation
think you're
before them
wrong.
hated the boomers. The generation after them hates the boomers. Millennials hate the boomers. Gen Z literally made memes out of the boomers, calling
True.
them parents and everything.
True.
So I think maybe that generation might just be a bad generation. Maybe.
It was a generation that came from all the time of tumult and all the drugs and all the self-satisfaction with revolutionizing society, and they've never stopped patting themselves in the back for it.
Despite the fact that they revolutionized jack shit.
Yeah. Oh no. They were having lots of sex and taking lots of drugs, and they let black
And now
people
they're
live.
all a bunch of prudes.
Yeah. They're wasps
Where did
now.
that
What happened to you
revolution
too
go?
one day?
Shaking the cane.
I'm already
Just
a
you
prude,
see.
asshole.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't need to get old.
Actually, you're the prude here. Dubs.
That's kind of true. I think I'm less of a prude. I'm less of a prude than Addy. Unless it's talking about humor.
Yeah,
Addy's
see,
definitely
you guys
big on
fight.
dirty
There you
humor.
go. See, yeah, you guys. There you go. Take it off of me
Addy's
for a
def-
minute.
Addy's
Now
definitely
we
big on
all need to
dirty
fight
humor.
while Mike just sits back and enjoys the fact that we're fighting with each other.
What were you saying, Davia? Because I didn't hear you.
He was calling you horrible things.
I thought you were going to say he called me a whore, and I was like, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking horror.
The Marilyn Monroe thing really was a sensitive subject today.
And the timing is
I
hilarious.
think Addy just has a crush on Marilyn Monroe. Maybe he has a
Well, the
shrine.
Nah.
The
Nah,
funny thing- the fun-
it's not big enough.
He was personally attacked.
Anyway.
Go ahead, W.
The funny thing is that just yesterday I was reading the. You guys know about WikiQuote, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
I
was
guess.
just yesterday
I
reading
guess.
the WikiQuote. That's a funny thing.
What's some of the stuff on it?
Well, I can't say
Dude,
right now.
don't.
I'm busy fighting the final boss of Elden
If you
Ring,
can't
but-
Still?
handle
Wow.
me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best.
Is she
That
actually who
was-
coined that?
I don't
Yes.
think so.
I was gonna
Lady's
say
not the one
I
who
could.
coined it, but she's the one who's attributed to it.
Well, you can't believe everything. You know, Abraham Lincoln once said, "You can't believe everything you read on the internet."
This is true.
Abraham
This is a
Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln also said that
Let me
everything
see
that
who
that you're doing
actually
is
said it,
able
because
to
I'm
brave
actually
enough.
interested to know. I like finding the actual attributions behind these.
I
words.
want to
Do you
say that
guys
it was
mind if I blow
s-
through what I did this week fairly quickly? Because I've got a puppy that
Go ahead.
needs me, and I've had my sister's babysitting him
Oh,
for
yeah,
way
yeah,
too
yeah.
long.
For a second I thought you said I had my sister's baby, and I was like, wait, what? Oh,
That
okay,
doesn't
there was
make
another
sense.
word. There was another
Yeah,
word
think
after
of a
that. Yeah.
seahorse.
Yeah.
Think of a seahorse all along.
And do a seahorse too. That's extra weird.
Go ahead. We should probably let Soon go ahead.
All right. So,
Go ahead with what?
my week.
His week.
My week. I watched WrestleMania. It was fantastic. 10 stars out of like 3. And I thought it was a very well put together show from top to bottom. There were some definite dry spots, but what are you gonna do? Some of the competitors they have on the roster nowadays, looking at you, Dominic.
Not watch wrestling anymore. Not watch WWE at least. Works for me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem. Outside of WrestleMania, I watched a film called The New Guy. I don't know if anyone here is familiar with it.
I've heard the title. I don't know it though.
So it's
Recent film, isn't it?
It's
No.
gotta be recent.
No?
I'm thinking of, I
Not
think you're
super
thinking of Free
recent,
Guy.
but within the 2000s, I'm gonna guess.
Okay, yeah. Either way, I may be confusing it, like Soon said, with
Is
the.
that like a raunchy comedy?
Yes, kind of.
Oh,
I
okay.
think
Yeah, that I
I've
definitely
seen a
don't know it.
clip of it. Maybe.
possibly. It feels very weird, and it's hard to pinpoint the exact like year it came out because I was watching it and it feels like one of those dumb National Lampoons movies from the 1980s. But then you got my all-time favorite band Saliva playing in the background during the scenes, and like, wait, this song is very early 2000s. So, and then we've got Zooey Deschanel in the film as well, and
Does it have frosted tips?
Frosted Tips. I don't know what that is.
I mean, I know of it as a
Spiky
hairstyle.
It's the like spiky hair with the like blonde tips, basically. The tips
Spiky
are
Eddie.
blonde, dyed blonde.
I can't.
that's
You know,
Yeah,
you
that's
guys could just really
quintessential-
quickly look it up,
That's
right?
quintessential early 2000s. Is the frosted tips?
I don't recall Frosted Tips.
Okay, maybe it's not 2000.
I'm very certain it's early 2000s because that's, to me, where all the pop culture kind of lines up. It's got,
Low-rise jeans.
heck if I know, I don't pay attention.
Was
to
the
jeans.
movie good?
I liked
it
it. I probably wouldn't watch it again because it's one of the films where it's one of the films where the main character is a loser and the his personal goal is to
Just to
become a popular person. So the story is he's the loser at his current school. He gets into jail at one point and meets a guy who was a loser at his prison, but when he changed prisons, he became the top dog in that prison. So he's like, hey, I'm going to take you under my wing. I'm going to show you how to be the top guy at this next school that you're going to go to. So it's funny because the dude isn't like a hardcore tough guy in any way, but he has to act like it in order to get ahead. So, yeah, it's one of those films where... Hello, injured person. Where the main character is trying to be something that he's not, and it goes
What is
kind
the-
of off the rails.
Oh, okay. That more or less answers. I was kind of like, well, what is the point? And then you basically summed it up.
Yeah.
It becomes wacky. Things get chaotic and silly
Yeah.
and funny and yeah, fair enough.
yeah.
So I
Was
thought
that
it
all
was
you did
good.
this
I didn't love it, but good enough for a first time viewing. Will I see
Fair
again? Not anytime soon. But the only other thing I recall... Oh wait, I watched a lot of Community this week. Not Naruto, because one of my sisters has been binge watching that, and I'll walk in for an episode or two. And boy, have I missed a lot of episodes in that one, because I had only seen snippets of the Puppet episode. I've still not watched the Puppet episode, because I only saw snippets this previous night, a couple of nights as well. But I saw a cameo by Sarah Bareilles. That was cool.
What is she from?
She's a singer.
Ah, okay.
And I gotta say, the later seasons of the Community, I know they get bagged on a lot, but they really honestly kind of do suck. Like,
Any
from
other
a
community
overarching
watchers here? Or?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were breaking for a second. I was gonna ask if anyone else had any response to that because no one weighed in. Like, yeah, you're right.
Community.
Wait, you haven't watched Community?
Yet. Oh, God damn it.
Oh, I haven't.
Weird.
Fuck's sake.
You all right, Doug?
I'm fucking dude, I'm fucking dude.
He said that he was fighting.
I
haven't watched Community.
Shut up, all of you! Shut the fuck up! Okay, there we go. There we go. Hey, look at me.
See, it feels good. Tell me it doesn't.
But either which way, I have watched Community.
Good for
And-
you. I'm
Later
proud.
I thought the later seasons were still entertaining, but the heart of the first 3 seasons was certainly gone. Even when Dan Harmon came back, you can see the transformation where the first 3 seasons, Dan Harmon was pretty good, and seasons 5 and 6, he starts to get a little bit closer to being shit, and then he starts with Morty, right?
Right.
So I do think that season 5 and season 6 have some pretty good gags. I think both Paget Brewster and Keith David's characters are great. I've linked the Keith David bit to Mike. I'm addicted to encouraging white people.
Yeah.
But it definitely becomes more of a string of gags rather than forming up a meaningful story about these characters who are kind of fuck-ups turning into better people. And in fact, a lot of it gets regressed, right?
Yes.
A lot of relationships get broken up because, I don't know, the guy they brought in for season 5 just felt like, or season 4 just felt like breaking them up. Donald Glover, for whatever reason, gets busy with something else, so they literally send him on a ship into the middle of the ocean, where he then gets abducted by pirates, and that's just the way his character goes out.
Is the show supposed to be that wacky all throughout? Because
No.
that's not, really, wow. That's
Like Somali pirates or just like 1700? Okay. Okay.
It should
You know,
have
to be like
1700s
1700s pirates, just like Jack Sparrow just rolls up in his ship.
Arr!
and
You be
it's
part
just-
of our community now. Sorry.
Yeah, like, Donald Glover leaves, Chevy Chase's character they kill off because Dan Harmon hated him, and he hated Dan Harmon.
My understanding is most people do hate Chevy Chase.
I thought he was
That's-
one of the
that's
best parts of
case
the
where
show.
it's like, Chevy Chase was fantastic, but the thing, like, that is absolutely a case where I understand in both cases. Like, yeah, I'd probably also hate Dan Harmon, and I don't think I'd hate Chevy Chase, but I can see where he could be a bit abrasive sometimes.
Supposedly, he's just a smug jerk, like almost all the time.
I feel like a
behind the
lot of
scenes.
people
I don't know
hate
if
Chevy
that's true.
Chase.
What's
You
that,
know
Pink?
Chevy-
A lot of people hate Chevy Chase.
I don't. I just heard that story a lot.
I just looked him up with Community, and one of the main articles is Chevy Chase doesn't care about claims he acted like a jerk on Community.
There you go.
I guess that just sums up everything right there.
The other,
He's such a jerk. He doesn't even care that he was a jerk.
the other defense I always hear Chevy make is the classic, well, I just call him as I see him, right?
Yeah.
But what was I gonna say? Yeah, I think like even though I enjoyed season 6, a lot of it, like it's watching a different show, especially because season 6 gets rid of Yvette Nicole Brown, and Yvette Nicole Brown was, again, one of the, like, the thing is, the cast for the first 3 seasons, it's great on all cylinders. I like every cast member. Once they make it where Britta has actual character and she isn't just perfect girl, then, like, I love the whole cast, you know?
Yeah.
And, well, here's Troy's gone, Pierce is gone, Shirley's gone. Okay, so we've only got the core, we've only got these 4 guys here now. And I guess they're just going to bring Chang in more, which turned out to be a gigantic mistake because Kim Jong wound up turning out to be super successful with The Hangover. And here's Paget Brewster and Keith David, and it's like, can you guys really pay to keep either of those 2 on the payroll for another season? I don't think so.
Wasn't John Oliver a really big part of Community?
On and off, because he was also busy doing the stuff with Jon Stewart at that time.
Yep.
See, he's a main part of season 1, then he disappears throughout season 2, then he comes back for season 3 and says, man, that's weird how I disappeared for a year, huh? He disappears again throughout season 4, comes back for season 5 again, and then disappears for season 6.
Yep.
How many seasons of the show are there right now?
6.
So it's over?
Yes.
Okay.
It's over.
Hasn't it been over for a long time?
Oh, it
Well,
probably
well.
has. I never saw it, so I wouldn't know.
And they've always wanted to get back together to do one last movie, but the trouble is that pretty well everyone on that show has turned out to be successful in some regard afterwards, so none of those schedules line up. Abed didn't wind up being as successful as I wanted, which was a pity, but that's probably also one of the cases where it's like he probably was only good at playing that one character. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, Community, yeah. I would generally agree. Yeah, the last 2 seasons, while they have good bits, are broadly not a follow-up to the first season. And season 4 is just trash. Just dumpster it.
Yeah.
We don't have the creative vision of Dan Hormon, nor do we have a sense of humor. And when he came back with the sense of humor, but without the creative vision. So,
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, there are so many great scenes in the later seasons, but everything from an overarching standpoint, it all just sucks. I hate it. And I didn't like any of the new cast members outside of Keith David.
Oh,
Well,
Abed actually went over to do a show that I've heard is pretty good, which is, it's about, like, developers of an MMORPG, and that one I heard is actually really good and does a lot of parody of, you know, microtransaction heavy games and the people who make them.
I do remember seeing one gag from that show where they're having a bunch of kids do a tour of the studio, and it's like, hey kids, you get to see the studio behind some of your favorite games. At one point, the kids get brought over to meet the community manager, right? And they ask, oh, what do you do? And the community manager goes, well, see, my job is I have to listen to complaints and manage forums and social media accounts, and I have to, you know, talk with people, hype up the game. And one of the little girls goes, do that job, and then the social media manager just bends over down to her level, gets in her face, and says, no, you don't.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the show. I do know that not too long ago there was a reality show about, well, you know, again, reality, quote unquote, about like who could be the most nerdy LARPer or something.
I was wanting to be a writer for a reality show like that.
I
like,
do remember that, yeah.
Yeah, people actually came to me, and I was a little bit insulted. They're like, "Oh, there's a, you know, you hate reality TV, but what about this one about like video game people?" And I'm like, "I am, you know, I love video games, but I'm not."
Don't
so
try to pander
fucking...
to me.
Yeah, it was like I'm not, you know, what I hate, which is the stoner who can't go anywhere without wearing a fucking 420 hat. You know, I don't live my hobby. You know, if reality TV is stupid, I'm not going to suddenly get into it just because it's about video game. Yeah. You know, so I never watched it. I thought it was a dumb idea. Go ahead.
Yeah, I love video games too, but I would never go out like wearing, I don't know, an Assassin's Creed shirt.
Well, I mean, I don't even necessarily mind the cosplayers. I likely, I mean, if I attended a show, maybe I'd do it. Maybe, you know, that's a big maybe.
That's fine,
but the actual television show though that turned some like it was literally like, who can be the biggest video game nerd? And it's like, that's just like you said, that like Pink said, that's just pandering. It's like, you know, we're not all dumb. Someone was just talking about this with Ted, the Big Bang Theory. It's like, you know, I'm sorry, but not all of us are fucking like virginal, you know, physics majors who just, you know, fucking make WoW references all day long. I'm sorry.
Everyone on this podcast is except for me and you.
You guys.
I can't defend myself because I've never seen the Big Bang Theory and I don't know what it's about. Help.
I'm falling, I can't get up.
That was a little bit of a hornet's nest, and it went in all kinds of different directions. Go ahead, what, W?
Like, almost Addie's little comment, like thrown in there just to the side a little bit quiet, was so good. It sounded almost like he was saying like just simple like, "There's a snake in my boot" or something like that.
There's a snake in my boot.
And just a complete non sequitur as well. Just.
I think I heard Pink say that he had played WoW or not played WoW, but he didn't know how to feel about it. So something along those lines?
No, I was saying I've never seen the show, so I don't know how to defend myself.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I've only been forced to sit through a few clips of the show because, like, whoever I was in the room with had it on, and they were like, yeah, I'm an idiot who has bad taste. No offense to anyone who likes the show, that's me being hyperbolic again. But the show is literally just, like, a bunch of, from what I could tell, they're portrayed as just, like, the utterly most stereotypical loser nerds who are just, like, they're super smart, but super socially awkward, and all they can talk about is, like, highly advanced intelligence stuff and sex. And it's like, it doesn't really work that way. Sorry, guys. I know that you're getting your information from, like, the D&D handbooks of, like, the 1980s, but... what's that? Sorry?
People who are like
Oh,
that, yes.
there are. I'm not saying that it doesn't, you know, capture anybody, but it's like, the fact that that show is basically, like, you know, vaulted as speaking for the nerds. It's like, it don't fucking speak for me. Anyway. Yeah, that's whatever. But yeah, so there was a reality show. I think it came and went immediately. I think it just like disappeared rapidly when people realized.
It flopped really hard because they tried to pander to an audience that had no interest in reality TV shows.
Well, there you go.
An audience that they were insulting too.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, because I mean, I remember they had like the cute dork girl, and then like the total doofus guy who's fat and doesn't realize that he's dumb. You know, it's just like every negative stereotype.
Yeah.
And it's like, and again, like I think the goal was like who could. I really think this was the thing. It was like who could be the nerdiest, like some weird unquantifiable thing. Go ahead.
Anyway, Pink, what did you do with the rest of your week? Because I know you are needing to do something.
He needs to leave.
That is true. That is true.
The only thing I can recall is I got the pupper, which is why I need to leave. So.
Pause for the pupper. Alright.
I'm gonna stick around until I finish this match with Mike, and then I'll be...
Not gonna go too much farther, I don't think.
Yep.
Although this is... we both been playing Elodie, which is interesting. I've got her up to 50, and I have almost all the perks on her I want, so this has been interesting.
That's nice.
Yeah. How was your Elodie?
Well, I got
Besides
Spirit on
splattered
her,
on the
so
ground
she's
right
not gonna
now.
be screaming like a goat anymore, and that's great.
Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of it looks like every killer has now read the rulebook that you slug the second-class person and go try and kill the remaining one.
Indeed.
Which is it's the right thing to do. It's just I don't understand how everyone has suddenly learned that that's the right thing to do. This never happened ever, and now every single killer does it.
To be fair, the reason that changed was because of the changes to hatch. Because before they changed the hatch, that would have not been a good play. I think,
that's true.
Yeah, that would have been a bad play because the person you downed could potentially find the hatch, etc.
It just feels like this is really lit up like 200% over the last, I'd say, maybe month. It just seems like this is now every killer.
I think the boil over change encouraged a lot of slugging, and so after that happened, people just continued to realize that was a good strategy.
That could very well have been.
Because, yeah, boil over definitely forced a lot of killers' hands in that regard.
Yeah, they really did overdo boil over for a minute there.
Unless they have unbreakable a little bit or...
Yeah.
Yeah. Or all of them.
Yeah, that does happen.
Soul Guard doesn't work unless you have a hex active, but everyone takes Ruin.
Yeah, pretty much. Ruin and or corrupt. Were you able to... do I still have a boon up? I can't... Oh, damn it. Well, I might at least get him off of you right now. I'm not sure. We're both on final hook. Someone might get the hatch. We're very much at the end of this match here. It's been a pretty I don't know what would be the word. Back and forth, I guess? I don't know. Can't think of the right word.
Competitive?
Competitive, thank you, yeah. I'm for some reason not able to concentrate properly. Is he...
He's still chasing me.
I was about to ask. Okay, then I'm gonna light a boon just in case you manage to get over here and get away from him. Shit. Okay, well then never mind. I'll stay on this generator then for the time being. You have a pretty fair amount of health before you bleed out, so I'm gonna try and get this gen. It's about 30%.
Me, so you're good.
Oh, he is. Oh, that sucks. All right, and I blew the gen again, so he's gonna know right where to go.
Soon, how'd your week go?
My week went well.
I don't believe you.
You're a liar. Liar. You're Lyle.
You're Lyle.
I know you're lying. I
soon,
can
you're
see it in your eyes.
I always get accused of lying on here, I swear.
I guess that's just because you don't have a very trustworthy face.
Yeah, you guys have seen my untrustworthy face.
Wait, hold on a second. You're the only person
to be
on
fair,
face I
have-
haven't seen, so maybe that's where it stems from.
There you
I
go.
do have Lying Ted as my profile picture.
Do you now? Lying
on
Ted?
Discord.
I was gonna say, like, wow, you just changed the avatar you've had for the longest time, and I get it now.
Yeah.
Lion Ted.
Discord, the one with the smarmy pink cowboy hat.
Yeah.
I love how, like, I'm looking at, like, the profile pictures and, like, the backgrounds are all subdued colors because it, like, bases on the picture that you have for your profile. Like, Pink has, like, a gray, you have a tan, Addie has a tan, Alex has a tannish brown, and then mine is just hot pink. That's the background.
Mine should be red because I say it should be red.
Yours is, like, a light tan for me.
Yeah, for me it's red. Weird.
Weird. Yeah, that is weird.
Oh my god.
What?
That's the next controversy. We need to talk about this.
What'd I do?
Millennia has toe armor.
Toe armor. Okay, you know, cause sure. And at least.
Is this before or after she strips?
Yes.
She strips?
Yes, she strips. When you get
God,
far, you haven't gotten far enough in the fight, have you?
No. This game has been bizarrely a lot more sexual than Dark Souls ever was.
Who wrote it?
George R. Martin.
Oh, right.
And he named all of the fucking characters G names, R names, or M names. You got
Gotta
Roderick,
make sure
Roger,
people know that he wrote it, not his next installments of whatever book series he wrote.
Radagast.
Radagast the Red.
Or I think it's Radigan.
You meet 4 gods named Godric, Godwin, Godfrey, and Godfroy.
Yep.
So he really worked very, very hard on this, I can tell.
I wonder how much he
A
got
lot of
paid.
real hard effort into
And then you've
this.
got all of the M names as well. You've got
Millennia, Michaela,
Melania, Millicent,
Morgoth, Morgan,
Melania,
Morwen. Again, Morgan.
I wouldn't even want to play this fight. I wouldn't be able to even tell any of these characters apart.
I
mean,
can't. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I can't. Renala
Well,
for
some-
the R.
Here's the trick.
America.
Some of the characters are
Ortho,
actually the some of the
Raul.
characters are actually the same person.
oh,
yeah.
God, dude, go finish your fucking books and die, you idiots.
The only
Gosh.
other character that I remember the name of is like Bylid or whatever.
Bylid? That's at least
That's a
different.
character.
It's a what?
That's a Fire Emblem character.
Oh,
Not Byless. Like,
Byless.
it's with a B
Roderick,
and like the B and a
Keep
ring.
calling him
You mean Blythe?
Blythe.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Blythe, the wolf. That guy is cool.
You
I
know, I
love
could
Blythe.
probably guess why you like Blythe.
Oh,
I don't like Blythe. I
Who
just hear
doesn't
about
like
him a lot.
Blythe though? Dubs. Everyone loves Blythe.
Blythe. Well, that's the trouble. Blythe is too cool not to like. He's too cool.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Ronnie
like,
and
trust.
Rennie. There's also Ronnie and Rennie, which are sisters.
You have just literally,
Rena?
between the two of you guys, you've just listed literally something like 35
Renala?
fucking characters. Stop. Like,
Ronaldo.
you
Ronaldinho.
yeah, you're Redondo.
Antonio
Just
Banderas.
what? What is he? Don't drag him into this. He's
Pedro
done
Pascal.
nothing to you.
Al Pacino.
God.
Living boss.
Mendoza.
John.
I just want to illustrate that just within the span of like less than 2 minutes, you guys just effortlessly rattled off several dozen fucking characters. Not just even several dozen characters, but several dozen characters with completely interchangeable names. How do you like this game? How do you even understand this game?
Well, there's a bit more to it than the names, but
I don't like it because it's popular, and I'm leaving now. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Big sword go thwack.
And it's hard.